What if your darkest sins awaited you like hungry wolves at the edge of a forest, ready to feast the moment you crossed the threshold? Each of the 9 circles of hell, a twisted carnival of despair, beckons with the promise of eternal reckoning. Lust, gluttony, wrath, each sin finds its grotesque stage, where the damned play roles far more grotesque than any horror film. Ever laugh at the absurdity of life while staring into an abyss that laughs back? Welcome to Dante's infernal comedy, where the punchlines land like daggers, and the audience forever captive. Betrayal? It gets a VIP seat, draped in the stench of treachery. Picture traitors dangling in frozen lakes, their tears mingling with ice, each sob a joke that never lands. You thought hell was a mere concept, but it's a grim amusement park where the rides never end, and the screams echo through eternity. Each circle spins a tale, a macabre fable begging to be told, with sinners as unwilling performers. Here, fortune's wheel turns on a dime, tossing you into a pit of despair that feels like a bad breakup, one that never ends. Ever heard of the gluttons? They wallow in filth, consuming the very earth beneath them, slathered in mud, choking on their own excess. It's a grotesque buffet, one that would make a hipster's avocado toast look like starving artist rations. And the wrathful? They tear each other apart, lost in a frenzy of violence like a reality show gone horribly wrong, a battle royal with no winner, only the blooded remnants of pride. But here's the twist: how do you escape the eternal judgment of your own making? Spoiler alert, you can't. You think you've got the ultimate cheat code? Think again. The minions of hell don't play fair, and neither does your conscience. It prowls like a predator, clawing at your sanity, whispering dark truths you thought you'd buried. Care for a laugh? The lustful lay tangled in sheets of fire, writhing in ecstasy and agony, their moans mingling like a sick opera of sin. It's a tragedy dressed as a comedy, a spectacle for the damned as they perform a duet with despair. The irony? They chase the shade of a pleasure they'll never grasp again. And what of the heretics? Encased in tombs of fire, their doctrines a bitter aftertaste, they watch as the flames lick at their feet, longing for the sweet embrace of oblivion that never comes. They thought they were clever, intellectuals too bright to fear the dark. How's that for poetic justice? Each word here is a key, a ticking time bomb inside your skull. Every circle teeters on the brink, begging you to take that fateful step closer to understanding, to knowledge, to dread. What happens when the laughter fades, and the silence of despair takes over? You're already in too deep, my friend. Turn back? Not a chance. Welcome to hell, where every inquiry twists tighter around your throat and every answer burns in your mind like a brand. Step lightly. The abyss watches, and it knows your name. I remember the chill of that night, the way the air wrapped around me like a cold shroud, heavy with whispers of the past. Shadows danced, flickering against the ancient walls of Florence as if they, too, were eager to tell their tales. The clock struck midnight, each chime echoing like a heartbeat lost in time. I stood alone, heart racing, on the cusp of a revelation that felt like a ghost just out of reach, its icy fingers brushing my spine, coaxing me into a world where love and betrayal intertwined like roots of an old tree, gnarled and twisted. I remember Beatrice. Her laughter was a melody trap beneath layers of grief, a haunting refrain that echoed through the alleyways of my memory. She was the spark, the light in my shadowed soul, yet I could never claim her. A love unrequited, a ghost haunting my every waking moment. I saw her face, framed by the flicker of torchlight, and for an instant, I felt the warmth of her presence. But there it was again, a bitter pang of longing. She had gone, swept away like leaves in the autumn wind, leaving me with only the ink-stained pages of my despair. And then there was Virgil, my guide through the chaos of my own making. His eyes, deep-set and wise, bore into my troubled heart, daring me to confront the abyss I had conjured. He carried the weight of ages upon his shoulders, a spectre of reason amidst my turbulent emotions. You must face it, he urged, his voice a low rumble, like thunder on the horizon. Your legacy is not forged in comfort but in the fire of your fears. I could almost taste the ash on my tongue, the remnants of my past clinging to me like a shroud. The city itself felt alive, a beast of stone and secrets, watching, listening. I walked its streets, each step heavy with the ghosts of forgotten dreams, every corner turned unveiling a new layer of my own brokenness. Love, hatred, regret, they swirled together in a tempest that left my soul in tatters. The cobblestones whispered tales of sinners and saints, their stories woven into the very fabric of the city. I was a mere echo, a voice lost amidst the cacophony of life and death. I remember the moment when the world tilted, when my heart clenched at the thought of betrayal. A world where words could cut deeper than any blade, where loyalty was as fragile as a spider's web glistening with morning dew. I stood at the precipice of my despair, facing the void that loomed before me. What is the worth of a man's soul? I shouted into the night, my voice a raw, desperate plea. The silence that answered was deafening, a void that threatened to swallow me whole. The streets were empty, save for the shadows that crept from the corners, taunting me, reminding me of my solitude. You are alone, you are forgotten, they whispered, each syllable a knife twist in my gut. I stumbled, knees buckling on the uneven ground, grasping for something, anything, to pull myself back from the brink. I could feel Beatrice's gaze upon me, her eyes filled with both love and disappointment. "What have you done?" they seemed to ask. And in that moment, clarity pierced through the haze of my sorrow, a revelation as bright and blinding as the sun breaking through storm clouds. The legacy I sought was not one to be claimed or hoarded, it was a tapestry woven from the very fabric of my pain, a reflection of my humanity. Every tear shed, every heartache endured, was a thread in the loom of existence, binding me to the lives of those who walked before me. Yet the confrontation loomed like a storm on the horizon, dark and fierce, demanding to be faced. I could feel the tension in the air, thick and electric, pulsing like a heartbeat. Every flicker of torchlight cast ominous shadows, and I knew the moment of reckoning was near. Virgil stood by my side, unwavering even as the winds howled, the storm threatening to consume us both. "Embrace it," he urged, his presence a steady anchor amidst my chaos. "This is your truth, your penance." I could hear the echoes of history, the cries of those who had come before me, Dante, lost in his own Inferno, traversing the circles of hell, a soul burdened by the weight of his choices. I am but a shadow of his legacy, I thought, feeling the suffocating pressure of expectation. But as I looked into the depths of my despair, I realized that I was not merely a reflection of his journey. I was carving my own path, one fraught with danger, heartbreak, and an unyielding quest for redemption. Time slipped away like grains of sand through my fingers, and with it came an awareness that each moment was precious, fleeting. I could feel the weight of the cosmos pressing down upon me, the stars whispering secrets of the universe, everything was connected, every heartbeat a symphony of existence. I was intertwined with every soul that had walked the earth, their struggles and triumphs flowing through my veins. "Will you rise?" the night seemed to ask, its voice a haunting echo in my mind. "Or will you fade into the shadows?" The answer was unclear, the path obscured by doubt and fear. But deep within, a flicker of hope ignited, a stubborn flame refusing to be snuffed out. I was more than my failures. I was a testament to the human spirit, flawed, messy, and beautifully complex. As the storm began to break over the horizon, the sky darkening with the promise of rain, I clung to the realization that my legacy was still being written. The ink was not yet dry, the pages were turning, a narrative unfolding in real time, filled with the raw, unfiltered truth of my existence. This was my Inferno, my Purgatorio, and somewhere on the other side, perhaps, lay my Paradiso. With the crack of thunder, the confrontation surged like a tidal wave, and I knew I had to stand firm, to embrace not just the darkness, but the light flickering within. The city, the shadows, the memories, they were all part of this sacred journey. I could feel it building, this relentless tide of emotion pulling me forward, deeper into the heart of my own story. The echoes of the past resonated within me, and as the first drop of rain fell, I let it wash over me, purging the pain. And as I stood poised on the threshold of my destiny, the question hung in the air like a fragile butterfly, waiting for the answer that could shatter worlds. What would I leave behind, and who would I become? The wind howled through the shattered remnants of the once majestic castle, its moans echoing like the cries of the doomed. Clouds hung heavy in the sky, pregnant with the threat of rain, as if the heavens themselves wept for the secrets buried in the stone walls. I stood there, my heart pounding like a funeral drum, captivated by the scene unfolding before me, a dark tapestry of human frailty and ambition. I remember the flickering torchlight casting restless shadows as Richard, the lord of this crumbling fortress, paced like a caged beast. His brow furrowed, a tempest brewing in his stormy blue eyes. The betrayal of his closest advisor had pierced him like a dagger, and the betrayal stung more than the sting of the cold wind on his skin. Noble blood was supposed to bring honor, but here he was, staring into the maw of treachery. "They say kings can wield the power of life and death," he muttered, his voice low and trembling. "But what of love? What of trust?" Each word dripped with the weight of 1,000 secrets, the echoes of his heartache punctuating the chilling silence. In the shadows, Lady Eleanora watched, her heart caught in the crossfire of loyalty and love. She felt the tension in the air thick as fog, and it wrapped around her like a shroud. Richard's pain lanced through her, igniting a fierce longing to soothe him, yet the truth loomed like a specter. She couldn't tell him, couldn't reveal the dark alliance she had forged with the enemy, a pact made in desperation. To save him, she had whispered to herself, clinging to the edges of her sanity. But salvation wore the mask of treachery, and every heartbeat echoed with her guilt. "I remember the first time I saw him," she thought, the memory flooding her with warmth. A sun-drenched meadow, laughter bubbling like a spring, a moment suspended in time. His smile had split the clouds, illuminating the shadows in her heart. But love, in this world of swords and shadows, was a dangerous game. She was no longer the naive maiden dancing in the sun, she was a player in the deadly chess match of power and survival. And then there was Gareth, the betrayer, lurking just beyond the flickering flames. He wore a mask of charm, a face that could light up a room and darken a soul. How easily he had won their trust, how quickly he had twisted their secrets into weapons. For honor, he had said, his voice a silky whisper, "I will do what must be done." But honor was a lie dressed in fine silks, and Gareth was its master. As he contemplated his next move, the weight of ambition hung heavily upon him, a yoke that threatened to crush his very spirit. The air crackled with tension. Richard's fists clenched, the knuckles white as bones, as he leaned closer, teeth gritted. "You will regret this," he hissed, the promise of vengeance hanging thick in the air like a fog. The shadows danced around him, twisting into grotesque shapes, and for a fleeting moment, I feared he might shatter under the weight of his rage. On the other side of the room, Eleanora bit her lip, caught between the man she loved and the man she had betrayed. She had tasted the bitter fruit of desperation, and it lingered on her tongue, sour and heavy. "What have I done?" she whispered to herself, the words a ghostly echo in her mind. She remembered the feeling of the parchment beneath her fingers, the ink still fresh and warm, sealing her fate in ink. The night she had signed her name had felt like a wedding, a union of her heart and her deepest fears. Time is a cruel mistress, I thought, watching the scene unfold. Every tick of the ancient clock echoed through the hall, a cruel reminder of the fleeting moments they had left. Each second carried the weight of history, the rise and fall of empires, the blood spilled over crowns, the hearts shattered by ambition. I felt the passage of time like a living thing, clawing at the edges of their lives, ready to consume them whole. Suddenly, the door to the hall creaked open, a ghostly figure stepping into the candlelight. It was a servant, breathless and wild-eyed, an omen of chaos. "My lord, there's word of an uprising. The people, they know of the betrayal." His voice was a ragged whisper, the air thick with the stench of impending doom. For a moment, time stretched, and I felt the breath of every character hitch in their throats, a collective gasp echoed through the centuries. Richard's face paled, a spectre of fear flickering in his eyes. "No," he breathed, the word a fragile wisp. Eleanora's heart raced, thundering in her chest, pounding against the walls of her guilt. She had sought to protect him, and in that moment, she felt the weight of her choices laid bare before her. Gareth smiled, a serpent among the sheep. "Let them come," he taunted, his voice dripping with venom. "Let them taste the blood of their lord. Let them learn what betrayal begets." Each word cut deep, the cruelty of his ambition unfurling like a dark rose. The tension snapped like a taut string, and I could feel the rush of adrenaline coursing through my veins. The castle, once a bastion of strength, now stood on the brink of collapse, crumbling under the weight of its secrets. Shadows danced on the walls, twisting and contorting as if they too sought to escape the horror. And in that heartbeat, I knew, the past was alive, pulsing through the air like a haunting refrain, each moment echoing with a desperate urgency. The medieval world, with its knights and ladies, its treachery and love, was not merely a shadowy echo of history. It was a living breath, a spectral dance of human emotion that resonated through time, and I was swept up in it, my heart racing as I stood on the precipice of their conflict. Fate hung in the balance, a thin thread stretched taut, ready to snap. Would Richard reclaim his honor, or would he become another ghost in the annals of history? Would Eleonora choose loyalty or love? And would Gareth's ambition be his undoing? The answers loomed just beyond reach, tantalizingly close, yet shrouded in darkness. The stage was set, the characters poised for the next act, and I, a witness to their haunting tale, could only hold my breath and wait for the inevitable storm to break. The air thickens, suffocating in its intensity, as I stand on the edge of a dark, swirling chasm that seems to breathe, a living abyss filled with the weight of forgotten souls. The cries rise, a cacophony of anguish and despair, pulling at the very fibers of my being. A single candle flickers in my trembling hands, casting shadows that dance like specters across my skin. I remember the first time I felt this pit in my stomach, the gut-wrenching realization that every step forward would lead me deeper into pain, yet here I am again, teetering on the brink. Dante, the man who penned this horrifying spectacle, stands at the precipice of his own damnation, heart racing, mind haunted. His eyes, once bright with youthful exuberance, are now gaunt, reflecting a world where love has become a ghost, an echo of what once was. He carries the weight of his sins like a leaden cloak, each mistake a jagged stone lodged in his chest. With every step he takes, I can feel his fear, raw and visceral, a sweet agony that grips my heart. He's not just wandering through a hell of fire and brimstone, he's traversing the wounded landscape of his own heart, filled with regret and longing. Beside him, Virgil, the wise and steady guide, moves like a shadow, an anchor in the storm. I watch as he glances at Dante, a mixture of pity and determination etched across his face. Virgil knows the darkness that lurks within every soul, he carries the memories of his own struggles, the weight of lost glory. "You are not alone," he seems to whisper, though his voice remains silent. Yet, does Dante believe him? Does he trust that he can find redemption amidst the twisted paths of chaos? In this labyrinth of suffering, I can't help but think of Beatrice, the gentle flame that flickers through Dante's mind, a love that transcends the mortal realm yet weighs heavy on his heart. Her absence is a void, an aching silence that reverberates with every breath he takes. I remember how love can feel like drowning, pulling you down into depths you never thought possible. The memory of her laughter haunts him, a bittersweet refrain that echoes through the caverns of his soul. The structure of this nightmare unfolds like a cursed tapestry, each stitch a moment of truth or a lie, leading Dante deeper into the spiral of despair. Hell, purgatory, heaven, it's all a grotesque carousel, spinning faster with each revelation, each confrontation with his own past. It's a relentless spiral, where time bends, and every heartbeat counts, tearing at the fabric of reality. As we tumble through the layers, the damned souls whisper their stories, their regrets and fears bleeding into my skin, invading my thoughts. I remember their faces, twisted and tormented, reflecting the pain of 1,000 lifetimes. Each encounter is a mirror, and with every glance, I see fragments of myself, flaws laid bare like open wounds. I can't escape the reality that we are all the architects of our own suffering, building walls of shame and regret. Dante's journey becomes more than a search for salvation, it transforms into a confrontation with the self. He faces the seduction of power, the allure of betrayal, each soul he meets like a haunting spectre urging him to acknowledge the darkness within. His failures unfold before him like a tragic play, and I feel the tension rise with every encounter. Am I worthy? The question lingers, thick and heavy. But Virgil stands firm, a beacon against the darkness. "You are a product of your choices, not your mistakes," he seems to say, pulling Dante from the brink with unwavering strength. Yet, even Virgil bears his own burden, a constant reminder of the fate that awaits him, the shadows that linger just beyond the light. There's a haunting duality to his existence, the mentor, the guide, yet forever trapped in his own purgatory. I remember the silence that envelops them after every encounter, the weight of unspoken words crashing like waves against the cliffs of their souls. They walk on, leaving echoes in their wake, the moments haunting like distant thunder. It's a struggle to keep moving, to confront the ghosts of their pasts, and I can feel the tension, the desperation. Every heartbeat feels like a countdown, every breath a challenge. In this cosmic dance, the themes unravel like threads, spiraling into chaos. Love, loss, redemption, these are not mere words, they pulse with life, with pain, with hope. I feel the heartbeat of despair reverberate through the air, the cries of the damned an anthem of suffering. Yet, woven into this tapestry is a flicker of light, a hint of joy that refuses to be extinguished, the possibility of rebirth. Dante and Virgil push forward, the weight of their journeys heavy on their shoulders, yet their bond deepens. Each shared look, each nod of understanding, fuels their resolve. They confront the abyss together, a testament to the strength of companionship in the face of despair. It's a reminder that even in the darkest depths, we are not alone, we are woven together by our shared humanity. Time slips away, moments blend into memories, and the line between past and present blurs like a dream. I remember when the clock struck midnight, and the world fell silent, except for the heartbeats of those who dared to dream. The cosmos spins around them, indifferent yet omnipresent, a reminder of the vastness of existence. They are but specks in a universe that is both cruel and beautiful. Fear grips me as I realize this journey is not an end, it's an eternal spiral, a never-ending cycle of confrontation and growth. There's no conclusion, no resolution, only the promise of more. I can't look away, can't escape the intensity of their struggles, the weight of their choices. Each moment is alive, breathing, pulsating with raw emotion, and I am ensnared within it, hopelessly bound to their plight. I am left gasping for breath, yearning for resolution, but knowing somewhere deep that it's a journey without an end. The dark chasm looms ahead, whispering secrets and truths, while the flickering candle struggles against the shadows. They take a step forward, the darkness waiting to embrace them once more as their voices fade into the echoing silence. And in that moment, the world around me crumbles, leaving only the haunting pulse of their journey, interwoven with my own heart, forever entwined in the endless dance of suffering and redemption. The air crackled with an unholy tension, thick and suffocating, as the echo of distant wails clawed at the corners of the dimly lit chapel. Candles flickered like the last gasps of life, casting shadows that danced upon the stone walls, weaving grotesque tales of despair. It was here, in this sanctuary of fear, that Thomas found himself, heart pounding, every beat a reminder of his mortal frailty. He was a man who lived with his demons, both within and without, and tonight they had come to collect. I remember the first time I heard the stories, Thomas whispered to himself, voice trembling like the flame of the nearest candle. The tales of fire and brimstone, of souls writhing in agony beneath the gaze of a vengeful god. He could still hear the echo of the priest's voice, bold and unyielding, painting hell with brushstrokes of terror, a pit filled with the screams of the damned, a place where hope was a distant star, snuffed out by despair. He could taste the acrid smoke on his tongue even now, the pungent flavor of fear. Across the chapel, Margaret knelt in prayer, her hands clasped tightly, knuckles white as bone. "Oh, Lord," she murmured, "save us from this fate." Her own soul trembled, caught in the balance between faith and fear. She was a woman of unwavering belief, yet even she could not silence the whispering doubts that crept into her mind like shadowy wraiths. What if I'm not worthy? The thought wrapped around her heart like a serpent, squeezing tighter with each passing moment. What if my sins are greater than your mercy? Wasn't that the fear that throbbed within them all? The gnawing dread that they were mere moments away from falling into that abyss, the eternal chasm that awaited the unrepentant. She could almost see it, a swirling void, a monstrous maw opening wide, eager to consume. I remember when I thought I could escape, she thought, a bitter smile touching her lips. But how can one escape the weight of their own soul? The chapel door creaked open, and in stepped Father Gabriel, his silhouette framed against the darkness, cloak billowing like the wings of a fallen angel. "The hour grows late," he intoned, voice deep and resonant, rippling through the silence like a thunderclap. "We must prepare ourselves." His eyes, glinting like shards of glass, scanned the room, landing on Margaret. "Fear not, "My child, our Lord shall guide us." But as he spoke, Thomas felt the ground beneath him quiver. "Prepare for what, Father?" he interjected, voice rising above the murmur of the flickering flame. "What do we truly know of his judgment?" The words tumbled from his lips, raw and unfiltered, each syllable echoing with the weight of his own torment. What if hell is not a distant place, but right here, in our hearts? The priest's gaze hardened. "Do not tempt the wrath of God, Thomas. We must be vigilant. The devil lurks in the shadows, waiting to ensnare the unwary." The tension between them crackled like lightning, two souls caught in a tempest of belief and doubt, each fighting to hold their ground. "Do you hear that?" Margaret's voice trembled, a fragile thread tugging at their collective fear. The cries, they grow nearer. At that moment, a chilling wind swept through the chapel, extinguishing candles, plunging them into darkness. It was the sound of despair, rising like smoke from the very depths of hell. Thomas stumbled back, heart racing, each beat a reminder of the fragility of life. "It's here," he shouted, his voice a mixture of fear and defiance. "The darkness is upon us." But in that frozen moment, the air shifted. A figure emerged, spectral and twisted, a wraith from the abyss. Its hollow eyes gleamed with malice, and the air around it grew thick, heavy with the scent of decay. "You fear me," it rasped, voice like rusted chains scraping against stone. "What you feel is merely a shadow of your own sins, reflected back at you." Thomas felt his breath hitch, words caught in his throat as the figure advanced, flames licking at its feet, illuminating the horror etched across its form. "This is your hell. This labyrinth of guilt, doubt, and regret. You carry it within you, shackled to your very soul." Margaret gasped, the weight of the truth pressing down like lead. "No. I have faith. I can escape this fate." But the creature only laughed, a sound that resonated with the echoes of the damned. "Faith," it sneered, "what is faith but a flicker in the darkness? What is salvation but a cruel jest played upon the desperate?" Thomas clenched his fists, rage bubbling beneath the surface. "You lie. We can be saved." But even as he spoke, doubt gnawed at his heart. The walls of the chapel trembled, and the shadows reached out, clawing at their sanity. "No one escapes," the wraith hissed, its breath a chilling breeze. "You are bound to your choices. Your sins, your fears, they will consume you. This is the essence of hell, the eternal cycle of despair." And in that moment, Thomas could feel it, the cold grip of hopelessness wrapping around his throat, squeezing, suffocating. "I remember," he gasped, memories flooding him like a torrential downpour. "The faces of those I wronged. The love I cast aside. The laughter I silenced." Margaret, in the throes of her own despair, whispered, "What if I am unworthy? What if I have failed?" The wraith leaned closer, its eyes glinting with a cruel hunger. "You are all unworthy. That is the beauty of your existence, wretchedness woven into the fabric of your souls." With each word, the darkness deepened, and they felt themselves teetering on the edge of an unfathomable abyss. The echoes of the chapel began to swirl around them, a cacophony of sins long buried, each one a thread pulling them deeper into the void. Thomas reached out to Margaret, fingers trembling, a lifeline in the storm. "We will face this together," he cried, voice fierce but faltering. "We will not let fear consume us." But the wraith only laughed, a sound that twisted like a dagger in their hearts. "Together, or alone, it matters not. You are mere whispers against the roar of eternity." As the darkness threatened to envelop them, a flicker of resolve ignited in Thomas's heart. He remembered the light, the flicker of a candle, the warmth of love, the hope that once burned bright. "I refuse to be a prisoner of my fears. I will fight." And in that moment, the shadows began to recede, the wraith's laughter fading into the depths. "Then fight," it hissed, retreating into the darkness. "But know this, hell is not confined to the grave. It walks beside you, whispers in your ear. And it will wait for your moment of weakness." And as silence fell, they stood together in the dim chapel, hearts pounding, breaths shallow, knowing that the battle was far from over. Hell lingered at the edges of their souls, an ever-present spectre, a chilling reminder that the journey through darkness was a path they must all tread. The air hung thick like fog, choking the light and whispering secrets that ought to remain buried. Shadows danced on the cobblestones as Dante stumbled through the narrow alleyways, a labyrinth of regret and despair. Each step echoed with the weight of his failures, a haunting rhythm that matched the frantic beat of his heart. He could almost hear the echoes of laughter, the taunts of spectres from a past he desperately wished to forget. But regret clung to him like a shroud, a reminder that every choice carved a path toward the darkness that now closed in. He turned a corner and froze. A girl stood before him, her eyes pools of sorrow, glimmering with a light that felt both inviting and dangerous. Beatrice. Her name slipped from his lips as if it were a prayer and a curse all at once. He could see the flicker of a smile on her lips, yet it was laced with a sadness that pierced his soul. "You've come far, haven't you?" she breathed, the words like smoke drifting away. But her presence ignited a fire in him, a flicker of hope that had long since dimmed. I remember the way your laughter filled the air," he whispered, a tremor in his voice. Each syllable was an ember, warming the raw wound in his heart, yet fueling the guilt that festered beneath. He had let her go, buried her dreams beneath the weight of his ambition. "What have I done?" Her gaze was unyielding, a mirror reflecting his deepest fears. "The choices we make, they lead us to who we become," she said softly. "And sometimes, that becomes a haunting." Dante felt a chill creep up his spine, the ghosts of his past swirling in the shadows. A flicker of movement caught his eye. Virgil, his guide, stepped from the darkness, a figure both familiar and unsettling. His presence was like an anchor in a storm, yet Dante could feel the tension crackling in the air between them. "You must confront your past, Dante," Virgil's voice thundered, a weighty echo that resonated through the cobbled streets. "Only then will you find redemption." But how could he confront the spectres that tormented him? Each mistake loomed larger than life, a monstrous reflection of his inadequacies. He could still hear the desperate cries of those he had abandoned, their voices a cacophony of anguish threading through his mind. "I can't," he murmured, the words caught in his throat like shards of glass. "Do you not see?" Virgil pressed, stepping closer. "You cannot run from your shadows. They will cling to you, faster than the night chases the day. You must face them, if not for yourself, then for her." He gestured toward Beatrice, the girl whose presence both comforted and broke him. The landscape shifted suddenly, the cobblestones morphing into a swirling pool of memories. A sickening whirlpool dragged him under, plunging him into a maelstrom of moments long past. He was a child again, bright-eyed and innocent, laughing with Beatrice in the sunlight. But darkness slithered in, creeping around the edges, whispering of betrayal and ambition. He remembered her heartbreak, the day she gazed upon him with tears glistening like shattered stars. "You chose your path over me," she had said, her voice a ghostly echo in his mind. "You chose to be a stranger." "Dante," Beatrice's voice cut through the haze, raw and real, pulling him back from the abyss. "You must confront the ache of that day. Only then can you forgive yourself." The air crackled with tension as the remnants of his past swirled around him, forming phantoms that taunted him with their hollow laughter. Each face he recognized, each voice a dagger in his chest. "You're nothing without us." "Just a shadow of a man," the voices shrieked, each syllable a reminder of their pain. He fell to his knees, the weight of their accusations nearly crushing him. "I'm sorry," he cried out, the sound tearing from his throat as he battled against the tide of despair. "I didn't mean to what?" one of the shadows hissed, its form flickering like a candle in the wind. "Abandon us? Leave us to rot in the dust of your dreams?" The darkness swirled closer, feeling like a noose tightening around his throat, squeezing out the very breath of life. He was drowning in guilt, and the shadows were laughing, oh how they laughed, feasting on his despair. But then he felt her presence again, a warm glow cutting through the blackness. Beatrice knelt beside him, her hands clasping his own, grounding him, reminding him he was not alone. "You are stronger than them," she urged, her voice a soothing balm against the agony. "You can break free. You can forgive yourself." With every ounce of strength he could muster, Dante forced himself to look into the eyes of the phantoms, those he had wronged. "I'm sorry," he gasped. "I didn't know. I didn't realize. I was a fool." And as the words spilled from his lips, the darkness began to waver, their laughter turning to whispers, retreating like smoke before a flame. "Say it again," a shadow pleaded, the voice softer now, almost tender. "Say it until it loses its power over you." "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." The words echoed through the void, reverberating back to him, each repetition peeling away the layers of guilt that had bound him so tightly. In that moment, the shadows began to dissolve, the air around him lightening, and he felt a shift, a lightness in his soul. But then he turned to Beatrice, and his heart clenched. "What if it's too late?" Her smile was a flicker of hope in the darkness, but it was tinged with uncertainty. "It's never too late to find a way back," she murmured, and for the first time, he believed her. Yet as the shadows fled, the journey was far from over. He could feel the distant rumblings of more storms ahead, the echoes still lingering in the corners of his mind. The clock ticked ominously, each second a reminder that time was slipping away, and he was no closer to finding his path. Dante stood, shaking off the remnants of fear, but the weight of the world was still heavy on his shoulders. The city loomed around him, vast and unyielding, its streets winding toward the unknown. How many more souls would he have to confront? How many more ghosts would he have to face? Beatrice took a step closer, the light of her presence flickering like a candle in the dark. "We must go," she urged, and there was urgency in her voice, a promise that there was still hope, still a chance to mend what was broken. But as he moved forward, he felt the eyes of the past on him. He knew the specters would always be there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for a moment of vulnerability. Yet with Beatrice by his side, he felt a flicker of resolve igniting within him, a glimmer of truth that whispered, "One step forward is still a step toward redemption." And as the echoes of the city enveloped them, the journey, this tumultuous, heart-wrenching, spine-chilling journey, was only beginning. I remember the silence before the storm, a chilling void that wrapped around us like the cold, unyielding grasp of a forgotten ghost. 9 circles of hell loom ahead, each one a grim testament to the sins that bind us. 9 is not just a number here, it is a shackle, a relentless echo that reverberates through the very marrow of existence. The air is thick, heavy with an unspoken dread that weaves through the darkened corridors of the damned, and in this moment, I can feel my heart pounding like a war drum, urging me deeper into the abyss where shadows dance in unspeakable anguish. Virgil stands beside me, his face a mask of stoic resolve, yet I can see the flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. He is my guide, a literary phantasm, the embodiment of reason in a world gone mad. Yet even he, with his ancient wisdom, cannot shield me from the horrors that lurk in the depths. "We must move forward," he whispers, voice laced with urgency, but the weight of his words hangs heavily in the air, like a noose that tightens with each passing moment. I glance back, where shadows coil and twist like the tendrils of a dark memory, threatening to pull me into their haunted depths. Then there's Francesca, her ethereal beauty and tragic past wrapped in layers of despair. She stands at the edge of the 4th circle, a wraith caught between longing and regret, her eyes glassy with tears that seem to shimmer with the weight of 1,000 unuttered confessions. "Why are we punished for loving?" she cries, her voice a haunting melody against the backdrop of torment, drawing my gaze like a moth to an otherworldly flame. Her sorrow cleaves to me, intertwining with my own fragmented memories of love lost, the kind that burns and sears yet leaves an indelible mark on the soul. "Love, Francesca, is a double-edged sword," Virgil interjects, the weight of his ancient wisdom crashing down like a boulder. "It can elevate but also ensnare. Here we see the consequence." She shudders, the truth like a dagger to her heart, but still, her spirit clings to the vestiges of hope, a flicker in a tempest, a candle in the overwhelming dark. I can't help but feel pulled into her world, where passion collides with tragedy, and innocence is a fleeting dream swallowed by the grinding gears of fate. The deeper we descend, the more the air thickens with the acrid scent of despair. Each circle drips with the essence of human failing, each damned soul a stark reminder of choices long since abandoned. It hits me in waves, the realization that this is no mere literary construct, it is a visceral reflection of the human condition. 9. The number resonates, echoing like a heartbeat, a countdown to inevitable confrontation. We reach the fifth circle, where the wrathful and sullen lay trapped in their own impotent rage. The river Styx churns with the fury of their souls, and I feel the agony of their screams clawing at my sanity, each one a reminder of my own buried frustrations. I remember the arguments that spiraled into chaos, the friendships that crumbled under the weight of pride, the silent screams of my own heart when faced with betrayal. It's all here, mirrored in the faces of the damned, lost to their own darkness. Why must they suffer so? I ask, my voice barely rising above the cacophony of despair. Virgil's gaze pierces mine, heavy with the knowledge of ages, yet he only shakes his head, eyes glimmering with a sadness that pierces my heart. They chose this, just as you will choose your path, a reflection of your soul. Francesca's gaze drifts toward me, her sorrow laced with something unnameable, a connection that transcends the void between our realities. In her eyes, I see a flicker of recognition. We are two souls, lost in the labyrinth of our own making. Do you think we can escape? She asks, her voice a fragile whisper, barely audible over the sound of wailing and gnashing teeth. I want to tell her yes, to reassure her that love conquers all, but the weight of our surroundings crushes those words in my throat. Instead, I nod, even as fear coils around my heart like a serpent, squeezing tighter with each passing moment. At that moment, the significance of 9 becomes painfully clear. It is a countdown, an inescapable fate that binds us all, each sin, each denial, each tear, marking our descent into oblivion. As we press onward, I see the shadows twist and writhe, enveloping us in a fog thicker than despair. The echoes of the damned grow louder, and I fear I might lose myself in their chorus of pain. Suddenly, Francesca stands frozen, her eyes wide with a horror that slices through the haze. There she gasps, pointing to a figure lurking in the murky depths, a silhouette wrapped in the chains of their sins, eyes glowing with a haunting despair. It is a reflection of ourselves, a ghost of what we might become. The air crackles with tension, a storm brewing in the silence, and I can feel my breath quicken. Will we succumb to the very darkness we seek to escape? The number 9 looms in my mind like a ticking clock, each beat an urgent reminder of the choices that lie ahead. Run! I shout, urgency clawing at the edges of my sanity as I grasp Francesca's hand, pulling her away from the edge of despair. Together, we flee through the murky corridors, our footsteps echoing the frantic rhythm of our hearts, the shadows clawing at our backs. I cast one last glance at Virgil, who stands resolute, his expression a mixture of sorrow and knowing. He is the embodiment of all that is rational in this madness, but even he cannot escape the weight of this nightmare. As I run, I remember every mistake, each time I turned away from love, every moment I chose fear over hope. The number 9 presses upon my chest, a constant reminder that time is slipping, and yet, within that weight lies a flicker of defiance. We may be trapped in this cycle, but we are still alive, still capable of choosing, to love, to fight, to escape the shadows that seek to consume us. The darkness swirls around us, but as we surge ahead, I cling to that hope, the fragile whisper that love can still save us, even as 9 circles of hell loom behind, waiting, ever patient, their shadows creeping closer. The air was thick with a tension so palpable it felt like a living entity, coiling around the throats of the 3 figures standing before the towering gates. The shadows cast by flickering torches danced like terrified spirits, shivering at the edge of the abyss. The stone archway loomed above them, a grotesque visage of anguish and despair, etched into a facade that echoed the cries of the damned. Each crack in the stone whispered secrets of torment, tales of souls lost to greed, lust, and unendurable sorrow. I never thought it would come to this, whispered Lena, her breath catching in her throat like a sob. Her hands trembled, fingers brushing against the cool, rough surface of the gate, as if she sought to glean some comfort from the stone. She was a paradox, a fierce warrior trapped in a fragile body, her heart a battlefield of doubt and fierce love. We can't turn back, can we? She asked, her voice barely more than a tremor. Beside her, Caleb stood rooted to the ground, a maelstrom of guilt swirling in his chest. The boy, once reckless and wild, now bore the weight of 1,000 sins on his young shoulders. His mother had died because of a choice he'd made, an impulsive decision that left them all standing at the edge of hell. I thought I could save her. I thought, The words crumbled in his mouth, and he pressed his palms against his eyes, fighting back the deluge of tears that threatened to overflow. "I remember," he murmured, the echoes of laughter and warmth taunting him like specters from a life he could never reclaim. Then there was Thomas, a shadow of a man who had turned his back on everything he once held dear, a father, a husband, now a husk of regret. His heart, once vibrant with hope, was now a heavy stone that sank into the chasms of despair. "We have to go through," he said, voice low, gravelly, as if the weight of his own failures cracked his tone. "For them. For all of them." The memories of his daughter's laughter, of bedtime stories and gentle kisses, haunted him like a ghost he could neither embrace nor escape. The gates were inscribed with words that seemed to pulse like a heartbeat, a sinister invitation etched in a language that stirred primal fear. "Abandon all hope, ye who enter here." The phrase clawed at their minds, a maze of despair that wrapped around their souls. It gnawed at them, a reminder that this threshold would not yield to the light of forgiveness or the balm of love. "What if we don't come back?" Lena's voice cracked, slicing through the silence, her vulnerability unmasked. She had always been the brave one, yet here, before this grim entrance, she felt small, like a child lost in a dark forest. "What if we are trapped forever?" Caleb's eyes glimmered with unshed tears as he met her gaze. "Then we fight," he declared, his voice rising, raw with desperation. He held onto his anger like a life raft, a desperate bid to drown out the guilt that threatened to consume him. "We fight for them, for every moment we took for granted." The wind howled, a mournful wail that echoed through the archway, carrying with it the sense of decay and ash. It was a specter of the past, a reminder of the choices that brought them to this moment. Each breeze whispered promises of pain and loss, secrets of those who had come before them, drawn in by the allure of power, and now trapped in eternal night. Thomas stepped forward, the heaviness of his heart almost tangible as he brushed against the gates. "I remember," he began, the words thick with regret, "the day I chose ambition over love. My daughter wanted me to be there for her, and I ignored her calls. She needed me, and I was too busy chasing shadows." A breath caught in his throat, choking him, and he pressed his palm against the cool stone as if to anchor himself to a memory he could no longer touch. The gates seemed to pulse, as if alive, drinking in their fear, their pain, their intense longing for redemption. With a deep breath, Lena stepped forward, resolve hardening her features. "We can do this. Together. We might not come back, but we can't let fear win." The gates groaned in response, an ominous echo that sent shivers down their spines. Time itself felt warped here, stretched taut as a bowstring, ready to snap. The moon hung heavy in the sky, a witness to their despair, casting a silver sheen over the darkness that lay ahead. Stars twinkled, distant and cold, a reminder of the vastness of the cosmos, and yet, here they were, three souls teetering on the precipice of oblivion. "No more running," Thomas whispered, and with a nod, he gathered his courage, his heart a cacophony of uncertainty and fierce love. He stepped forward, dragging Caleb and Lena with him, pushing them closer to the threshold. "We face it together." And then, the inscription glowed, each word igniting with a fire of its own as they approached. "Abandon all hope, ye who enter here." It blazed in their minds, a stark reminder that they were crossing into a realm where hope was a forgotten relic, a distant memory that flickered like a dying star. Their hearts thundered in unison, a tribal drumbeat that echoed against the stillness, a crescendo of fear and determination. They took a collective breath, and as Caleb reached for the gates, time seemed to fold around them. The air crackled with electricity, a reminder that every choice had led them here, and the consequence of their decisions hung heavy in the air. And then, with a push that felt like destiny itself, they opened the gates. The darkness beyond swallowed them whole, a vortex of despair that promised to shred their souls to pieces. The chill wrapped around them, biting and insatiable, but as they stepped through, they felt the weight of their shared pain, an unbreakable bond forged in the fires of tragedy and love. The gate slammed shut behind them, a finality that echoed through the abyss, a reminder that once they crossed into this realm, there was no turning back. The air hangs heavy, thick like fog clinging to the skin, as I stand on the precipice of the vestibule, a place that vibrates with a silence so loud it drowns out reason. The shadows stretch, mocking, curling into corners unseen, whispering secrets of those who once lingered here. I feel the distant pulse of indifference all around me, an echo of souls who have passed through, but never stayed. It's a waiting room for the uncommitted, a limbo for those too afraid to choose, and I am caught in its grip, heart hammering against my ribs like a prisoner desperate for escape. There's a woman to my left, her silhouette fractured under the dim light. I can't see her face, but I sense the weight she carries, the burden of indecision. Her name is Laura, and I remember her laughter once echoed brightly, but here it's hardened into silence, a stone lodged in her throat. She stares at the ground, eyes hollow and searching, as if the cracks in the floor might offer answers. I want to reach out, but I'm paralyzed by the fear that any touch will shatter her fragile facade. I remember when I used to dream, she whispers, voice trembling like a leaf caught in the wind. But dreams don't live here. Her admission hangs in the air, and I feel its truth wrap around my throat, squeezing until I can barely breathe. She's right, in this place, dreams rot like forgotten fruit, left to decay in the corners of the mind. Then there's Ben, the man with the haunted eyes, standing across the room. His pacing, a caged animal in a world without bars. He runs a hand through his disheveled hair, as if trying to comb through his thoughts. What if we never leave, he mutters, half to himself, half to the shadows that seem to listen more intently than I do. What if this is it? Just waiting. His voice trembles, laced with a raw desperation that gnaws at my insides. I want to scream back, to shake him from his reverie. It doesn't have to be. But the words are swallowed by the echoing silence, lost in the darkness that swallows our hopes whole. The ghosts of the uncommitted drift past us, their faces etched with regret, lost moments, missed chances, lives unlived. I see them out of the corner of my eye, flickering like candle flames. I can't help but wonder if their whispers are warnings or invitations. Do you remember the stars? Laura suddenly asks, her eyes lifting to mine, searching for something, connection, maybe? The way they used to feel so close? Like you could reach out and pluck one from the sky. She smiles, but it's a brittle thing, breaking at the edges. Now they're just lights, distant and cold. Her words slice through me, igniting a visceral ache. I remember the night skies, the dreams I once spun beneath their vastness. I remember, I say softly, the echo of her sentiment resonating within me. But here, beneath the weight of indecision, those memories feel like a distant memory, an ancient fairy tale lost in the back of my mind. What if we just walked away? Ben's voice cuts through the air, fierce and unyielding. What if we chose to leave? My heart quickens, the thought is a wild spark in the oppressive gloom. But even as hope flickers to life, so does fear. What if we stepped through that door and found nothing? What if the world outside has moved on without us, leaving us stranded in a reality of our own making? I can't, Laura begins, but her voice trails off, swallowed by the void. I see it in her eyes, an anguished struggle against the ghosts that bind her here. I want to scream, to beg her to fight. You have to want it, Laura. The words spill from my lips in an urgent rush. What do you want? What do any of us want? The silence that follows is deafening, a chasm that swallows my desperation. I look between them, the weight of our collective uncertainty pressing down, suffocating. I see Ben's shoulders slump, the fire in his determination flickering like a candle in the wind. I want to feel alive again, he admits, his voice raw and trembling. In that moment, I see the truth of the vestibule, a limbo not merely of space, but of spirit. We are all suspended here, caught in a loop of indecision, echoing the fears that have haunted us for too long. And yet, I see the possibility in their eyes, the faint glimmer of rebellion against the shadows. Then let's choose, I say, my voice rising with a tremor of defiance. Let's choose to leave behind the ghosts, the regrets, the indifference. We owe it to ourselves. The words pulse between us, igniting a spark that warms the chill of the room, daring us to confront the unknown beyond the door. Laura looks at me, her eyes shimmering with something unnameable. But what if we fail, she asks, the tremor in her voice betraying her uncertainty. What if we step out there and what if it's worse? Then we'll come back, I reply, urgency coiling within me, urging me to push against the walls of this suffocating space. But at least we'll know. At least we'll be free to try. The tension hums around us, thick and electric, as if the universe is holding its breath, weighing our choice against the vastness of possibility. Ben steps closer, his resolve reigniting. I don't want to be a ghost, he says fiercely, determination hardening in his voice. I want to feel again. I want to choose. The shadows waver, trembling at the power of our collective yearning. And in that heartbeat of resolve, I realize that the vestibule is not merely a place of indifference, it is a crucible of possibility, a moment that teeters on the edge of decision. The air crackles with the tension of what's to come, and I know we are on the brink of something monumental. In the distance, the door looms, an unseen threshold that leads to the unknown. It beckons us with a promise, but it's a promise that comes with the weight of our fears and hopes, a reflection of the lives we've yet to live. We stand together, a fragile coalition of souls on the brink, hearts pounding, as the shadows swirl around us, waiting, watching. Together? I ask, and the word feels like a lifeline, fragile yet resilient. Together, they echo, a vow that reverberates through the stillness, binding us in our shared desire for freedom. And with that, we move toward the door, the weight of our choices heavy, the pulse of our hearts quickening, as we step into the unknown, ready to embrace whatever lies beyond, ready to defy the indifference that has held us captive for too long. The air clung thick with a stillness that felt almost suffocating, a silence only broken by the distant wail of a lost soul. The sun, a ghostly orb trapped in the haze of a twilight sky, cast long shadows that twisted like fingers reaching for something just out of grasp. Here, in Limbo, time did not exist. It was an aching void, echoing the regrets of the unfulfilled. I remember the scent first, humus and forgotten dreams mingling with the damp earth. And then, the sight, a small clearing where 3 figures stood, their expressions a mix of despair and acceptance. They were waiting, suspended in a moment that felt both eternal and fleeting, much like my own existence. I felt their silence wrap around me like a shroud, as if they were the guardians of some unspoken truth. There was Lucius, a philosopher cursed by his own wisdom, eyes burning with the embers of unasked questions. He had sought the truth in life, only to find it laid bare in this desolate limbo. His hands trembled slightly, betraying the serenity he attempted to project. Every heartbeat echoed his internal struggle, the bitterness of knowing yet never being able to act. "What is it to exist, if not to love?" he murmured, his voice cracking like dry leaves underfoot. Then there was Ilara, a poet with a heart too vast for her small frame. She stood with her arms wrapped around herself, as if to contain the whirlpool of emotions threatening to spill forth. "I remember," she whispered, her face a canvas of pain and beauty. "I remember the taste of laughter, the warmth of sunlight on my skin." Each word dripped with longing, a melancholic symphony that resonated through the void. It was a stark contrast to Lucius's stoicism, a reflection of the turmoil buried beneath her delicate surface. But it was Marcus who caught my breath. His eyes, a stormy blue, flickered with the remnants of a spirit unbroken, even in this forsaken realm. He had fought for justice once, wielding a sword against tyranny, only to find himself disarmed here, trapped in a cycle of memories that faded like echoes in a canyon. "I remember the taste of blood," he growled, a ferocity coursing through him like wildfire. "I remember fighting for what was right, the thrill in my veins as I charged into battles, believing in something greater than myself." His fists clenched, the knuckles white against the backdrop of twilight shadows. The 3 of them stood together, a triad of lost souls bound by the weight of their shared existence, and I found myself drawn closer, as if I were spiraling into their world, unable to resist the gravitational pull of their stories. They spoke of their lives in fragments, words tumbling into the abyss like stones cast into the depths of night. "Do you feel it?" Lucius asked, looking toward the horizon where the darkness began to swallow the last remnants of light. "The ache of unfulfilled desires." Ilara's gaze flickered to me, searching, pleading. "We are the virtuous pagans, the ones who lived without the salvation we sought. Do you know what it is to be caught in the spaces between?" Her voice was haunting, a melody laced with despair that lingered in the air like smoke. I felt the weight of her longing, the swirling chaos of hope and hopelessness that defined her very being. As they spoke, I could see the shadows dancing at the edges of their souls, dark reminders of the choices that had led them here. Each word unlocked a piece of their pasts, a tapestry woven with threads of laughter and sorrow, ambition and regret. The space around us pulsed, alive with their shared histories, a collective heartbeat echoing the rhythm of their lives. I was entranced, each heartbeat a drum urging me to delve deeper into their pain. Marcus, with his brooding intensity, spoke of the day he had watched injustice unfold before his very eyes. I was a fool, a martyr without a cause, believing that my sword could change the world. But in the end, he said, his voice dropping to a whisper, I was nothing more than a ghost, reliving my failures like an unending nightmare. His pain reverberated like a thunderclap, a raw and visceral truth that struck at my core. Yet, we are not without purpose, Lucius interjected, his voice a guiding light in the encroaching darkness. We are here to remember, to hold on to the fragments of a life lived fully, even if it was not a good life. He glanced at Ilara, his gaze tender, as if trying to shield her from the weight of despair. We have the power to create meaning from our sorrow. But what is meaning? Ilara challenged, her voice rising like a crescendo. What is the point of spinning words on a page if they lead us only to this? We are shadows, echoes, wandering through time, forever searching for a place to belong. Her anguish flooded the air, filling the void with a visceral ache that resonated through my own heart. In that moment, as their voices intertwined, I felt the pulse of their existence meld with my own, a collective heartbeat thrumming in syncopation with the melancholy of their stories. I realized then that Limbo was not merely a place, but a reflection of every unfulfilled dream, every regret that lingered in the corners of our minds. It was the essence of humanity itself, the struggle, the yearning, the quest for meaning in a world often devoid of it. I couldn't look away. I was ensnared in their tales, their whispered confessions hanging in the air like smoke, a promise of something beautiful yet haunting, a macabre dance between life and death. Each emotion raw and palpable, each heartbeat echoing the agony of existence. And so, in that moment, as twilight deepened into the inky embrace of night, I stood at the precipice of their pain, their memories washing over me like waves in an endless ocean. I felt their longing, their search for purpose, their need to be truly seen in a world that had cast them aside. Time slipped away, the clock of existence ticking softly, as I breathed in the weight of a truth that felt both excruciating and transformative. Tell me, I found myself asking, though I could hardly bear to hear the answer, what will become of you? But the shadows stirred, and I realized the answer lay not in words, but in the silence that followed, a void that echoed their hopes and fears, their dreams and failures, leaving me standing on the brink of an unending night. There's a silence so thick it chokes the light, a stillness that hangs in the air like an unspoken curse. Shadows flicker in the periphery, whispering secrets that shimmer with the weight of desolation. I stand at the edge of the abyss, a gaping maw of darkness where time loses its meaning and the echoes of souls linger, suspended in an eternal twilight. It's a haunting reminder that the boundaries between the living and the dead are at best a thin veil, stretched taut and ready to tear. Virgil stands next to me, his presence a brooding storm cloud, the kind that rumbles with the promise of unshed rain. He clutches a scroll, the corners worn and frayed, a relic of a time when words had the power to shape worlds. But now, here in this limbo, those words dissolve into the ether like smoke, leaving behind only the bitter taste of longing. His eyes are hollow, reflecting a lifetime of unanswered questions, a poet's heart trapped in a purgatorial embrace. I remember the warmth of the sun on my skin, he murmurs, his voice breaking the silence like shattered glass. And how it felt to be alive. Each sentence is a dagger, piercing the heart of my own memories, dragging me down into the depths of my fears. What does it mean to exist in a place where hope flickers like a dying ember? I can almost see the ghosts of his past swirling around us, shadows of those he once loved, each one a reminder of what has been lost. Then there's Beatrice, her spirit a glowing ember against the backdrop of despair. She hovers nearby, her ethereal form a striking contradiction to the decay surrounding us. Her gaze is fierce yet tender, a fierce love that transcends the boundaries of life and death. Virgil, she calls, her voice a song laced with sorrow, you must remember, there is beauty in suffering. I feel the tension thrum in the air, a taut string ready to snap. Virgil turns to her, anger and anguish wrestling within him. But what of the joy? He shoots back, his words sharp like barbs. What of the laughter that echoes in the halls of memory? Each question is a punch to the gut, a reminder that even in limbo, the heart yearns for the warmth of joy, even as it dances on the edge of despair. I close my eyes and let the darkness wash over me. Memories flood my mind, echoes of laughter, the brightness of a child's smile, the taste of fresh bread shared in the sun. Those moments feel so distant now, like stars fading into the dawn. I remember the day I lost everything. I remember standing in the ashes of my life, the taste of bitterness coating my tongue, the weight of grief clinging to my shoulders like an unwanted cloak. Time, what is it but a cruel trick? Beatrice's voice pulls me back, and I see her, a glimmer of hope amidst the shadows. It teases us, shows us joy, then snatches it away. We are all just echoes in the wind. Her words are like a balm, soothing the raw edges of my heart, yet they also cut deep. What is existence if not a collection of fleeting moments? But Virgil cannot see the light through the darkness. You speak of beauty, yet what is beauty without life? His fists clench, a simmering rage threatening to erupt. We are in limbo, Beatrice. Trapped in a void where nothing matters. His voice rises, drowning out the silence, summoning an intensity that reverberates through the air. And then, like a spark igniting dry tinder, the tension reaches its breaking point. Then what do? I shout, desperation clawing at my throat. Do we just stand here, frozen in time, while the world moves on? My own heart beats like a war drum, the rhythm of my anger mingling with fear. A moment of silence, heavy and oppressive, fills the space between us. I can feel the weight of their gazes, each one a dagger to my soul. There's a flicker of understanding, a shared pain that binds us together in this limbo, a connection forged in the fires of suffering. Then let us make our own beauty, Beatrice whispers, her voice a soft caress against the chill of despair. Let us weave the threads of our memories into something that allows us to transcend this darkness. Virgil's eyes soften momentarily, caught in a web of conflicting emotions. But how? How do we create beauty from ashes? By remembering, she replies, resolute. By holding on to every fleeting moment, every heartbeat, and letting them guide us through the shadows. Her words hang in the air, heavy with the promise of hope. I look at them, two souls intertwined in a dance of light and darkness, and I feel the pull of their emotions. This limbo, this haunting place where time has no dominion, feels alive with possibility. Then let's remember, I breathe, my voice trembling. Let's remember the laughter, the love, the warmth of the sun. Let's not allow this place to steal our stories. The shadows around us shift, swirling like a tempest, and for a moment, I feel the stirrings of something greater. A fragile thread of connection binds us, a shared resolve to fight against the abyss. We stand together, three figures in the twilight, clinging to the flicker of hope that refuses to be extinguished. Time shifts, bending around us like the distorted reflections in a funhouse mirror. Each heartbeat resonates through the stillness, an echo of resilience. I grasp Virgil's hand, then Beatrice's, and for the first time, I feel the warmth of their presence eclipsing the cold. This limbo, this haunting place of shadows, does not have to be our end. As we stand united, I feel the weight of despair beginning to lift, replaced by something fierce and unyielding, a determination to transcend the darkness, to carve our own path through the void. And as the shadows tremble, I know this moment is just the beginning, a flicker of light in an ever-encroaching darkness, the promise of a story that has yet to be written. Time may bend and twist, but we are here, together, in this limbo, ready to write our own fate. The whisper of a hot breeze curled through the shadows of a dimly lit room, dancing between the bodies entwined on the silk sheets, their breaths mingling in a chaotic symphony of desire. The air was thick with anticipation, thick with sweat, and every heartbeat drummed like war, echoing against the walls painted with the muted colors of moonlight. I stood at the doorway, an unwilling voyeur, paralyzed by the intensity of their forbidden entanglement. Jade's laughter rang out, bright and reckless, slicing through the tension like glass. Her body, a canvas of sin, twisted against the skin of a stranger whose name I didn't know but whose eyes held the weight of our shared past. He looked at her as if she were the only star in a sky long devoid of light, and in that moment, something shattered within me, an unrelenting ache that was almost painful, twisted with jealousy and longing. How easily she laughed, how freely she surrendered, while I stood frozen, a ghost caught in a world of the living. I remember the first time we met, a summer night thick with the scent of jasmine, innocence hanging heavy like dew on the grass. She wore a sundress that fluttered around her like the wings of a butterfly, and I, clumsy, awkward, a mere shadow of a boy, was drawn to her light like a moth to flame. But that was before I learned that love can morph into something grotesque, before I understood the darkness that could seep into the brightest of hearts. His fingers traced the curve of her neck, igniting a firestorm of possessiveness in my chest. I felt each delicate brush against her skin as if it were my own, a cruel reminder of the distance that had formed between us. Every touch was a knife, carving out pieces of my heart, leaving me hollow and trembling in the doorway. How could she give herself so easily? Didn't she remember the moments we shared, the secrets we whispered into the night? But lust is a fickle mistress, blind and insatiable. It consumes all reason, all memory, until nothing remains but the frantic pulse of desire. I watched them, entranced yet repulsed, caught in a web of my own making, a voyeur in my own tragedy. The room was alive, vibrating with the intensity of their connection, a chaotic whirlpool threatening to pull me under. Jade's eyes glinted with mischief, the kind that promised chaos and wreckage, and my heart stuttered as if trying to escape the weight of the moment. I remember how I used to joke about her, how she had a taste for danger, an appetite for the forbidden. But I never thought it would come to this. My laughter turned bitter in my throat as I stood still, a statue crumbling under pressure, while she threw herself into the arms of another. I couldn't breathe. The air was thick, suffocating, and as I watched the shadows play across their bodies, I felt my own heart shatter, fragmenting like glass underfoot. Memories flooded in, uninvited, cruel. I could see us dancing under the stars, the way her laughter wrapped around me, pulling me closer until the world faded away. I can still recall the way her skin glowed in the moonlight, the way she'd smile at me with a warmth that ignited something deep within. Yet, here she was, laughing in the arms of a stranger, her happiness a dagger aimed straight at my soul. Each sound, each movement, was a betrayal, a reminder of everything I had lost. I wanted to scream, to rage against the night, to shake her and demand she remember me, the promises we made, the love we swore would last forever. Instead, I stood there, a mere observer, locked in a battle against my own heart. Time slipped away like water through my fingers, the clock ticking mercilessly, each second a reminder of the moments I could never reclaim. I could see the shadows elongating, stretching, twisting in the corners of the room, morphing into grotesque forms that mirrored my anguish. The universe spun on, indifferent to my suffering, while I felt suspended in a reality that had lost all meaning. Why? I wanted to ask, but the question lodged itself in my throat, an unyielding lump of despair. Why had she chosen him? Why had she turned her back on the tenderness we once shared? I could almost feel the weight of her eyes on me, knowing she would feel my presence even in this haze of passion. But she was lost now, caught in the throes of something raw, something primal. Carnal desire had ensnared her, and I was left behind, battered and broken. As the tension in the room escalated, I could sense the storm brewing, an electric charge that crackled in the air. I saw the way their bodies moved together, fluid and intoxicating, and I realized that I was not just a bystander, I was the catalyst for this moment. My love, my betrayal, my inability to fight for her when it mattered most, it all culminated in this single, exquisite moment where lust danced unabashedly in the shadows, devouring everything in its path. And then it hit me, this wasn't just about her. It was about me, about the way I had let my fears hold me hostage, about the way I had allowed silence to dictate the course of my life. I was trapped by the ghost of what could have been, shackled to the memories of a love that had turned to ash. As their laughter echoed, I felt a fire ignite within me, a burning desire to reclaim my own heart, to scream from the depths of my soul that I wouldn't remain in this limbo any longer. But the moment slipped away as quickly as it arrived, and in the haze of lust and longing, I became a shadow once more, fading into the background. The world held its breath, and all I could do was watch, helpless, as the scene unfolded before me, a cruel reminder of the sin of carnal desire, a relentless cycle that ensnared us all, that promised ecstasy but delivered only despair. And so I stood, a ghost in a room of living, the clock still ticking, the shadows still dancing, caught in the cruel grip of lust that pulled us all into its abyss. The night stretched endlessly ahead, unbroken, an eternal loop of heartache and longing. The dance of desire was far from over. It had only just begun. In the stillness of the night, under a blood-red moon, the air crackles with an electric tension. I can feel it, the weight of unconfessed sins, hanging like thick fog between us. A chill prickles my skin, not from the cold, but from the ghosts whispering their regrets just out of sight. I stand in a dimly lit chamber, stone walls echoing with the muffled cries of lost souls, their murmurs flowing like a river of anguish. Here, time folds upon itself, creating a tapestry of despair that seems to stretch into eternity, but it all comes back to this moment. I remember the first time I met her, Claire, her laughter a melody lost in the chaos of our lives. She was a sinner in the truest sense, dancing on the edge of morality like it was a tightrope strung over a pit of fire. She wore her heart on her sleeve, but it was stained with secrets, each one a weight dragging her deeper into the abyss. I remember the way she'd throw her head back, laughter spilling out, while her eyes reflected a hidden storm, a tempest brewing just beneath the surface. Then there was Marcus. Always the skeptic, a man with walls built high and thick, stubborn like the stone around us. His cynicism wrapped around him like a cloak, shielding him, but it only made the glow of his vulnerability shine brighter in contrast. He was a contradiction, a flame wrapped in a shroud of ice. I remember the way he'd bite his lip, wrestling with the weight of the past, the ghosts of choices long made haunting his every step. He'd stare into the distance, as if searching for a way to escape the shadows clinging to him, but the chains of his regrets held him fast. The cries rise, echoing in the chamber, piercing through the fog of memory, and I know we are on the precipice of something monumental. We are here, snared in the clutches of the second circle, the realm of those who succumb to their desires, tormented by the very pleasures they once sought. The sins of lust hang heavy, like a sweet perfume turned acrid over time, and I can't help but feel the oppressive weight of it all. Do you hear them? Claire's whisper is barely audible, her breath catching in her throat. She clutches my arm, her fingers pressing into my skin, grounding me as the cries crescendo. Do you hear the regrets? Yes, I say, the word trembling on my lips. But we can't forget our own. Her eyes dart away, a flicker of shame crossing her features. I remember the night we first shared our secrets, sitting under a sky sprinkled with stars that felt so far away. We laughed, shared stories that made our hearts swell, but the laughter always seemed to mask the underlying truth. She told me of lovers lost, of bodies entwined beneath sheets stained with promises broken. There was a rawness in her voice that still haunts me, a reminder that every pleasure comes with a price. Marcus shifts, the tension in his posture palpable, as he stares ahead, his eyes searching for something in the shadows. We're all haunted, aren't we? He mutters, more to himself than to us. Each choice an echo of the past, ringing through our lives like a funeral bell. I remember the countless nights he spent drinking away the ghosts, trying to drown the memories that clawed at him, but they always resurfaced, sharper than before. His laughter was hollow, a mask he wore to shield himself from the pain of unfulfilled dreams and lost love. The walls seem to close in as the cries grow louder, an orchestra of despair that wraps around us, squeezing tighter. Claire's grip on my arm tightens, her breath quickening. We can't stay here, she whispers urgently, desperation dripping from her words. We're becoming part of this. But how do you escape the sins that cling to your very soul? How do you outrun the shadows that dance at the edges of your consciousness, weaving their way into your thoughts? I feel the world around us whirl, a storm of past and present colliding, swirling into chaos. The cries morph into familiar faces, lovers lost, friends betrayed, and the choices we made in the heat of passion, each one a ghost, haunting the corridors of our minds. Marcus, I say, my voice trembling, what are we going to do? His eyes flicker to mine, a moment of vulnerability flashing before the walls come crashing back, impenetrable. We're trapped, he replies, the weight of despair thick in his tone. We've been here before, and we'll be here again. It's a cycle. Claire whimpers, a sound that tears through me. I can't do this, she says, her voice quaking with fear. I can't face it again. The air thickens, the shadows stretching, yawning wide as if to swallow us whole. I see flickers of our memories, each choice looming larger than life, each regret a weight we carry, an anchor dragging us down. The faces of those we've wronged swim before us like phantoms, a gallery of our sins etched in sorrow. I remember their voices, the cries of those left behind, the hearts shattered by our selfishness. And yet, there's a strange beauty in the chaos. In this chamber of despair, I can feel the pulse of something greater, an acknowledgement of our flaws, a raw, unfiltered glimpse into the depths of humanity. We are broken, yes, but we are also alive, and the fire of our imperfect existence burns bright against the darkness. Maybe being here isn't the end, I say, my voice rising above the cries, trying to pierce through the gloom. Maybe it's a beginning. But Claire's eyes are wide, filled with an unspoken fear that makes my heart ache. What if it's a trap, she whispers, her breath shaky. Then we fight, Marcus says, finally breaking through the walls of his despair. We fight to remember, to feel every moment, every heartbeat, every regret. We refuse to let it consume us. In that moment, the echoes shift. The cries morph into a roar, an anthem of defiance rising from the depths of our souls. We are not just sinners, we are survivors, each one of us carrying our scars like battle wounds, unafraid to confront the darkness that binds us. We stand together, united by our flaws, fortified by our pain, and for the first time, I feel a flicker of hope simmering beneath the surface. Together, I whisper, reaching for Claire's trembling hand and then Marcus's, our fingers intertwining, a fragile connection in a world teetering on the brink of despair. As the shadows close in, the cries crescendo, a tempest screaming in our ears, we face the darkness together, unyielding. And in that moment, we become more than just sinners, we become flames against the night, burning fiercely, determined to rise from the ashes of our past. And as the storm rages, I remember, the echoes will always be there, but so will we. Together, we will confront our sins, our fears, and perhaps, just perhaps, find a way to turn this darkness into light. But the shadows are still lurking, waiting, and the night is far from over. The air was thick, a dense fog swirling around the towering pillars of the cathedral, swallowing whispers of confession and regret. I stood there, heart pounding like a war drum, my breath shallow and ragged, caught in the moment between desire and despair. The flickering candles cast shadows that danced along the walls, twisting like the thoughts in my mind. I could almost hear the echoes of tortured souls, their moans wafting through the heavy silence. Each flicker felt like a heartbeat, each shadow a reminder of what lay just beyond the veil of the visible. And there they were, two figures, their lives intertwined with tragedy and lust, both drawn to this dark sanctuary of unholy confessions. Isabel, with her raven hair cascading like a waterfall of secrets, and Lucian, whose blue eyes flickered with the flames of passion and pain. They were bound by a love that burned brighter than the candles, yet darker than the abyss. A love that yearned for freedom but was shackled by their own desires. I remember the first time I saw you, Isabel whispered, her voice a haunting melody, echoing against the stone. You looked like temptation itself. Lucian smirked, a ghost of a smile on his lips that belied his turmoil. And you were the promise of sins unfulfilled. The irony hung heavy between them, a web of longing and regret. The cathedral walls seemed to murmur, as if they, too, recognized the gravity of the moment. I could feel Lucian's anguish, a palpable force, as he shifted from foot to foot, a soldier preparing for battle. What's left for us, Isabel? The world out there is nothing but a prison of our own making. Isabel's eyes glistened with unshed tears, each droplet a reminder of what could never be. We could run, Lucian. We could escape this wretched fate. But they both knew the truth, there was no escape from the clutches of lust, from the suffocating embrace of desire. Their love was a raging fire, consuming everything in its path, yet it was also a chain that bound them to this moment of reckoning. The clock tower chimed, each toll resonating in the marrow of my bones, a grim reminder of the inexorable passage of time. As the echoes faded into the silence, the tension thickened. Shadows shifted, creeping toward them like predatory creatures, hungry for their vulnerability. The world outside waited, a tapestry of lust and sin, with streets paved in the remnants of broken hearts. I remember the nights we spent in secret, Lucian said, the weight of memories pressing down on him. Every stolen kiss was a dagger, piercing our souls. And yet, Isabel replied, her voice gaining strength, we craved it, didn't we? Like moths to a flame. There it was, the raw truth, laid bare. Their lust had devoured them. It had twisted their desires into a labyrinth of sorrow and ecstasy, each turn more treacherous than the last. They were entwined in a dance of desperation, moving closer yet feeling the chasm widen with every heartbeat. What if we're destined to suffer? Lucian's words hung in the air, heavy with despair. What if our love is nothing but a curse? Isabel reached out, her fingers trembling as they brushed against his. Then let us embrace the curse. Let us become the architects of our own fate. But the words tasted bitter, laced with fear. The cathedral was alive with the weight of their decision, a witness to their impending doom. I could feel the shadows closing in, wrapping around them like chains forged in the fires of hell. The walls echoed their fears and their passions, each confession a flame, each sin a smoke that choked the air. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath us, a visceral reminder of the storm brewing outside. Rain lashed against the stained glass, the sound a symphony of chaos. The city beyond was alive with reckless abandon, a carnival of lust where the boundaries of right and wrong blurred into a haze of desire. Lucian, we can't stay here. Not in this cathedral of broken dreams. Isabel's voice trembled, a fragile leaf caught in a tempest. But even as she spoke, the fear in her eyes was matched only by the longing. The cathedral was not just a building, it was a prison and a sanctuary, a place where they could give voice to their desires without judgment. They were both drawn to its darkness, even as it threatened to swallow them whole. Do you feel it? Lucian asked, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and exhilaration. The pull of the abyss? It calls to us, Isabel. I do, she breathed, her heart pounding like a wild beast. But we must resist. We must break free. Yet how could they resist the very thing that had set their souls ablaze? The air thickened with unspoken truths as the chaos outside raged on, a stark contrast to their stillness. The shadows danced on the walls, mocking their struggles, whispering promises of what could never be. I remember, Lucian said, desperation creeping into his voice. I remember the way you looked at me, like I was the only man in the world. And I remember the way you touched me, Isabel's voice cracked, each word an echo of what was lost. Like it was a sin worth bearing. They stood suspended in time, a moment stretched to its breaking point, their desires clashing with the reality of their situation. The cathedral swirled with tension, a cauldron of fate boiling over, as they faced the abyss together. The truth loomed, their love was both their salvation and their doom. In that dim light, as the storm raged on, I felt the weight of their fate pressing upon my chest. The shadows of their choices loomed large, a tapestry woven of longing, regret, and desire. The punishment for the lustful was not just a sentence, it was the very essence of their existence, a haunting melody that would play on even after the last candle flickered out. And as they stood there, on the precipice of everything they had ever wanted, I knew there was no escaping what lay ahead. Their choices were etched in the very fabric of the universe, a cosmic dance of shadows and light, forever entwined in a cycle of passion and pain. The cathedral breathed with their fear, their love, a reminder that in this life, where desire reigns supreme, the line between heaven and hell is hauntingly thin. The clattering of utensils pierces the air like a gunshot, a cacophony of greed unleashed. The restaurant is a carnival of excess, every surface glistening with the remnants of overindulgence, greasy plates piled high with half-eaten feasts, glasses overflowing with wine that swirls like a tempest, laughter too loud, too desperate. In the center, at the heart of this grotesque pageantry, sits Marissa, her fingers trembling around the stem of a crystal glass, the dark liquid reflecting her haunted eyes. I remember a time when joy wasn't measured in calories, when a smile didn't feel like a mask. But here, in this temple of consumption, joy tastes bitter, a hollow echo of what it once was. Marissa looks around, her breath hitching as she watches the others, shoveling food down their throats, oblivious to the hollow void that gnaws at their insides. They feast as if it were their last supper, and maybe it is. The thought sends a shiver down her spine, because she feels it too, the gnawing emptiness that no amount of food can fill. Across the table, Jared is lost in his own desperate dance with the devil. He crams another bite of succulent steak into his mouth, the sauce dripping down his chin, a careless contrast to the fine suit he wears. I see him, lost in a haze of adrenaline and regret, each morsel a fleeting moment of pleasure that dissipates as quickly as it arrives. He glances at Marissa, his eyes clouded with hunger, not for food, but for something he can never articulate. Something deeper, darker. "Keep eating," he says, his voice thick with a mix of desire and desperation. But it feels like a command, not an invitation. You need to indulge. It's good for the soul. Indulge. I remember when indulgence meant a slice of cake at a friend's birthday party, laughter ringing like bells. But this isn't indulgence, it's a funeral for the soul, a banquet for the damned. Marissa's heart races, a rhythmic drum echoing her internal war. She wants to scream, to throw her glass against the wall and shatter the facade, to break free from this cycle of consumption. But instead, she lifts her glass, the wine swirling like a storm inside, and forces a smile, the kind that feels more like a mask than a simple expression of happiness. The walls close in as shadows flicker, the lights dimming, and the laughter turns sinister. Gluttony isn't just a sin here, it's a living, breathing creature, wrapping its tentacles around their throats, squeezing tighter with each bite they take. Marissa can feel it, a weight pressing down on her chest, and she swallows hard, the food in front of her morphing into a grotesque monster. She wants to push the plate away, to drown it in the remnants of her shame, but her hand betrays her. She scoops more onto her fork, the taste of regret coating her tongue. Jared catches her eye again, and in that moment, the room shifts. It's not just food they're consuming, it's each other, their hopes, their dreams, their very essence, all being swallowed whole in this twisted ritual. He leans closer, his breath hot against her ear. What if we just kept eating forever? What if this is it? His words hang heavy in the air, a chilling promise that sends icy fingers down her spine. They are caught in this spiral, a vortex of avarice that promises fulfillment but delivers only despair. She can see the glint in his eyes, a manic spark that reflects her own hidden fears. She remembers nights spent staring at the ceiling, the clock ticking mercilessly, counting down to the moment when she would finally give in to the emptiness. Forever, she whispers, the word tasting bitter on her tongue. She wants to laugh, to choke on the absurdity of it all, but it feels more like a eulogy than a jest. In the corner, a figure stands shrouded in shadows, watching them with an unsettling intensity. An old man, his face a map of wrinkles etched deep with stories of losses and excess. He raises a glass, and the others follow suit, a toast to their own demise. The moment feels suspended in time, the laughter, the clinking of glasses, the thick air heavy with unspoken truths. You think this is life, he croaks, his voice raspy like dry leaves. This is a prison of your own making. Marissa shudders, the truth slicing through her like a cold knife. She watches as Jared's eyes glaze over, the thrill of the moment pulling him deeper into the abyss. She wants to warn him, to shake him awake from this trance, but she's afraid he'll see her own reflection in the madness. Eat, drink, forget, she murmurs, tasting the despair on her own lips. But at what cost? It's as if the question hangs in the air, taunting them, daring them to confront their choices. She remembers the dreams she let slip through her fingers like grains of sand, each bite a reminder of what she sacrificed at the altar of consumption. She sees pieces of herself scattered across the table, the laughter, the joy, the memories, all devoured in the frenzy of excess. The old man steps closer, his shadow swallowing her whole. You want to break free? He asks, his gaze piercing through her facade. Then stop consuming. Stop hiding behind the plates and glasses. Face the abyss. The abyss? The word echoes in her mind, a haunting whisper that makes her heart race. It feels like a challenge, a reckoning with the truth she's been too afraid to face. But how? How do you confront the darkness when you've spent your whole life feeding it? In that moment, everything stands still, the laughter fades, the clattering utensils become a distant memory, and the shadows deepen, swallowing the light. Marissa glances at Jared, his eyes lost in a stupor of gluttony, and she knows she can't follow him down this path any longer. "I remember," she whispers, her voice trembling. "I remember who I was before this." But the words are swallowed by the echo of laughter, the din of indulgence, and the door swings shut behind her, marking her decision, one that is both a surrender and a rebellion. Time ticks away, the clock on the wall counting down to midnight, the shadows lengthening. The kaleidoscope of hunger swirls around her, blurring the edges, but in that moment, she finds clarity. She takes a deep breath, the air thick with possibility, the ghosts of her past swirling around her like a tempest. This is not an ending, it's a beginning of something raw, something painful, something that might just set her free. And as she stands to leave, the world around her shifts. The laughter fades into an eerie silence, the restaurant becomes a ghost of its former self, and she steps into the unknown, the darkness ahead whispering secrets of liberation. The taste of freedom lingers in the air, sharp and electric, a promise of what lies beyond. Gluttony may have its hold, but she knows the abyss can be a canvas if only she dares to paint her own truth, to confront the shadows that linger just beyond the plate. As the door swings shut behind her, the laughter fades, and time holds its breath, waiting for the next act in this theater of excess, a cycle that spirals endlessly, where consumption dances with despair, and the abyss remains ever hungry. The moon hung low, a blistered eye in the midnight sky, casting shadows that danced like flickering flames on the cobblestone streets of a forsaken town. I remember the cold that night, biting through flesh, chilling my bones, as if the universe itself conspired to strip away warmth. In an alley, I stumbled upon a scene that would haunt me forever, a woman, her face a mask of desperation, cradling a child too young to understand the weight of hunger gnawing at their bellies. The child's lips were cracked, eyes wide with confusion, while the mother's hands trembled, fingers clutching a tattered piece of bread as if it were a lifeline. I remember the moment when she tore the bread, and as crumbs fell like fragmented dreams, I felt the hunger echoing in my own gut. Beside them stood Cerberus, no longer a towering beast of myth, but a gaunt figure draped in tattered cloth, skin stretched tight over bones, a grotesque reflection of the gluttony that consumed this place. He held a silver platter, polished and pristine, filled with food that shimmered like stolen hopes. The irony was suffocating, as the scent of roasted meats and sweet breads wafted through the night air, mingling with the stench of despair. "Why don't you eat?" the woman pleaded, her voice breaking like fragile glass. Cerberus only smiled, a smile that twisted his lips into a ghastly grin. "There's plenty, but it costs more than you can afford." I remember the moment dread pooled in my stomach like poison. Cerberus was not merely a figure haunting the shadows, he embodied the essence of gluttony itself, an ever-hungry void, swallowing everything in its path. I felt his eyes on me, piercing, hungry, demanding. A confrontation loomed, an unspoken challenge that filled the air with tension thick enough to choke on. My heart raced, a frantic drumbeat against the silence. Across the alley, Calla crouched beside a crumbling wall, her slender fingers stained with the remnants of a life once filled with joy. She was a specter, a shadow of the vibrant girl she used to be, and now, her eyes held secrets too dark to share. "We can't let him take everything," she whispered, her voice low and urgent. I could feel the tremors of her fear vibrating through the ground, echoing my own. She had once been my anchor, a fierce spirit that laughed in the face of adversity. But gluttony had gnawed at her, hollowing out her resolve. "Calla, we can't fight him," I replied, desperation clawing at my throat. "He's a monster." "But aren't we all? Aren't we all monsters?" Her words pierced through the fog of my doubt, and I saw it then, the truth in her eyes, the resignation that settled like a shroud over her. The townspeople whispered of Cerberus, spoke of him in hushed tones, as if discussing a ghost. "He feeds on our despair, our gluttony for more than we can grasp." Her gaze drifted toward the silver platter, glimmering with a cruel allure. "We're what he's become." The tension snapped like an overstrained cord as Cerberus stepped forward, the ground trembling beneath him. "You think you can fight me? You are all gluttons, yearning for what you cannot have. You crave more, while I simply take. He lifted the platter, the food shimmering with an unsettling beauty, and the air crackled with unfulfilled desires. Join me, and be free. Let your hunger guide you. I remember that moment, every heartbeat echoing against the walls, the air thick with the stench of greed and longing. I glanced at Calla, and for a heartbeat, I saw it, the flicker of temptation in her gaze. Fear tightened around my chest as I realized the depths of her struggle. The battle between desire and despair played out across her features. Don't, I whispered, my voice raw, pleading. But Cerberus was relentless, his voice a caustic melody that wrapped around us, hypnotic and insidious. You are already lost, Calla. Look at what you've become, what we've all become. He gestured toward the townspeople, shadows of their former selves, their eyes glazed, mouths watering at the sight of gluttony personified. They were moths drawn to a flame, willing to be consumed, to lose themselves in the darkness. I felt the crushing weight of despair descending like a shroud, and in that moment, I remembered what it felt like to hope, to dream beyond hunger. Calla! My voice broke through the haze, desperation clawing its way to the surface. Don't let him take you. The intensity of her gaze shattered through the fog of her longing, as if a fire ignited within her. You don't understand, she murmured, there's a comfort in surrender. Cerberus laughed, a sound that echoed through the night like the cracking of bones. Comfort? Or is it merely the chains of your desires? The confrontation surged like an electric current, igniting a storm of emotions within me. I felt the weight of history, the burden of every soul caught in this cycle of gluttony, and it was overwhelming. I remembered the dreams, the aspirations that once filled our lives, now devoured by the insatiable hunger that Cerberus represented. The laughter that echoed in our memories felt like a ghost, forever taunting us. Stop this! I cried, the words ripping from my throat, raw and unpolished. We are more than our desires. We can break free. The words hung in the air, a desperate prayer against the darkness. Calla stepped back, torn between the haunting allure of gluttony and a flicker of hope ignited by my plea. What if we can't? She whispered, doubt curling around her heart like a serpent. Cerberus grinned, a predator relishing the scent of fear. Then embrace the hunger, my dear. Join the feast. And in that moment, the world around us shifted, the air thrumming with the tension of unspoken choices, as the very darkness that surrounded us threatened to swallow us whole. I remember the echo of my heartbeat, a pulse that matched the rhythm of our shared fears. The moon bore witness to our struggle, and as shadows loomed closer, I knew a reckoning was inevitable. The night stretched on, a tapestry woven from despair and hope, gluttony and yearning, drawing us deeper into the maw of Cerberus and the choices we had to make, whether to succumb to our hungers or fight for something more, something real, against the monstrous tides that sought to consume us all. The air was thick with the scent of gold, a pungent cloying sweetness that clung to the skin like a guilty secret. Wealth dripped from the ornate chandeliers, a grotesque display of opulence that cast shadows across the marble floor, where desperate souls scuttled like cockroaches. Each footstep echoed, a reminder of their place in this unforgiving world. Somewhere in the chaos, a woman screamed, her voice piercing through the laughter and clinking of glasses, and for a moment, time stood still. I remember the way her eyes darted, wild with panic, as she gestured towards the gilded doors. He's coming. She didn't need to say who, we all knew. The man cloaked in shadows, a figure of insatiable greed, was the heartbeat of this damn place. His hunger was palpable, a beast that gnawed at the edges of sanity. I clutched my glass tighter, the cool crystal pressing into my palm, grounding me to the moment. Beside me, Marcus stood, his jaw clenched, eyes scanning the room. He was the kind of man who wore his ambition like a shroud, draped over his shoulders with an arrogance that stung. But the truth? He had a heart buried beneath layers of bravado, and I saw it flicker in the firelight, a light dimmed by the weight of his choices. How many souls had he stepped over to reach this point? The thought twisted inside me, a snake coiling tighter with every heartbeat. Are you going to let him take it all? I hissed, my voice barely above a whisper, but sharp enough to cut through the din. I didn't know if I was speaking to him or to myself. His eyes narrowed. It's not just about the money, he said, but I knew better. Greed is always about the money. It masquerades as something nobler only to hide its true face. The moment you think you can control it, it consumes you, body and soul. I felt it creeping into my veins, a cold fire that ignited my darkest thoughts. What would I sacrifice for just one more coin? For just a taste of the power that glittered like a mirage before us? The laughter swelled again, but this time it had a darker undertone, a warning that sent shivers down my spine. I glanced at the woman, now silent, her eyes wide and glassy as though she had witnessed the birth of something monstrous. She was not a player in this game, merely a pawn, and the thought made my stomach churn. I remember the stories, the tales of the avaricious who became prodigal, the narratives stitched into the very fabric of the city. The ones who chased gold to their own graves, leaving nothing but shadows behind. This is how it ends, I thought. This is how it always ends. But still, I found myself stepping closer to Marcus, the allure of ambition pulling me like gravity. Do you think he sees us? I asked, nodding towards the dark figure at the center of the room. I was shaking now, fear mixing with the intoxicating thrill of ambition. I felt like a moth spiraling towards the flame, aware of the danger, yet unable to turn away. Let him see me, Marcus said, his voice steady but laced with an undercurrent of something darker. I am not afraid. He was a man built on bravado, but I could see the cracks forming in his facade. He wanted to believe he was untouchable, that the monster wouldn't claw its way into his heart. And then it happened. In an instant, the laughter turned to screams. The figure moved, a serpent slithering through the crowd, his eyes gleaming with a mix of lust and malice. He had set his sights on the woman, and suddenly, the game had escalated. My heart raced as I watched her being pulled into the depths of chaos, her pleas falling on deaf ears. "Help her!" I shouted, but Marcus was frozen, the weight of his decisions crushing him. I could see the gears turning in his mind. Was he calculating his worth against hers? Would he step into the fray, or would he let greed dictate his actions? "I can't," he whispered, eyes locked onto the woman's desperate struggle. I felt anger flare inside me, a wildfire igniting my reason. How could he stand by? How could anyone stand by? The figure loomed over her now, a puppet master reveling in the fear he instilled. My breath hitched, and for a moment, the world fell away. It was just me and that awful monster, and I could feel the walls closing in. I was drowning in the weight of our greed, in the shadows that stretched across the floor like the fingers of the damned. "Marcus, we have to do something," I pleaded, urgency twisting my gut into knots. But the moment was slipping away, the silence between us stretching taut. And then, something snapped. In that eerie stillness, I saw the truth reflected in Marcus's eyes. The battle between ambition and morality waged a war within him. It was the kind of conflict that could tear apart a man's soul. As I lunged forward, the echoes of my heart pounding against my chest, I found myself spiraling into a reality that felt both foreign and achingly familiar. The shadows danced around me as I pushed through the crowd, each step heavy with the weight of choice, each breath a reminder of our fleeting humanity. In that moment, time warped, the seconds stretched into an eternity, the atmosphere thick with the taste of desperation. Around me, the revelry faded, replaced by the cries of the lost and the echoes of those who had chosen poorly. I remember witnessing it all, the greed that twisted the hearts of the once pure, the darkness that seeped into the very marrow of existence. And I remember the way it felt, knowing that the battle was far from over. The truth loomed like a shadow behind me, ready to consume everything in its path. "Help her!" I screamed again, as if the words could pierce through the fabric of greed that had wrapped itself around us all. It was a desperate plea, a cry into the void, echoing back with a chilling intensity that shook me to the core. And then I saw it, the flicker of resolve in Marcus's eyes. Would he follow? Would he embrace the light or succumb to the darkness? Would he let greed dictate his fate or rise against the tide? The moment hung precariously, and I realized then that every choice, every heartbeat, was a step towards salvation or damnation. As I plunged into the fray, I felt the weight of those who had come before me, their stories woven into the fabric of this nightmarish tapestry. I was not just fighting for the woman, I was fighting for every lost soul ensnared by greed. And as the darkness threatened to swallow us whole, I knew that the battle was only beginning, a storm brewing on the horizon, and we stood at the precipice, teetering between hope and despair. The city breathed around us, a living entity, and beneath the gilded surface, something far more sinister lurked, waiting for its next victim. The door creaked open, a raspy whisper in the stillness of the cluttered room. Dust motes danced in the slanted light, glinting like lost dreams, while the shadows stretched like fingers, yearning to pull everything back into their embrace. In that moment, I felt the weight of the world pressing down on my chest, the suffocating sensation of all the things we accumulate yet never truly possess. I stood there, on the precipice of chaos, heart pounding, breath shallow. The piles of forgotten history, old newspapers, broken toys, and crumpled love letters stood as tombstones of fractured lives. There was a scent in the air, something stale and familiar. It was the smell of guilt, of regret, of a life unfulfilled. I glanced over at Claire, the queen of this kingdom of refuse. Her eyes darted, wide as saucers, flickering with a mix of fear and determination. She crouched beside a mound of crumpled cardboard, fingers trembling over the remnants of a past she couldn't let go. I can't throw them away. They're all I have left. Her voice quivered, the desperation clawing at my insides. But I was no better. I turned to my own corner of despair, the neatly stacked boxes that I had convinced myself were treasures. Each box contained echoes of who I used to be, and the thought of releasing them stung like salt in a fresh wound. It's just stuff, I muttered, but I saw how my hands tightened around the edges of a cardboard box, as if it were the last lifeline in the storm. The irony wasn't lost on me, I was suffocating under my own mountains of waste, a prisoner to trivialities. Just then, the door slammed shut behind me, and the noise ricocheted in the silence, a gunshot in a quiet war. It was Ben, Claire's brother, bursting through with a wild look in his eyes, breathless and frantic. "They're coming. They know we're here. We have to go." His words hit me like a cold wave, pulling me away from the warm comfort of nostalgia, thrusting me into a reality drenched in panic. I could see it in his eyes, the terror that gnawed at him, the certainty that whatever was lost was worth more than the dust around us. And so the struggle began, a battle not just against the physical weight of our possessions, but against the emotional tides that had anchored us in place. Claire's screams filled the room, a primal sound that echoed the chaos of our hearts. "This is mine. These are my memories. You can't take them." I could feel her pain rippling through the air, palpable as the dust that cloaked us. I reached out, wanting to hold her, to pull her away from the brink, but I was trapped in my own web of denial. Ben grabbed her wrist, pulling her toward the door, his face etched with urgency. "We can't keep hiding. It doesn't matter if it's yours or not. We have to let it go." His voice rose, cracked like the fragile porcelain statues buried under our collective mess. I watched as Claire's face twisted, a mixture of confusion and rage, her heart wrestling with the ghosts that refused to surrender. "Let it go," I whispered to myself, tasting the bitter truth. But with every word, the walls of my mind screamed back, "What if it's all we have?" Each box, each item, was a memory tethered to a moment. To throw it away felt like cutting away pieces of my own flesh. The torment surged within me, a tempest that threatened to rip me apart. Around us, the room felt alive, alive with the echoes of laughter, crying, and remnants of love lost. Time itself warped in the clutter, a moment stretched into eternity as I fought against the impossible. I could almost hear the ticking of a clock in my chest, counting down to some inevitable climax that I couldn't foresee. Suddenly, Ben turned with a fierce intensity, eyes blazing. "This is about survival. We can't just sit in this graveyard of memories. We need to break free." His words hung in the air like a heavy fog, thick with the weight of truth. In his eyes, I saw the flicker of hope, a fire that dared to blossom in the encroaching dark. And then, like a match struck against the night, Claire's resistance crumbled. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, glimmering like the ghosts of her past. "But what if they're all I have left?" she breathed, the tremor in her voice cutting through the tension, a raw and tender plea. I felt it, the trembling connection we shared, the vulnerability that bound us in this moment of despair. I reached for her, my fingers brushing against the edges of a crumpled photograph, two smiling faces lost in time. Maybe, I murmured, what we have left can be rewritten. Maybe we're more than just the sum of our things. The words tumbled out, heavy with the weight of my own realization. I couldn't control the past, but I could choose who I became in the ashes of it. With a deep breath, I turned to Ben, my resolve solidifying. "Help me," I whispered, and the unity in our struggle felt like a lifeline thrown into the tumultuous sea of our shared pain. Together we began to sift through the debris, tossing aside the remnants of what no longer served us. Each item discarded felt like a small victory, a moment of liberation from the shackles of our past. But as we moved deeper into the chaos, shadows began to dance around us, beckoning with whispers that chilled me to the bone. The room felt like a living entity, the air thickening with tension, each breath laden with memories that threatened to claw their way back. And just when I thought we were breaking free, the darkness surged, a cold wave crashing over us, reminding me that the struggle was far from over. In that moment, as I looked into Claire's eyes, I understood that we were both hoarders and wasters, trapped in a cycle of holding on and letting go, forever teetering on the edge of what was lost and what could still be found. The clock in my chest ticked louder, and I knew that whatever lay ahead would demand everything we had, a reckoning of the heart. The tension coiled within us, ready to explode, and as the shadows whispered their secrets, I felt the pulse of the universe, the haunting echo of survival woven into the fabric of our lives, binding us together in a way that felt both terrifying and beautiful. I closed my eyes, feeling the rhythm of it all, the chaos and the quiet. Letting go, holding on. And as we plunged deeper into the struggle, a singular thought anchored me: the journey was never about the things we kept, but rather about the souls we carried with us through the dark. The air crackled with an electric tension, a storm brewing in the darkened alleyways of the heart, where shadows twisted and coiled like serpents ready to strike. I stand there, my chest heaving, pulse pounding like the war drums of forgotten battles, and I see them, their faces, a kaleidoscope of rage and despair, woven together in this hell where wrath and sorrow dance a macabre waltz. Around us, the city looms, a vast, indifferent beast, its neon glow flickering like the dying breaths of the damned. Lena's eyes, glassy and wild, dart between the walls, searching for something, anything, to cling to. Her fists tremble, not from fear but from the sheer weight of unspent fury. She feels it ripple through her, a tempest aching for release. "They took everything," she whispers, voice hoarse, raw, as if each word were a blade cutting through the thick fog of her sorrow. I remember when she laughed, I remember the way her joy used to light up spaces like a flare in the night. But now, the light is snuffed out, replaced with a darkness that seeps into her very bones. Beside her, Marcus stands like a statue, carved from stone, face a mask of stoicism that cracks under the pressure of unexpressed fury. He clenches his jaw, teeth grinding together as if trying to crush the memories, the ghost of his brother, gone too soon, taken by the merciless hands of fate. "We'll make them pay," he growls, each syllable laced with venom, a promise wrapped in pain. I can feel the heat radiating from him, an inferno waiting to ignite, and I wonder how much longer he can hold it all together before he shatters. The alley shudders with silent screams of the past, echoes of broken dreams and shattered lives. I remember the way the sun shone on their faces before it all crumbled. I remember laughter turned to ash, love twisted into a weapon. It's hard to breathe here, the weight of the world pressing down, heavier than a mountain. We are trapped, caught in the web of our own making, and the only way out is through the very thing that binds us, anger. "Let's go," Lena says, her voice barely a whisper, a prayer or a curse, I can't tell. Her eyes flicker like dying stars, desperate for a chance at redemption, at revenge. The city outside is a labyrinth of despair, neon lights flickering like false hopes, but it calls to us, that siren song of the damned. We step into the chaos, and the night swallows us whole. Every corner we turn feels like a gamble, the streets alive with a pulse of their own, each shadow a reminder of our sins. I can feel the weight of expectations, the pressure to be more than we are, to rise above the anger that gnaws at our insides like a ravenous beast. But it's not just anger, it's loss, regret, fear, a cocktail of emotions that churn in our guts, a volatile mix ready to explode. Marcus stops suddenly, his breath coming in gasps. "I can't do this," he murmurs, voice cracking like thin ice underfoot. I see the cracks forming in his facade, the rage morphing into something softer, more vulnerable. I can't be the one to carry this anymore. And there it is, the flicker of doubt, the creeping realization that anger can't be the answer, that it may lead us only deeper into this abyss. But Lena, fierce and unyielding, shakes her head, slicing through the tension like a whip. We have to fight. If we don't, they win. Her words resonate, curling around us like smoke, intoxicating and suffocating. I feel the familiar tug of her passion, that fire that can burn the world down, yet there's a chill in the air, an unease that lingers like a ghost. Every step feels heavy, weighted with the past. I can see the flickers of our memories playing out, a montage of moments that haunt us, Marcus laughing with his brother, Lena's carefree dance in the rain, my own memories tangled up in shadows. The clock ticks loudly in my mind, each second an echo of time lost, every breath a reminder of the choices we made. As we round another corner, the streets grow darker, the shadows stretching, reaching for us. There's a sudden explosion of sound, a shattering bottle, laughter that slices through the air like shattered glass. My heart races, a primal instinct firing up, and I feel it in my bones, the violence that lurks just beneath the surface, waiting for a spark to ignite it. I glance at Marcus, his fists are balled, his eyes alight with that same hunger for justice, for retribution. Let it go, I plead, the words spilling from my lips, desperate and raw. We can't become them. But my words are swallowed by the din of chaos, drowned in the rising tide of fury that threatens to consume us. Lena's face is a mask of conflict, torn between vengeance and the desire for peace. I can see the struggle waging within her, a battle as fierce as the one we face in the streets. And then it happens, a figure steps from the shadows, a spectre from our past, and the air thickens with tension, as if the world holds its breath. Time stretches, each second a lifetime, and in that moment, everything culminates, the heartache, the rage, the longing for release. It's all there, palpable, waiting to explode. I can feel the weight of it, the wrath that binds us, the sullen memories that linger like ghosts, our souls tethered to this fate. We stand on the precipice, teetering between the urge to fight and the need to heal. It's a fragile balance, and I can sense the darkness creeping in, hungry to claim what is left of our shattered selves. The city waits, breathless, the night alive with whispers of what's to come, as we step forward into the chaos, united by our pain, driven by our wrath, and haunted by the sins of our past. The clock ticks on, a relentless reminder that time is slipping away, but in this moment, we are alive, raw, and ready to confront whatever lurks in the shadows. Chapter 19. The river Styx, a barrier to redemption. The air was thick with silence, a silence so heavy it pressed against the heart like a weight that could never be lifted. I stood at the edge of the river Styx, its black waters swirling under the ghostly light of a waning moon, the sound of distant wails echoing across the water, each cry a reminder of the souls trapped in its depths. My hands trembled, the icy grip of fear wrapping around my throat like a noose. I could feel the darkness pull at me, tugging me closer to the edge, whispering secrets that I dared not hear. In the shadows, I spotted her, Lyra, her silhouette stark against the night. She stood frozen, staring into the abyss, her breath coming quick and shallow. She was a flame flickering in a storm, beautiful yet fragile. I remembered the way she laughed, how it lit up even the darkest corners of my mind. But laughter had long since been replaced with sorrow, each night a reminder of what we had lost. You shouldn't be here, I whispered, but the words felt hollow, they were more for me than for her. Her eyes, once vibrant pools of joy, now mirrored the depths of the Styx, haunted, searching for something. What if I can't go back, she breathed, the tremor in her voice slicing through the night. What if this is where I belong? I wanted to reach out, to pull her away from the brink, but something rooted me to the spot. We were both prisoners of our pasts, chained to our regrets like ghosts haunting a forgotten grave. Then there was Marcus, a shadow lurking in the periphery, his presence felt more than seen. He was a man torn apart by his own demons, a soldier haunted by memories of battles fought and lost. I remembered the way he had once embraced life with reckless abandon, how every word he spoke was laced with laughter, yet now he was a shell of the man he used to be. "This place is a lie," he said, his voice gravelly with despair, "a promise of redemption that's nothing but a trick." His eyes, however, held a flicker of defiance, a tiny spark of hope buried beneath layers of grief. "I remember," I said, the words spilling out unbidden, "the stories they told us as children. How the Styx was just a river, a place to cross, not a prison." Lyra turned to me, her expression shifting from despair to something akin to disbelief. "Stories?" "They were warnings," she shot back, her voice rising, the tension crackling in the air. "This isn't a fairy tale, it's a reckoning." I could feel the weight of her frustration, the anger that coursed through her like wildfire. But Marcus stepped forward, his fists clenched at his sides. "We're not supposed to be here. We should turn back." But he was lying. We were already too far gone, the river had seeped into our bones, and its chill had settled within our hearts. I wanted to scream at the futility of it all, to let the darkness swallow me whole, but I couldn't. I had to keep fighting, even if every breath felt like swimming against a current that threatened to pull me under. "Do you hear that?" Lyra asked suddenly, her eyes wide. The wails grew louder, the cries of lost souls echoing across the water, a chorus of despair that clawed at my sanity. They were calling for us, pleading for release, and even I felt the urge to answer their cries, to join them in their eternal lament. "It's too late for us," she whispered, a tear slipping down her cheek, glistening like a shard of glass in the moonlight. "We're already damned." "No," I said, the word exploding from my lips with desperate conviction. "We can't let the Styx take us. We have to fight it." I didn't know what it was, didn't understand the depths of despair that awaited us, but I felt a flicker of something, defiance, perhaps. Or just sheer stubbornness. It didn't matter. I took a step forward, the pull of the river tightening around my legs as if it were alive, as if it craved our surrender. "You think we can fight fate?" Marcus's voice dripped with cynicism, yet in his eyes, I saw something else, a glimmer of understanding. We were all standing on the precipice of our choices, the weight of our lives pressing down like a lead blanket. "Every choice we've made has led us here," I pressed, desperation creeping into my voice. "But we can still choose differently. We can still choose to step away from the edge." But what did that really mean? To turn our backs on the abyss? Or to embrace it, to accept our flaws and scars as part of our being? The questions hung heavy in the air, each one a ghost waiting to be answered. Lyra shook her head, her hair spilling around her shoulders like ink. "You don't understand. The river doesn't forgive. It doesn't forget." Her voice trembled with fear, but beneath it lay raw determination. "I want to be free, but I don't know how." The river stirred, its waters frothing and bubbling as if alive. It beckoned, a siren song tempting us closer with promises of freedom, of redemption. But the truth loomed like a dark specter, whispering the futility of our struggle. Was freedom just an illusion? "Then we fight together," I said, my voice ringing clear through the chaos. "Whatever it takes." I didn't know what that meant, I didn't know how to fight the river, how to tackle the darkness. But in that moment, with Lyra's tears glistening like stars and Marcus's resolve shining through his despair, I felt something shift, a fragile bond forged in the face of our shared fate. As the cries of the damned crescendoed, I reached for Lyra's hand, and she took it, squeezing tight. Marcus stepped forward, our trio standing defiantly against the tide of despair. The river Styx surged before us, its depths a mirror of our fears, our regrets, and our hopes. We were not just souls lost to the darkness, we were warriors, standing on the brink of a decision that could change everything. And in that moment of connection, of fierce determination, I found a flicker of light in the depths of the abyss, a spark of hope that whispered we could still choose to fight, to rise above the pain that threatened to consume us. But the river pulsed with ancient power, and as we stood there, hearts pounding in unison, I knew this was just the beginning. The confrontation awaited us, a reckoning that felt both inevitable and terrifying. We were teetering on the edge, hearts racing, breath catching in our throats. The river Styx was a barrier, yes, but it was also a choice that would echo long after we stepped into its depths. And as the waters churned beneath our feet, we stood united against the darkness, ready to face whatever came next. The air was thick with desperation, a haunting stillness settling like a shroud over the charred remnants of the town square. Ashes spiraled into the twilight sky, each flake a memory of laughter, of life extinguished. Alizia stood at the heart of this forsaken place, her breath shallow, her heart pounding like a war drum against the encroaching silence. She clutched a tattered book, a relic of forbidden knowledge. The cover, worn and cracked, seemed to pulse with a life of its own, as if the words within held secrets too dangerous to be spoken aloud. "I remember the light," she whispered, eyes glazing over, lost in reverie. "I remember when hope was more than a flicker in the dark." But hope had fled, replaced by a gnawing fear, a gnawing doubt that clung to her skin like smoke. She could hear the echoes of her brother's laughter in the distance, a haunting melody now silenced by the weight of truth. Each heartbeat resounded with despair, a reminder of the cost of her choices. Zevon, her brother, had always been the light, the guiding star in the chaotic universe that encircled their lives. But now, he was a ghost, his absence a wound that refused to heal. "How could you?" he'd shouted, rage and betrayal twisting his features when she chose knowledge over loyalty, when she dared to seek the truth that lay buried beneath the rubble of their existence. "You're playing with fire, Alizia. You'll burn us all." She remembered the fear in his eyes, the love that flickered like a dying flame. And now she stood alone, amid the shadows of what once was, the air heavy with the scent of singed earth and despair. A figure emerged from the haze, Bastian, a reluctant ally cloaked in uncertainty. His face was a map of scars, each one telling a story of battles fought and lost, and yet he approached with a gentleness that belied his rough exterior. In his eyes, Alizia saw a flicker of understanding, a kindred spirit grappling with his own demons. Yet, beneath that facade lay a storm of conflict, the struggles of a man torn between survival and loyalty. "Alizia," he said, his voice low, almost a whisper, as if speaking too loudly could shatter the fragile remnants of their world. "We can't linger here. The council will come for us." "I know," she replied, her voice steady even as her insides quaked. "But we can't let them take this. We can't let them burn the truth." "The truth?" Bastian shook his head, a bitter smile ghosting his lips. "What is truth but a weapon in their hands? You think this book will save us?" He gestured toward the tattered pages, a symbol of her rebellion. "It'll get us killed." "I would rather be dead than live in a lie," she shot back, the fire igniting within her once more. "You know what they've done, Bastian. You know the stories they've hidden. We owe it to the fallen to uncover this." But doubt flickered in his eyes, the spark of fear threatening to consume them both. "And what of us? What of those who still breathe?" "I remember," Alizia's voice broke, and she turned away, the truth too heavy to bear. "I remember the faces of the burned, the cries of the innocent. Do you think they rest easy, knowing we sit idle?" Silence enveloped them, thick and suffocating, as if the very cosmos held its breath. In that moment, the night wrapped around them, a cloak of shadows whispering secrets of forgotten truths. Alizia felt the weight of destiny pressing down on her shoulders, a burden she had chosen to carry. But the road ahead was fraught with peril, and she could sense the darkness closing in, the council's ominous presence lurking just beyond the veil of reality. "Then let's find our truth," Bastian's voice was firm now, a declaration that resonated deep within her. "Together! Together!" The word hung in the air, a lifeline cast into the abyss. But as they stepped forward, the tension crackled like electricity, a storm brewing on the horizon of their souls. They were not merely seekers of knowledge, they were rebels standing at the precipice of annihilation. Alizia's heart raced, a wild drumbeat of hope and fear intertwining. She remembered the stories of ghosts, lost souls lingering in the shadows of history, forever echoes of a truth denied. The shadows twisted, forming phantoms of doubt and regret, taunting her with visions of a world lost to ignorance. "What if you're wrong?" They whispered in a cacophony of voices, each one a stab to her resolve. "What if the truth is worse than you can imagine?" But as the distant sounds of approaching footsteps reverberated through the air, something ignited within her, a fire born of desperation and resolve. She turned back to Bastian, her eyes fierce. "No more running. No more hiding. We fight. He nodded, and in that moment, they became something greater than themselves, two flawed beings intertwined in a dance of defiance against a world determined to erase them. Alizia could feel the cosmos shifting, the fabric of their reality tearing at the seams, and she welcomed it. She craved the chaos, the truth, the confrontation that lay ahead. As they moved through the remnants of the town, the night pulsed with life, shadows morphing into something more than mere darkness. Time slipped away, an abstract concept in the clutches of their shared madness. I remember, Alizia murmured, each word a mantra grounding her in this tumultuous moment. I remember the warmth of the sun, the laughter echoing in the streets. I remember life, and I refuse to let it slip away. In that declaration, the world around them transformed. The flames of their rebellion flickered to life, illuminating the path ahead like stars breaking through the veil of night. The echoes of the past reverberated within her, fueling her resolve. They were not alone, they could not be silenced. And as the council loomed closer, ready to snuff out their light, Alizia and Bastian stood resolute, hearts intertwined in a fierce defiance that transcended the boundaries of time and fear. This was their moment, a confrontation that would echo through eternity, a battle not just for truth, but for the very essence of what it meant to be alive. With every breath, they propelled forward, two souls entwined against the tide of darkness, racing toward the brink of the unknown, where the ultimate price of heresy awaited, and the truth lay shrouded in blood and ashes. The air was thick, with the kind of silence that hangs like a guillotine blade, ready to sever the tiny threads of hope still clinging to life. I stood in the darkened alley of Dis, shadows pooling at my feet, the echo of my heartbeat hammering in my ears. The city of Dis was a labyrinth of despair, where lost souls wandered, twisting their names into curses, and where the very walls seemed to bleed memories of betrayal. I had come to confront my own demons, but the very ground beneath me felt like it was shifting, as if my past was clawing its way back to the surface. I remember the moment vividly, when the air crackled with the tension of a storm. There, among the flickering flames of a distant bonfire, stood Mara. Her silhouette danced like a spectre, her eyes glinting with a fierce defiance that made my heart ache. She was a warrior of the spirit, yet the weight of her choices bore down on her like a leaden cloak. I could see it in the way her shoulders slumped, the way her fingers trembled. She was fighting against the very essence of herself, and it terrified me. "Mara!" I called out, my voice lost in the oppressive air. She turned, and for a brief, electrifying moment, our eyes locked. It was a connection fraught with unspoken words, love, fear, regret, all swirling like the ashes of a long-burnt fire. But then her gaze dropped, shame washing over her features, and I felt a cold gust of wind slice between us, severing the fragile link. I looked away, swallowing the lump in my throat. Just behind me stood Lucian, his face shadowed but familiar, a haunting reminder of the bond we once shared. He was a ghost in my memory, a flickering flame that could ignite a forest or be extinguished with a single breath. I could see the turmoil in his eyes, the turmoil that mirrored my own. Here, in Dis, we were all heretics, rebels against a world that demanded conformity, like weeds growing stubbornly through cracks in the pavement. "I can't do this," Lucian muttered, his voice raw, a whisper drowned in shadows. "Every moment here feels like a countdown to oblivion. Can't you feel it?" His words dripped like poison into my veins, and I fought the urge to recoil. The truth of his statement hung heavy in the air, a tangible weight pressing down on us, squeezing the hope from our chests. "I remember," I whispered, but the memories were a jigsaw of pain. I remembered laughter, fleeting like butterflies, and then the shattering silence that followed. I remembered the night spent under a velvet sky, tracing constellations with our fingertips, only to sober up to the reality of our choices, of the chains we had forged in our hearts. The city around us was a mirror of our anguish, reflecting back the shadows we desperately tried to escape. Mara stepped closer, her fragility exposed in the flickering light. "What do we do?" she asked, the question hanging like a noose. Her voice was small, trembling on the precipice of despair. I didn't have an answer. I wanted to tell her we could find redemption, reclaim the pieces of ourselves that had been lost in this infernal place. But the words stuck in my throat, a lead weight pulling me down. The truth was, we had all made choices that led us to this moment, and now, standing in the heart of Dis, the consequences loomed like dark clouds overhead. A distant wail echoed through the streets, an unholy sound that felt like the lament of 1,000 anguished souls. It snaked through the air, coiling around us, tightening like a noose. I shivered, a visceral reaction to the sorrow that permeated every stone in this cursed city. "Look!" Lucian shouted suddenly, pointing toward the horizon, where a flicker of red danced against the darkness, a fire, or perhaps a beacon. "We have to go. We can't stay here." Fear gripped my heart, a vice that threatened to crush me. Stay or leave. Part of me longed for the unknown, but another part, a deeper, darker part, embraced the familiar pain. It felt easier to suffer than to fight for something I wasn't sure I deserved. I felt Mara's hand slip into mine, warm but trembling, an anchor in this sea of uncertainty. "Together," she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The intensity in her eyes held galaxies of unfulfilled dreams. I nodded, though inside, the storm raged on. As we moved, the shadows twisted and writhed like living things, eager to swallow us whole. The city became alive, each corner a lurking predator, each alleyway a whisper of betrayal. I could hear the echoes of our past, reverberating off the cobblestones, a relentless reminder of the paths we had chosen. "Do you remember those nights?" I asked, my voice breaking, an attempt to tether myself to something real. "The stories we told beneath the stars." "I remember," Lucian replied, his voice thick with emotion. "I remember laughter. I remember us." But laughter felt like a distant memory, a ghost that eluded our grasp. In every crack of thunder, in every gust of wind, I felt the weight of our sins, heavy stones that we couldn't shed, no matter how fast we ran. And so we ran, through the twisted streets of Dis, toward the flickering fire that beckoned us with its false promise of salvation. With every step, I felt the city's grip tightening, pulling me into the very heart of despair. But with Mara's hand in mine, I refused to let go, even as the shadows whispered secrets, and the darkness loomed ever closer. We were all heretics here, bound by our flaws, by our choices, by the haunting specters of our past. As I took a breath, sharp and cold, I knew that the confrontation lay ahead, the reckoning that would either break us or bind us together in a way we had never imagined. I could hear the whispers growing louder, a cacophony of voices merging into one, and I realized we were not alone. Night draped the city in a suffocating blanket of darkness, punctuated only by the erratic flicker of streetlights that cast long, wavering shadows, like specters reaching out for something lost, something forgotten. I stood there, heart pounding, sweat prickling like the sharp bite of frost on bare skin, watching from the shadows of an alley as the chaos unfolded. The sharp crack of glass shattering echoed in the stillness, a prelude to the storm brewing just beyond my sight. My breath hitched in my throat as I peered closer, desperate to understand the violence boiling over, spilling into the streets like spilled ink on a blank page, each drop a story of pain, betrayal, and desperation. Jenna was there, her face a mask of fury, fists clenched as she confronted Mark, her neighbor, the one she once trusted, the one who had shared laughter over fences and whispered secrets on summer nights. "You think you can just take what's mine," she screamed, voice raw and trembling, a wounded animal caught in a trap. I felt her anger ripple through my chest, a visceral reaction, like the sharp sting of a bee's bite. The night seemed to hush, pregnant with tension, every breath held tight in the throats of onlookers, paralyzed by the sheer force of her emotion. Mark stood there, eyes wide, defiance mingling with regret in the shadows of his brow. "I didn't mean to," he yelled back, but his words felt hollow, empty like the echo of a forgotten promise. The crumbling remnants of their friendship lay scattered at their feet, shards of mirrored moments reflecting back the truth. They were both trapped in the cycle of violence, a web they spun together. This wasn't just about lost property, it was about betrayal, the raw ache of someone you thought you knew, morphing into a stranger before your very eyes. And then there was me, an unwilling spectator wrapped in the cocoon of my own guilt and fear, tethered to the scene as if by invisible chains. I remembered the nights spent on my porch, listening to their laughter, the way their lives intertwined with mine like vines climbing a trellis, only to find them choking each other now in a suffocating grasp. I was paralyzed, torn between the instinct to intervene and the sick thrill of watching it all unfold. "Do you even care?" Jenna's voice cut through the haze, penetrating the fragile barrier of my indifference. It was a question that echoed back to me, resonating with the ghosts of my own insecurities, the haunting realization that sometimes it was easier to let the darkness consume you than to step into the light of confrontation. The air hung thick, heavy with unspoken accusations and the bitter taste of resentment. In that moment, I saw it, the flicker of something deeper, a well of pain that ran beneath the surface, like the still waters of a lake hiding the jagged rocks below. Violence whispered not just in broken bodies but in shattered dreams, in the silence that followed the screams. Jenna was waging war against Mark, yes, but also against herself, battling the demons that lurked in the shadows, feeding off the fragments of her despair. I could feel it, the magnetic pull of her struggle drawing me closer, a moth to the flame of her anguish. "Stop!" I finally shouted, the word tearing from my lips, a desperate plea against the tide of fury crashing before me. They paused, both of them, eyes turning to me, surprise mingling with anger. "This isn't you." But could I even say that with certainty? Who was I to define them, to impose my own vision of peace onto the chaos of their lives? Jenna's gaze hardened, and for a moment, I saw a flicker of vulnerability behind her anger, a yearning for understanding that smoldered just beneath the surface. "You don't know what he did," she spat, and I could feel the heat of her rage, a wildfire threatening to consume everything in its path. But what did I know? I was no stranger to violence either, the crippling kind that gnawed away at the soul, that whispered to you in the dead of night, reminding you of every failure, every regret. And then there was Mark, standing there, a wall of regret and confusion. "I don't want this," he murmured, but the tremor in his voice betrayed him, a tremor that resonated with the fear that we were all just one moment away from turning the violence inward. The weight of despair pressed down on us, suffocating, and I remembered nights spent wrestling with the darkness inside my own heart, the self-inflicted wounds that cut deeper than any blade. The air was electric, charged with unresolved pain and the potential for destruction. I felt it in my bones, a reminder that violence could manifest in countless ways, against neighbors, against oneself, against God, a triad of despair woven together like a tapestry of sorrow. We were all players in this macabre theater, each one of us wrestling with our own demons, our own need for redemption. "Let's not do this," I whispered, but my voice was a feeble thing, lost in the cacophony of emotion swirling around us. A part of me wanted desperately to reach out, to bridge the chasm that separated us, but another part, deep and primal, wanted to watch it all burn. I felt the weight of the universe on my shoulders, the pressure of time ticking away, each second a reminder that we could either sink into the abyss or claw our way back to the surface. But in that moment, we were suspended in a fragile bubble, teetering on the edge of violence. Jenna's face was a tempest, her fury threatening to erupt like a volcano, while Mark stood like a statue, frozen in a moment of disbelief. I realized then that we were all just one heartbeat away from violence, one decision from unraveling. The city pulsed around us, alive with the echoes of past conflicts and future regrets, and I felt the world closing in, shadows creeping closer. And as the night deepened, I understood that this was not an ending but a prelude, a dark echo of what was yet to come. We were caught in a cycle, a loop of violence that fed on itself, and the only way out was through the storm. As their eyes locked, I held my breath, waiting for the explosion, the moment when the dam would break and chaos would reign, a violence spiraling out of control, a symphony of suffering that would reverberate long after the echoes faded into the night. The air crackles with a tension so thick it feels like a storm waiting to break. I stand in the heart of the labyrinth, the shadows clinging to the damp stone walls, where the coolness pulls at my skin like anxious fingers. It's here, in this cryptic maze of anguish and horror, that the Minotaur prowls, a monstrous heartbeat echoing through the passages. I can hear its growl, a low rumble that vibrates in my bones, whispering secrets of violence and despair that linger like the smell of decay. I remember the day the world tilted. A sun-soaked afternoon, laughter spilling like water through the streets of Athens. I, a mere speck in the bustling crowd, felt like a ghost then. I was searching for something I couldn't even name. And suddenly, the laughter turned to screams. The Minotaur, a grotesque apparition of muscle and rage, had torn through the veil of normalcy, shattering lives and futures. My friend, Lyra, clutched my arm, her wide eyes reflecting the horror unfolding before us, the innocence of childhood evaporating like mist in the sun. Now, standing in this labyrinth, I feel her presence beside me, though she is miles away, lost in the chaos of our shifting reality, trapped in another dimension. The walls seem to close in, whispering her name, a ghost haunting my every thought. I remember Lyra running, her wild curls trailing behind her like a banner of defiance. "We'll outrun it." "We'll be fine," she had shouted, her voice a desperate hymn rising against the terror. But terror has its own rhythm, a pulsing beat that drowns out hope. The labyrinth is alive, breathing, feeding on our fear. I am the sacrifice, drawn into this deadly game, my heart thundering like a war drum in my ears. The Minotaur, the embodiment of violence, rage personified, watches. I can almost feel its hot breath washing over me, mingling with the scent of old stone and blood. I remember the stories, the myths we recited in hushed tones, the warnings wrapped in riddles. They said the beast was once a man, a king cursed by the gods, twisted into a monster. But monsters don't need a reason. They are born from the darkness that resides in all of us, lurking just beneath the skin. With each step deeper into the maze, I feel the shadows thickening, twisting into grotesque shapes, reminding me of all the dreams I've had. Dreams where I am running from something I cannot see, the ground crumbling beneath me, and the laughter of children turns into the howls of despair. "Lyra!" I scream, my voice echoing against the stone walls, but only silence answers back, a mocking reminder of her absence. I remember the moments we shared, the way we spun tales, weaving stories of heroism and love, painting worlds where monsters were merely figments of imagination. But now, reality is soaked in blood, and the laughter feels like a cruel joke. I can almost hear the clock ticking, counting down my last moments, each tick a reminder that I am running out of time. Then, a noise, a crash, sharp and jarring. My heart leaps, thrumming wildly as shadows shift. The Minotaur emerges, a colossal figure, muscles rippling under a hide of coarse hair, eyes glowing with a primal hunger. I freeze, the air thickening with anticipation. It lunges, and I stumble back, colliding with the cold stone. Fear claws at my throat, but in that instant, I remember another story, the tale of Theseus, the hero who faced the beast, armed with nothing but a thread and his courage. I am not Theseus. My hands tremble as I reach for a makeshift weapon, a jagged stone, heavy with the weight of desperation. I am armed with fear, but fear can be a weapon too. The Minotaur roars, a thunderous sound that shakes the very ground I stand upon, echoing through the dark veins of the labyrinth. I can feel the beast's anger wrapping around me like an iron grip, suffocating. And then, like a flash of lightning, I am reminded of another truth: I am not alone. There's another heartbeat in this maze, a flicker of hope. In the distance, I catch sight of a figure, a silhouette against the dim light, a torch flickering in the dark. It's Harris, my brother, his face twisted in anguish and determination. He stumbles, almost falling, but the fire in his eyes burns bright. He is my anchor in this storm, the embodiment of every promise we made to each other. "Run!" he screams, his voice raw, slicing through the chaos. "Get out! I'll hold it off." But I can't leave him. I can't abandon him to face the beast alone. My feet are planted, rooted by the weight of loyalty, the chains of love that bind us. We are siblings forged in the fires of survival, and I cannot let fear tear us apart. The Minotaur charges, and I leap to the side, adrenaline coursing through my veins as I dodge its massive frame. The labyrinth becomes a blur, each turn a twist of fate, a chance to escape the brutality looming above us. The walls seem to pulse with life, the shadows dancing ominously, whispering secrets of those who came before, those who were lost. I remember the faces, strangers, friends, the names etched in my memory like scars. Each heartbeat pounds like a war drum, a countdown to the inevitable. We are warriors in this moment, fighting against the darkness that threatens to consume us whole. I feel the weight of our shared history pressing down, a burden of love and loss entwined, and I am filled with an unyielding resolve. "Together!" I shout, the word echoing through the maze, a rallying cry against the encroaching dread. The Minotaur's roar reverberates, a chilling sound that slices through the air, but we are here. We are alive. And as the beast lunges, we are ready to confront our own monster, together. The labyrinth twists, and with it, our fates intertwine. In this moment of raw fear, we become the heroes of our own story, the defenders of our fragile humanity against an ancient terror that knows no bounds. The darkness wraps around us, but hope flickers like a stubborn flame in the night. We will face the beast, heart to heart, breath to breath, until the end. The air was thick with deception, a palpable fog that wrapped around the figures hunched in the shadows, choking their unspoken truths. I could hear the whispers of betrayal curling around me like smoke, curling into the corners of the Malebolge, each sound a knife that twisted deeper into the gut of reality. I was standing on the precipice of despair, my heart pounding like a war drum against the silence of this ghastly circle of fraud. I remembered the day I first tasted the bitter fruit of betrayal. It was supposed to be a simple exchange, trust offered, trust returned. There was Marla, her laughter like a child's melody, full of light and warmth. I had confided in her, opened my heart like a book worn at the spine, believing every page would be cherished. But here, in this hellish realm, I could only see her as she was now, her face twisted in anguish, adorned with the scars of her lies. I remember, she murmured, her voice breaking like brittle glass as she clawed at the air. I remember the warmth of the sun, the joy of laughter. But now it's all shadows and echoes. I can't escape. The edges of her words dripped with sorrow, each syllable a reminder of her betrayal and the countless others she had woven into the tapestry of her existence. And there was Adrian, a former ally turned phantom of his better self, locked in an endless loop of his own making. I could see the remnants of the man he once was, his eyes, haunted and hollow, searching for redemption in a place where hope had long since decayed. He looked at Marla, hatred and love wrestling in his chest, raw and visceral. "You think this is your penance?" he spat, venom coursing through his words. "You think you're the only one who suffered? Look around. Look at what we've become." His fury was a storm, crashing against the fragile walls of our shared memories. I could almost feel the weight of his desperation pressing down on me, like a hand squeezing my throat, forcing me to understand the depths of his torment. Adrian had lost everything, the girl, the friendship, his own sense of self, in one cruel twist of fate. The Malebolge was a grotesque carnival of sorrows, a twisted funhouse where every reflection was a reminder of the lies we had told and the truths we had buried. I watched as figures shuffled by, their faces obscured, each one a testament to the pain of betrayal. There was a woman, her arms stretched wide in a silent scream, her body contorted in despair. "Help me! Help me," she cried, but her pleas fell on deaf ears, swallowed by the cacophony of suffering that blanketed this wretched place. I was drawn to the shadows, where the echoes of guilt played like a haunting lullaby, and my heart raced with the terror of facing my own reflection. I remembered the faces I had betrayed, the lives I had touched with my lies. A little boy with bright eyes, his hopes dashed by the careless words I had flung like stones. A friend, who had trusted me, his heart shattered by the weight of my silence. "Why are you here?" Marla's voice cut through the fog, sharp and piercing. "Do you not see? We are all trapped in our own making. There is no redemption here." Her body shuddered as she spoke, her breath hitching with the weight of her despair. "I don't feel trapped," I replied, my voice trembling. "It's as if the walls are closing in, but I can't stop moving. I can't stop feeling." The truth hung between us, a fragile thread that threatened to snap at any moment. I could see it in her eyes, the flicker of recognition as the pieces began to shift, aligning like stars in a darkened sky. Adrian stepped forward, his fists clenched and his jaw set, a warrior ready for battle. "You think it's just about us? It's bigger than that. It's everything we've destroyed. Every lie, every betrayal, it's all woven into the fabric of this place." His words erupted like a volcano, raw and primal, sending shivers racing down my spine. The ground trembled beneath our feet, as if the Malebolge itself was alive, responding to the chaos of our shared despair. Shadows danced around us, flickering with a malevolent joy, feeding off our fears. I could feel the air crackle with tension, a live wire begging to be touched, begging to ignite. And suddenly, I knew. I had to confront the essence of my own deceit, to shed the weight of my guilt like a snake shedding its skin. Maybe this is where we confront our shadows, I whispered, half to myself, half to them. Maybe this is how we find our way back. Marla's eyes widened, a flicker of hope amidst the despair. Can we change? Can we really change? The tremor in her voice was a fragile thread of longing, a question that hung heavy in the air. Adrian stepped back, confusion washing over his features. Change, he echoed, the word rolling like thunder. Who do we become? Are we still us? I took a step forward, my heart a drumbeat of defiance. We have to try. We have to face the darkness we created and find the light buried beneath. Because if we don't, we'll remain lost in this void, forever haunted by the ghosts of our own making. The shadows stirred, a palpable tension swirling around us. The Malebolge roared with life, a symphony of despair and revelation, each note cutting through the silence like a blade. The air thickened with the weight of our choices, the ghosts of our past lingering just out of reach. As the darkness pressed closer, I felt a spark flicker deep within me, a flicker that held the promise of something more. I clutched it tightly, refusing to let go. The confrontation was inevitable, and though fear gripped my heart, a sense of purpose surged through me, the faintest whisper of hope amidst the chaos. And as the shadows enveloped us, I realized we were not alone. We were bound together by the very fabric of our pain, woven into a tapestry of redemption, if only we could find the strength to confront it. The sun dipped low, painting the sky in crimson and violet, as Sarah stood at the edge of the abandoned factory. She could almost feel the ghosts of the past whispering secrets, their voices mingling with the breeze that swept through the jagged openings where windows once stood. Her heart raced, each pulse a reminder of the lies that had wrapped around her like a suffocating blanket, each breath a silent prayer for truth. I remember the first time I felt it, she whispered, clutching a crumpled letter. The ink had bled, words now a smudged echo of hope. The promise of a better life, the allure of a dream. But dreams can turn into nightmares, she'd soon learn. Shadows danced in the recesses of her mind, flickering memories too close for comfort. Across the empty lot, Jake paced, his jaw clenched, fingers twitching like coiled springs. He was a man of ambition, a man who'd once believed he could outrun the past. But the past had a way of catching up, dragging you like a weighty anchor. You have to see this, Sarah, he shouted, urgency lacing his voice, but the air felt thick, the silence wrapping around them like a shroud. The truth was a beast, and they were both staring it in the face. Together, they had ventured into the darkest corners of deception, unraveling a web of fraud that had ensnared the innocent. And yet, now, with the sun retreating behind the horizon, they both stood on the brink of something unfathomable. Their lives had been painted in shades of betrayal, each stroke revealing the fractures in their souls. I can't believe we fell for it, Sarah said, her voice trembling. It's like we were led into a trap, blindfolded. Memories of their shared laughter over hopes of wealth felt hollow, echoes of a time when the world still sparkled with possibility. Why did I trust them? Jake's eyes darkened. Because we wanted to believe. Because they made us feel like we belonged. His words hung heavily in the air, a fragile thread connecting them. He rubbed his temples, exhaustion etched across his face, every line a testament to the weight he carried. But belonging comes with a price, doesn't it? And there it was, the heart of their dilemma. Each person they trusted was just another player in a cruel game, their smiles masks hiding the truth lurking just beneath the surface. The 10 ditches of fraud they'd stumbled upon were not mere metaphors but treacherous pitfalls, each one a reminder of their own shortcomings, their own desires twisted into greed. I remember, Sarah's voice faltered as she recalled the first ditch, the one that had nearly swallowed her whole. It was a promise of investment, of success, a siren's call. They told us we were special, that we were chosen. The memory was a wound that refused to heal, a scar lining her heart with shame and regret. But we were just pawns. Just expendable. In that moment, a chill swept through the air, the temperature dropping as if the very essence of betrayal had crystallized around them. Shadows lengthened, twisting into forms that loomed ominously. Jake stepped closer, the fear evident in his eyes. What if we're still being watched? A realization hit Sarah like a slap. The very walls of this forgotten factory had witnessed their descent into madness. The echoes of their laughter now felt like taunts, reminders of how naive they'd been. "We can't go back," she whispered, dread curling in her stomach. "Not now." The clock on the wall ticked ominously, each second a reminder of the weight of time. It echoed like a heartbeat in the silence that consumed them, a reminder of the lives they had lost along the way. "This isn't just about us," Jake said, his fists clenched. "There are others, people who still believe." "Believe in what?" Sarah snapped, the tension boiling over. "In the same lies that destroyed us." Her heart raced, pumping adrenaline through her veins. "What if we exposed them? What if," but even as she spoke, doubt crept in. Could they pull the veil back? Could they drag the truth into the light? The factory loomed around them, an unyielding giant steeped in darkness, and Sarah felt the weight of it. Memories flooded her mind, a cacophony of moments that spiraled into chaos. There were faces, familiar faces, each one painted with laughter, now turned to the grim specter of despair. "We thought we were better than this," she trembled, "but we're just as guilty, Jake. Just as complicit." He took a step back, the realization hitting him like a punch to the gut. "We wanted to succeed. We wanted to matter." His voice cracked, the honesty cutting through the air. "But at what cost?" The shadows closed in, wrapping around them like tendrils of smoke, the ghosts of their decision swirling in the air. Time stretched, each tick of the clock magnifying the weight of their guilt. Behind them, the factory creaked as if mocking their plight, a silent witness to their unraveling. "I remember," Sarah's voice dropped to a whisper, the tension coiling tighter. "I remember the dreams we had, the plans we made. But somewhere in that darkness, we lost ourselves." Her heart ached with the realization that their quest for truth would only lead them deeper into the abyss. And as the sun slipped below the horizon, they stood at the precipice of despair, the chasm of their choices yawning wide before them. The truth was a looming specter, and they were nothing but mere mortals caught in the grip of fate, the ditches of fraud beckoning like sirens in the night. "Are we brave enough to face it?" Jake asked, his voice barely a whisper, fear reflected in his tight grip on the letter. The fabric of their lives was fraying, threads of hope and despair interwoven in a tapestry of chaos. With each heartbeat, the world around them pulsed with an intensity that mirrored their own. They were alive, caught in a storm of emotion, a tempest of consequence. And as darkness enveloped them, they knew the fight was just beginning. The air lay heavy, thick as a shroud, muffling sound and seeping into the bones of the damned. I stood on the edge of Cocytus, the frozen lake, a grotesque mirror reflecting a night sky devoid of stars. It was as if the cosmos itself had turned its back on this place. The ice stretched out before me like an unending vista of betrayal, a surface so deceptive that one could almost hear the whispers of the souls trapped beneath. I remembered warmth, a fleeting memory, a ghost of sunlight weaving through fingers, now replaced by this chilling expanse of betrayal, the very embodiment of treachery. I was not alone. There, just a few paces away, stood Doria. Her breath came in sharp gasps, each exhalation a plume of fog that dissipated into the void. Her eyes, wide and haunted, darted across the ice as if searching for something, hope, perhaps. Or maybe the courage to confront the shadows that loomed behind us, relentless and insatiable. Doria was never one to back down. I remembered the fire in her spirit, her laughter like a bell tolling through the silence of despair. But that fire flickered now, dimmed by the weight of what we faced, and I feared the darkness would snuff it out completely. "Do you hear it?" she whispered, her voice trembling like the leaves of a dying tree. The whispers? I did hear them, they echoed in my mind, a cacophony of despair rising from the lake, each wail a reminder of trust broken, of bonds shattered. The treachery of those we once called allies, now reduced to serpents slithering through the ice. Suddenly, a crack split the air, a sharp, violent sound that made the skin on my arms prickle. A fissure stretched across the lake's surface, jagged and cruel, as if the very ground was splitting under the weight of our sins. "Run!" I shouted, adrenaline surging through me. But how could we escape a betrayal so deep it resonated through the earth, through the very fabric of our lives. As I turned to flee, a figure emerged from the shadows, the silhouette of Marco, enshrined in darkness. He stepped forward with an unsettling calmness, his presence sending chills through every nerve in my body. I remember him as a friend, once, a brother in arms, whose laughter had once sounded a promise of loyalty. But this Marco, this spectre of my past, wore the mask of treachery so seamlessly it made my heart ache. Why? The word escaped my lips, a plea wrapped in disbelief. Why have you come? His smile was a blade, sharp and glistening in the moonless night. To finish what we started, he said, each syllable dripped in poison. You thought you could escape the fate we forged? This is not just your reckoning, it's ours. Doria stepped forward, defiance etched into her features. You're wrong, Marco. You don't know us, you never did. But her voice quivered, and I could see the weight of her doubt burying her resolve. The ice cracked again, a low growl beneath our feet, a warning. I felt my heart thunder in my chest, pounding against the cage of bone like a captured bird. Time distorted, twisting around us, seconds stretched, becoming an eternity as the air thickened with tension. Memories flickered before me like errant sparks, the warmth of laughter, the sting of betrayal, the faces of those who had fallen. Marco's laughter rang out, hollow and mirthless, reverberating across the frozen lake. You think you can confront me here, in this graveyard of dreams? Look around, friends. This is where loyalty dies. I turned to Doria, and in that moment, time stopped. Her eyes were wells of despair and courage, reflecting the battle raging within. We will not be your sacrifices, I said, feeling a surge of rage swell within me, a fire to counteract the frost that seeped into my veins. Not today. As if summoned by our defiance, the ice trembled. The cries of the damned grew louder, swirling around us like a tempest, twisting our fears into a tangible force. I felt their anguish seep into my thoughts, their stories merging with our own. The burden of betrayal was universal, a bond forged in pain, a string tying us to every soul lost beneath this frigid veneer. Look beneath the surface, Marco taunted, a serpent coiling around my heart. You'll find your own treachery woven into the ice. And then I remembered, a flicker of guilt, an unspoken promise broken. The moment I chose the path of survival over loyalty, the instant I allowed the darkness to seep into my heart. Doria's hand grasped mine, a lifeline amidst the chaos. We need to trust each other, she breathed, the words like an incantation, forging a connection stronger than the ice that threatened to consume us. But with trust came vulnerability, and as I stood there, heart racing, treachery flared again like a wildfire. Marco moved, a shadow flitting across the ice, whispering promises of power, of vengeance. Join me, and we can reshape this world. Together, we can reign. Something within me quaked. The lure of vengeance, the intoxicating taste of power, promised everything I had lost. But Doria's grip tightened on my hand, anchoring me in the storm. No, she cried, the fierce conviction in her voice cutting through the darkness like a beacon. And that was when the ice shattered. Not just beneath our feet, but within my soul. The weight of betrayal lifted, and I remembered that love, in all its flawed glory, could also be a shield. In that moment, the chaos coalesced, a tempest of raw emotion, pain, loyalty, and defiance. We choose to fight, I declared, my voice rising above the cacophony. We will not let betrayal define us. As the fissures spread across Cocytus, I felt time slip away, the cosmos aligning in a dance of fate. We were not just players in a game of treachery, we were its architects, bound by our choices, our pain, our love. The cries of the lost echoed louder, a haunting symphony urging us forward, urging us to confront the shadows that threatened to consume us. And so we stood, two souls against the tide of betrayal, hearts entwined, ready to face the reckoning that awaited. The icy lake shimmered with the weight of our past, but beneath it, a fire ignited, a flicker of hope, daring to break through the frost. With our hands clasped together, we stepped toward the darkness, knowing that the confrontation had only just begun. Silence engulfed the dimly lit room, a heavy blanket of dread wrapping around each soul present. Shadows clung to the walls like secrets, and the air was thick with the scent of betrayal. I stood there, heart pounding, as the truth trembled on the edge of revelation, ready to splinter into 1,000 shards. The clock ticked loudly, each second an echo of inevitability. This was the moment when everything would change. I remember Judas's eyes, dark pools of anguish and resolve, as he stared at the ground, unable to meet the gaze of the man he had followed like a shadow. The weight of 30 pieces of silver hung around his neck like a noose, a constant reminder of his fractured loyalty. He had thought it would be simple, just a kiss, a nod. But betrayal is never simple. It gnaws at the soul, erodes the spirit, and leaves behind a husk of what once was. He was just a man, after all, desperate for something more than the crumbs of a life spent in the margins. Would you do it again? I wanted to scream as I felt the tension in the room swell, every heartbeat a countdown to disaster. His answer came in a whisper, barely audible, a confession more to himself than anyone else. I remember the dreams, the visions of grandeur, the promises of power. But how easily those dreams had twisted into nightmares, each promise a dagger piercing deeper into his heart. The echoes of laughter from a past filled with hope now sounded like mocking ghosts, taunting him in the silence. Brutus stood across the room, his face a mask of turmoil, eyes shimmering with unshed tears as he wrestled with his own demons. He had once loved Caesar like a brother, yet here he was, sword in hand, ready to plunge it into the very heart of that brotherhood. The weight of love and loyalty clashed violently within him, a storm that threatened to tear him apart. Et tu, Brute, rang in his ears, a haunting reminder that even the purest intentions can lead to bloodshed. Does it hurt? I dared to ask, my voice trembling in the charged atmosphere. His answer was a pained laugh, brittle like glass. It cuts deeper than any blade. It's the betrayal of the heart that leaves wounds unseen. And oh, how I felt that truth in the marrow of my bones. I remember the nights spent under the stars, dreams woven together like silk, only to be unraveled by the harsh light of morning. He was no stranger to sacrifice, but this was an execution of the soul. Cassius lurked in the shadows, a spectre of doubt and bitterness. I could sense his resentment, simmering just beneath the surface, ready to boil over. You're both fools, he hissed, his words laced with venom. Judas for his greed, Brutus for his foolish honor. Loyalty is a farce, a game played by those too naive to understand the rules. The darkness in him was magnetic, pulling me closer even as I recoiled from it. He thrived in chaos, a vulture circling the carrion of brotherhood and trust. As the tension mounted, I began to feel the walls close in, the very air growing thick with a sense of impending doom. I remembered the words of a long-lost philosopher, betrayal is the most intimate act. In this room, intimacy had morphed into something grotesque, a twisted dance of despair where love had failed, and shadows reigned. I felt the pulse of each character, their lives intertwining like strands of a fraying rope, each tug drawing them closer to the brink of collapse. Judas clenched his fists, the silver coins rattling like the bones of the dead. I thought I could change the world, he lamented, the anguish in his voice slicing through the tension like a knife. But who am I in the face of divine purpose? A question haunted by the spectre of regret. The silent crowd watched, breath held, as if we all stood on the precipice of their choices, teetering between right and wrong. Brutus stepped forward, his resolve flickering like a dying flame. You are not alone, Judas. We are all prisoners of our choices, shackled by our desires and fears. But his voice faltered, overpowered by the weight of his own conviction, a man torn between friendship and betrayal, the very fabric of his existence unraveling before our eyes. And Cassius, the serpent in the garden, twisted the knife deeper. You think you are noble, Brutus, but tell me, at what cost? Will you raise your sword only to watch it strike down the one you love? The words dripped with malice, the perfect blend of truth and poison. I could feel the atmosphere shift, the tension snapping like a taut string, ready to unleash chaos upon the room. The clock ticked on, each sound a reminder of time slipping away, a countdown to an unseen climax where hearts would shatter and souls would be forever marked by the scars of betrayal. I remember the way the shadows danced, flickering in the candlelight, mimicking the fraught emotions that swirled within us. In that moment, The room felt alive, an entity of its own, vibrating with the raw intensity of human emotion, fear, love, regret, and rage. I wanted to scream, to shake them free of their torment, but I was merely a spectator in this tragic play, helpless as the threads of fate tightened around their throats. Choose, I wanted to shout. But know that every choice creates a ghost that will haunt you forever. The air crackled with tension, a prelude to the inevitable, as the stage was set for a confrontation that would reverberate through history. Each character, flawed and beautifully human, stood on the edge of a chasm, ready to leap, ready to fall, ready to embrace the darkness that beckoned. And as the darkness loomed, I felt the weight of their choices pressing down upon me, a burden too heavy to bear. The past whispered in the corners of the room, a cacophony of voices crying out for understanding, for forgiveness. But in the shadows, there was only silence, an eerie calm before the storm, as the clock continued its relentless march toward the inevitable. The icy winds roared through the cavernous depths, a haunting wail that echoed off the jagged walls of ice. I shivered, my breath visible in the air, each puff a ghostly reminder of the life pulsing somewhere far above. Here, in this wretched pit of despair, shadows danced with malevolence, teasing the edges of my vision. I stood beside Virgil, his eyes reflecting a knowledge too profound for comfort, locked onto the monstrous figure at the center of it all, Satan, the fallen angel, the grotesque architect of despair. I remember the moment when the reality of our descent hit me. It wasn't just the chill, it was the weight of eternity pressing down, a suffocating blanket of hopelessness wrapped tightly around my chest. The world above, the sun, the laughter, the simple joys, felt like a fading dream, something I could barely grasp. What have we done to end up here? I whispered, half joking, half wondering, as if the very act of speaking could summon warmth back into my bones. My voice trembled in the icy air. Virgil turned to me, his gaze steady but tinged with sorrow. All of us are here for a reason, Dante. This place, this is not just punishment, it's a reflection of choices made, paths taken. We're standing in the shadows of our own making. The wisdom in his words cut deeper than the chill, revealing truths I didn't want to see. As we approached the central chamber, the heart of hell, the atmosphere shifted. The air thickened with despair, and I could feel it seep into my skin like the cold. There he was, the embodiment of every sin, every betrayal, a three-headed beast gnawing on the very fabric of humanity's hope. Each head was a different face of anguish. One chewed the traitorous Judas, another devoured Brutus, and the third tormented Cassius. The blood oozed from their bodies, mixing with the icy ground, a grotesque reminder of the cost of their treachery. I remember, I could barely form the words, choked by the sight, the stories of their downfall. Ambition twisted into something monstrous. My heart raced. The sheer enormity of it all threatened to swallow me whole. Satan's eyes were abyssal, two bottomless pits reflecting the futility of rebellion. As they locked onto me, I felt a frigid terror grip my soul. "What is it you seek?" he rumbled, his voice a cacophony of despair and mocking delight, reverberating through the chamber like thunder. Redemption? Understanding? Or perhaps your own reflection in this mirror of sin? I didn't answer. How could I? I was too busy wrestling with the uncomfortable truth that each of these lost souls was a whisper of my own failings. The betrayal, the selfish desires, the moments when I turned away from love in pursuit of ambition. I felt like a moth drawn to the flame, knowing the pain yet unable to resist the allure. Virgil stepped forward, challenging the behemoth with a calm that belied his own fear. These souls are not mere shadows, Satan. They are remnants of all that humanity can be, beautiful and tragic. You wield their despair, but they are not yours to claim. Satan snickered, a sound that sent shivers down my spine. Claim. Oh, Virgil, you misunderstand. I am not their captor, I am their consequence. The ultimate result of choice. They chose the dark over the light, and here they are, destined to remain as whispers of what they could have been. The air crackled with tension, and I could feel the weight of despair settle deeper into my bones. The scene was chaotic, swirling emotions within me, a fear, recognition, and an undeniable sadness for these souls trapped in a relentless cycle of torment. I couldn't look away from the agony in their eyes, it reflected my own struggles, my own moments of weakness. I remember, I murmured again, the faces of those I've wronged, the chances I let slip through my fingers. Are we all to end up like this? Virgil's expression softened, a flicker of compassion amidst the fury. Not if you choose differently, Dante. Life is but a series of choices, and with each choice, the potential for redemption lies waiting like a flickering candle. Satan's laughter echoed, a chilling sound that reverberated through the frozen air. Redemption? How quaint! You think you can escape this fate? Look around, Dante. This is where all roads of ambition and betrayal converge. This is the price of hubris. I felt my heart pound, a primal drumbeat against the encroaching darkness. But we're not defined by our mistakes, are we? My voice rang out, shaky yet firm. We can rise above. We can be more than our sins. Satan's expression shifted, a brief flash of surprise before it hardened again. You dare defy me? His three heads leaned closer, eyes narrowing, the very atmosphere thickened with malice. You think your dreams of grandeur can shield you from the truth? You are but a flicker in the endless void. The shadows around me seemed to stretch and lunge, whispering secrets of despair and loss, clawing at the edges of my sanity. I could feel the weight of history pressing down, ghosts of those who came before me, those who had fought and lost against the darkness. I remember, I whispered, the laughter of friends, the warmth of family, the hope that once pulsed through my veins. I refused to surrender to this. In that moment, a spark ignited within me, a burning desire to fight against the inevitable, to rise like a phoenix from the ashes of my own regret. I stood firm, confronted not just by Satan, but by the shadows of my own making. Each heartbeat was a reminder of life, of the choices yet to come. And just as I thought I might break free from the curse of despair, the chamber trembled, as if the very essence of hell quaked at the thought of a soul refusing to accept its fate. The ice around us crackled and groaned, the air growing bitter and thick with tension. This wasn't just a battle of might, it was a confrontation of wills, a clash of light against the ever-encroaching dark. And though I was terrified, I couldn't look away. I wouldn't look away. The cycles of sin and redemption were swirling around me, entwining my heart in their deadly embrace, a reminder that we are all shadows dancing on the edge of eternity, forever caught between light and dark. I drew a breath, the taste of ice and fire mixing on my tongue, and prepared to confront the very embodiment of despair. The path forward was uncertain, but the fight for my soul had only just begun. A chill slithered through the air, sharp and biting, as if the very fabric of existence had frayed at the edges and left behind a void. I stood in the ninth circle, encased in an icy grip, where the ground beneath me shimmered with deceit and despair. It was not just cold, it was a visceral reminder of every betrayal, every heartbroken promise, chilling the marrow of my bones. The white expanse stretched infinitely, an unbroken plain of frozen sorrow. Time stood still, a cruel trick played by the cosmos, as I watched my breath turn to mist, each exhale a ghost of what once was. This was a place where love froze into bitterness and trust shattered like crystal underfoot. I remembered Felix, his laughter echoing like a distant memory, now silenced by the weight of secrets he dragged with him. I felt the sharp pang of regret, each stab like a shard of ice embedded in my chest. The moment he turned his back on me, betrayed not by malice but by fear, a part of my spirit had frozen over, encapsulated in this desolate landscape. I could still feel him walking away, the warmth of his presence replaced by an unforgiving chill, as if the very world had conspired to turn him into shadow. Then there was Mara, her heart once ablaze with hope, now encased in a shell of frost. I remembered her eyes, bright with dreams that now lay buried beneath layers of ice. She stood beside me, her breath visible, swirling like smoke. What do we do now? Her voice trembled, a fragile wisp of sound against the cacophony of silence. Each word carried the weight of despair, the unspoken acknowledgement that we were trapped, not just in this frozen wasteland, but in the chains of our own making. Survive, I whispered, the word barely escaping my lips. Survival here was a bitter pill, coated in frost, choking me with the stark reality of our choices. I could see the shadows of our past dancing in the corners of my mind, taunting us with echoes of laughter that twisted into cries. The ninth circle was a hall of mirrors, reflecting our worst fears, our greatest regrets. It loomed around us, a cold embrace that offered no solace, only the sharp sting of acknowledgement that we had carved our own paths into this icy oblivion. I glanced at Mara, her face pale under the cruel light. "Do you remember the fire?" I asked, my voice cracking like the ice beneath our feet. The warmth we once shared. It was a pitiful attempt to summon the ghosts of our better selves, to thaw the numbness that enveloped us like a shroud. The memories washed over us, long nights spent wrapped in each other's arms, laughter spilling like wine. But each recollection was stained with the frost that had settled in the cracks of our hearts. "We were foolish," she replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "We thought we could outshine the darkness." With each word, the air thickened, heavy with the inevitability of our failures. The ice around us seemed to pulse with life, as if it thrived on our pain, a malicious entity feeding on regret. I felt its breath, cold and invasive, whispering secrets of despair that sank like stones in my gut. Then, through the haze of shame and sorrow, a figure emerged from the depths of the icy landscape. It was Felix, his silhouette jagged and sharp against the blinding white. My heart raced, caught between the thrill of recognition and the fear of confrontation. The frozen ground shifted beneath my feet, a reminder that nothing here was stable, nothing was certain. I was torn between the longing to embrace him, to feel the warmth of his spirit, and the instinct to run, to escape the crushing weight of his betrayal. "Why did you come back?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper, but it echoed across the vastness, ringing with desperation. The air thickened with tension, each breath a challenge. He stepped closer, the frost crunching beneath his feet, a sound too loud in this hushed void. "I had to face you," he said, his voice as soft as falling snow, yet laced with the sharpness of ice. The contradiction hung in the air, a reflection of our shared history, of love and betrayal intertwined like the intricate patterns of frost on glass. "You deserve to know why I left." Mara's presence faded into the background, a ghost of my past pushing me forward into the confrontation. My heart raced, pumping adrenaline through my veins, igniting the freeze that had settled in my core. I felt alive, teetering on the brink of something profound, the icy expanse beneath me a mere illusion of safety. "I already know," I snapped, anger and hurt coiling like serpents. "You were afraid." His eyes darkened, and for a brief moment, the world around us stood still. "Fear is a powerful thing," he said, his voice cracking. "It can freeze even the warmest hearts." A pause hung between us, thick with unspoken truths. The ninth circle was not just a place, it was a metaphor, a reflection of the emotional landscape we all traversed, a reminder that we each built our own prisons. "We could have faced it together," I said, the words tumbling out like shards of ice, cutting deep. "Instead, you turned away. You left me to drown in this cold." I gestured to the white surrounding us, as if the very air conspired against me, whispering the chilling tales of our failures. He stepped closer, and I could feel the weight of his regret. "I thought I was protecting you," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "But I only trapped you in a different kind of hell." The realization hit, a piercing clarity breaking through the frost. We were all prisoners, not just of this icy realm but of our own fears, our choices, and the betrayals that festered within. Mara stepped forward, her voice shaking. "We're all trapped here," she murmured, her eyes darting between us. Every word she spoke was a thread, weaving our fates together in this frozen tapestry of sorrow. But we can choose to break free. We can melt the ice. The words hung in the air, a glimmer of hope amidst the despair. I felt the weight of the moment, suspended in time. Would we be brave enough to confront our fears, to thaw the ice that encased our hearts? Or would we remain trapped, victims of our own making, prisoners in this desolate landscape of regret? As Felix looked at me, I saw the flicker of determination in his eyes, a spark that threatened to ignite the frozen world around us. The air trembled with anticipation, and I felt the ice beneath me shift, crack, and tremble. Maybe, just maybe, we could forge a path out of this desolation, together. The ninth circle would no longer hold us captive, it would simply be the canvas upon which we painted our redemption. And as the icy silence broke, a new tension unfurled, hope mingling with fear, uncertainty dancing with possibility, as we stood on the precipice, ready to confront the frost that bound us. Would we break free, or would we succumb to the icy grip of despair? Time shifted once more, but this time, it felt like a breath held, waiting for the thaw. The air around us crackled with the smell of sulfur, a stench that clawed at the throat, sharp as broken glass. I stood there, frozen, heart pounding like a war drum, as shadows twisted and flickered like dying flames. Virgil, my guide, moved with an urgency that contrasted starkly with the slow, heavy dread that wrapped around me. His eyes, usually calm and steady, now burned with an intensity fueled by our dire surroundings. "Stay close," he warned, his voice low but urgent, like thunder rumbling in a distant storm. Beside me, Beatrice shifted, her face pale, lips pressed tight, a mask of courage cracking under the weight of unspeakable horrors. Each step into the abyss felt like an echo of a nightmare that refused to fade. The ground trembled beneath us, as if hell itself was alive, a living beast slumbering in its torment. I remember the moment, the sharp intake of breath as the shadows morphed into figures, lost souls, their faces twisted in agony and despair, mouths moving silently in a wail that pierced my heart. They reached out, desperate hands grasping at nothing, yearning for a warmth they could not find. "They long for what they cannot have," Virgil said, his gaze heavy with compassion. "They were once like us. How could I be like them?" I thought, my heart racing, a gnawing fear that I might slip into that endless void of regret. Beatrice shuddered beside me, her shoulders trembling as she glanced at me, her dark eyes filled with unshed tears. "We have to keep moving," she whispered, rawness cutting through her voice. The trembling in her hands betrayed her bravery, each quiver a testament to her own silent fight against despair. I reached for her, fingers brushing against hers, a fleeting connection amidst the chaos. I needed her strength, her light, she was the only thing pushing back against the suffocating darkness. But whispers tickled my ears, snippets of their stories, fragments of lives once lived. I remember, one soul cried out, when I had loved her. I remember the taste of her laughter. Another joined, I remember my children's faces, their smiles like the dawn. Each confession dripped with sorrow, the weight of their memories heavy like chains dragging them back into the shadows. It clawed at me, this visceral reminder that life was fleeting, fragile as a spider's thread. "Keep your eyes on the path," Virgil urged again, pulling me from the depths of their haunting recollections. "We mustn't linger." His voice cracked, a storm brewing beneath his calm facade. I saw it then, the flicker of fear in his eyes, hidden behind layers of wisdom. Was he afraid? A tremor of my own fear twisted in my gut. If he faltered, what hope remained for us? We pressed on, past the grotesque forms of the damned, a tapestry woven in despair and regret. How had they ended up here, I wondered, hearts heavy with the burdens of their choices, like stones tied to their souls. As we walked, I felt the weight of my own decisions pressing down on me, a guilt that threatened to swallow me whole. The distant echoes of laughter reached me, distorted and cruel. Remember when we thought we were invincible, the shadows taunted, a cacophony of lost echoes that sent shivers racing across my spine. I clenched my fists, anger surging up like a tidal wave. "This isn't us. We're not like them," I shouted, voice trembling against the void. Beatrice's hand gripped mine tighter, grounding me. "We're fighting through this, remember," she said, a soft strength radiating from her even amid the horror. "We have hope. We have each other." Those words, simple yet profound, wrapped around me, a lifeline in the storm. Yet, as we moved deeper into the abyss, the air thickened, and despair seeped into our bones. The ground beneath us shifted, alive with the screams of the damned, a symphony of sorrow that echoed through eternity. I stumbled, the weight of their pain crashing down like a tidal wave. "I can't bear this," I cried out, desperate, feeling as if the shadows were reaching for my soul. Virgil turned back, eyes fierce yet softened by understanding. "You must carry it, we all must. It's part of the journey." His voice was a whisper against the chaos, a reminder that pain could birth strength, that even in the depths of despair, we could choose to fight. With each step, the tension coiled tighter within me, a spring ready to break. I struggled to breathe, the darkness pressing in all around us, a suffocating shroud that whispered my deepest fears, reminding me of my own failures.
What if I'm not strong enough?
I thought, panic clawing at the edges of my mind. But then I remembered Beatrice's light, her unwavering belief in the possibility of redemption. We will find a way, I promise myself, not just for her, but for the souls crying out in pain, for the shadows that lingered and longed for release. And then came the moment, a confrontation looming like a tempest on the horizon. In the distance, shadows twisted in a frenzy, a mass of sorrow and rage rising up against us. Faces morphed into 1,000 memories, a collage of pain interwoven with the echoes of laughter and love lost. "You cannot escape," they shrieked, a chorus of despair that sent chills racing down my spine. Virgil stepped forward, unwavering. "We are not here to escape," he declared, voice ringing out like a clarion call. "We are here to face the truth of our existence." And in that moment, everything shifted. The shadows writhed and twisted, their anger palpable, but in their fury, I felt a strange kinship, a recognition of our shared humanity. I remember, I whispered to them, and it felt as if my heart was breaking open, spilling out the weight of my own burdens, the pain of my own failures. As the shadows closed in, I took a deep breath, feeling the tension in my chest release, if only for a moment. The darkness felt less like a monstrous void and more like a canvas, a space to paint our stories of loss and longing. We were all echoes of one another, threads in this tapestry of existence. But the confrontation was not over. The weight of our fears hung thick in the air, ready to explode. And I braced myself, ready to battle the shadows that sought to claim us all, fighting not just for survival, but for the very essence of what it meant to be human. And as we stood at the precipice of the unknown, I knew this was just the beginning. The darkness beckoned, and we had to face it together. The air crackles with an electricity that feels almost alive, a tension so thick it almost chokes you. I stand in the heart of a crumbling city, its shadows whispering secrets long forgotten, and the ground trembles beneath my feet as if the very earth is holding its breath. A shiver runs down my spine, ignited by the distant echo of a siren, its wailing a grotesque lullaby, making me acutely aware of the raw, unfiltered fear that hangs in the air. This moment, this haunting stillness, is a precursor to the chaos that is about to erupt. Virgil, my reluctant guide, moves beside me like a shadow tethered to an aging flame. His presence is both a comfort and a curse, a paradox wrapped in layers of history and yearning. I can see the scars on his face, the map of his own nightmares etched into his skin like some cruel testament to a life lived too close to the edge. "They're coming," he whispers, his voice a low growl that stirs the ghosts around us. His eyes, deep wells of sorrow, search mine for something, hope, perhaps, or the simple recognition of our shared despair. And there's Clara, sweet, fragile Clara, who wears her heart like a fragile necklace around her neck, each bead a reminder of her losses. I remember how she picked daisies in the field, their innocence a stark contrast to the encroaching darkness that swallows us now. The way her laughter would ring out like a bell, cutting through the silence, now feels like a cruel joke. She stands there, trembling, her fingers laced together like a prisoner's chains. "What if we don't make it out?" Her voice trembles, cracking under the weight of unspoken fears. I remember the times we thought we were invincible, youthful Navid dressed in dreams, looking at the sky as if it was ours to conquer. But here, in this twilight, those dreams feel like dust, swirling in the wind, lost to the shadows. I want to reach out, to tell her that everything will be okay, to make promises that I can't keep. But the words stick in my throat like bitter bile. The confrontation is coming. I can feel it in every fiber of my being. The clock ticks louder, each second hammering in my chest, a reminder that time is slipping through our fingers like sand. We move deeper into the maze of dilapidated buildings, their skeletal structures looming like ominous sentinels, and I can hear the footsteps of our pursuers, unrepentant phantoms closing in, hungry for the light we still carry. Virgil turns suddenly, his expression fierce, and I see a flicker of something, desperation. Courage? "We must face them," he urges, and in his voice, I catch glimpses of the man he once was, before the world turned cruel and broke him apart. I want to argue, to plead for one more moment of safety, but the fire in his eyes ignites my own. Together, I whisper. The word hangs between us, a fragile promise in a world where everything feels ephemeral. Then there's Clara, her delicate frame trembling like a leaf caught in a storm. She looks at Virgil, then back at me, her eyes pooling with unshed tears, and I can't help but feel the weight of her despair pressing down on my chest. What if I can't do it? She asks, her voice barely a whisper, a haunting echo of the doubt that has burrowed deep into her soul. But I see strength in her, a flicker of resilience hidden beneath the facade of fear. You can, I say, my voice steadier than I feel. You have to. With each step forward, the shadows grow thicker, swirling around us like living things, threatening to consume everything in their path. I remember the stories, mythical creatures of darkness that thrive on fear, preying on the very essence of hope. And I remember the laughter, the light, the way Clara's smile could illuminate even the darkest corners of despair. We forge ahead, 3 souls caught in the grip of fate, each heartbeat a testament to our will to survive. There's a moment, suspended in time, where the world around us fades and it's just the 3 of us, our breaths mingling, the past racing in our veins. I can feel the weight of our choices, the echoes of our past lives crashing against us like waves, relentless and unyielding. I close my eyes, and for a fleeting second, I am back in the fields of daisies, Clara laughing, Virgil by my side, unbroken. But the dream shatters, the sirens wailing louder now, the footfalls of our pursuers a drumming heartbeat echoing in the cavern of my chest. It's time. We reach the edge of our sanctuary, the last remnants of hope, a crumbling archway leading to the unknown. Are you ready? Virgil asks, his voice barely above a whisper. I nod, trying to quell the storm rising within me, an amalgamation of fear and ferocity. In that moment, I realize that our guide is not just Virgil, it's the memories that bind us, the love that has shaped us, and the fear that drives us. The walls pulse with a life of their own, shadows twisting and twirling, mocking us with their dance, but we stand together, 3 broken pieces seeking to forge a whole. Clara takes a step forward, her resolve crystallizing into something beautiful amidst the chaos. Together, she says, her voice strong and fierce, and I can't help but feel the warmth spread through me, the light that refuses to be snuffed out. As we plunge into the darkness, the world behind us fades, our fears, our doubts, our dreams, all swallowed whole by the night. The confrontation awaits, a tempest brewing just beyond the archway, but we step forward. We are now the echoes in the night, the whispers of hope that refuse to die. We are the light fighting against the encroaching shadows, and this is only the beginning. A shriek echoes through the damp, suffocating air, a sound so raw it rips through the silence like a jagged knife. I brace myself against the cold stone wall, my heart thudding in my chest as the cries of the damned wash over me, blending with the stench of sulfur and despair. Shadows loom in the flickering firelight, twisting like tortured souls, and I can almost see their faces, etched in agony, twisted in regret, forever yearning for something they lost, something they can never reclaim. I remember a woman, her voice haunted and sweet, like a songbird trapped in a cage, singing of a love that never was. Francesca. How her soft hands trembled, how her eyes gleamed with unshed tears as she recounted the story of her forbidden desire. She stood in the second circle, alongside her lover, Paolo, 2 lovers caught in the tempest of their own making, swept away by passion, condemned to whirl in a storm of lust for eternity. Their bodies, entwined, became a symbol of their sin, a portrait of yearning that the Inferno would never let fade. We loved, and that was our crime, she whispered, her voice a ghost haunting the air. But Francesca isn't alone. Just beyond her, in the shadows, lurks a man named Dante, my Dante, with his fervent soul and heart heavy with questions. He's a poet, a dreamer, but at this moment, he stands paralyzed, grappling with the weight of their suffering, and I can feel his dismay, a visceral ache in my own chest. It's as if their pain seeps through the air, wrapping around him like chains, and I want to scream, to break the silence and shatter the spell that binds him to this dark place. I remember, he says, his voice cracking under the strain, the way your laughter carved paths through the dark, the way your smile lit up the shadows. His words are a balm and a curse, drawing us closer to a truth we're terrified to acknowledge. The weight of love, the burden of desire, it's a double-edged sword, slicing through skin and bone, leaving deep wounds that never heal. The air grows thick with memories, swirling like the souls trapped in this hellish expanse. I can taste the bitterness of regret, feel the phantom caresses of lost loves, and in that moment, time stretches beyond comprehension. The clock ticks, but it is not a countdown, it's a heartbeat, a reminder that love can flicker like a dying flame, leaving only ashes in its wake. I remember Francesca's hand brushing against the cold stone as she speaks of her betrayal, the way she clings to Paolo, as if he alone can anchor her in this chaos. We were young, she laments, but our hearts, oh, they knew no boundaries. Her voice trembles with something deeper than sorrow, it's a longing that gnaws at the edges of her sanity, an echo of joy now turned grotesque in the face of eternal punishment. Dante watches, eyes wide, as if he's seeing not just her pain but feeling it, flesh and blood, raw and pulsing, a reminder that every sin is steeped in humanity, that every act of love can transform into something monstrous. I cannot save you, he whispers, a confession laced with agony. Yet, I cannot turn away. But the infernal winds howl, a reminder of the laws that bind this realm, the stark realization that mercy has no place where suffering reigns. As the damned swirl around them, their cries become a cacophony, a haunting symphony of despair that seeps into the cracks of Dante's heart. I remember another soul, a figure cloaked in shadows, she stands apart, her eyes blazing with a fierce intensity. Her name is Medusa, and her gaze can turn hearts to stone, emotions petrified in fear. She once loved, once dared to dream of what could be, but now she radiates a chilling essence, a tragic beauty marred by betrayal. Love is a weapon, she hisses, her voice a serpent slither, and it will consume you, just as it consumed me. Dante trembles before her, caught between the allure of her power and the terror of her truth. I can feel the tension crackling in the air, a palpable force that pulls him closer, yet warns him to stay away. In that moment, he understands, a realization that pierces through the fog of confusion, to love and to suffer are entwined, bound by an inescapable thread. Francesca's tears mingle with the darkness, each drop a testament to the choices they made. We were led by desire, she cries, but we were also led astray. Her voice rises above the chaos, a desperate plea that echoes through the chambers of damnation. The very walls seem to pulse with her anguish, a reminder that every sin has its roots deep in the soil of the human heart. I remember the shadows clinging to them, like ghosts of their past, whispering secrets of regret and yearning. There is no redemption here, only the echo of dreams turned to dust. As their stories intertwine, Francesca's heartbreak, Paolo's desire, Medusa's vengeance, a tapestry of suffering unfolds, vibrant and grotesque, each thread a reminder of the fragility of love. And as the flames dance higher, illuminating their faces, I feel the weight of their despair descend like a shroud. It's a haunting melody that plays through eternity, drawing me deeper into their story, a story that does not end, that cannot end, because to sever these ties would be to sever the very essence of what it means to be human. Do you see? Francesca implores, her voice trembling, we are bound by the choices we made, by the love we craved. And it's in that moment, amidst the swirling shadows, that I understand. Each heartbeat, each breath, draws me deeper into this cycle of suffering, this dance of desire and despair. With every flicker of the flames, I can feel their anguish, the raw, unvarnished truth of human experience, and I am ensnared in this relentless loop, held captive by the echoes of love turned to agony, by the haunting refrain of souls forever entwined in a dance of torment. The shadows shift, and I find myself standing on the precipice of sorrow, heart racing, breath quickening, as the story goes on, unfolding endlessly, a vivid reminder of the pain that connects us all, the love that binds us as we spiral deeper into the night. It begins with a scream, piercing through the suffocating silence of the stone corridors, echoing off the damp walls like a warning bell. The sound rattles through the air, a visceral reminder of pain, of loss, and of the weight of history. I stand there, heart pounding, spine tingling, as if I've stumbled into the very heart of despair. The spectre of my past looms like a shadow, taunting me, whispering secrets that claw at my sanity. I can't breathe. How did I get here? And then, the faces emerge from the darkness. Dante, with his haunted eyes and weary expression, grapples with his own demons, his spirit torn between hope and despair. He stands at a precipice, a place where the air feels heavy with expectation. He's clutching the pages of a manuscript, trembling, realizing that every line he writes is a descent into madness, a tribute to those who have suffered, a mirror reflecting his own anguish. I remember. Virgil, his guide, strides forward with a sense of urgency, shoulders squared against the weight of the universe. His voice is a balm, yet it carries the echo of ancient wars, of battles fought on plains more desolate than the Inferno surrounding them. Follow me, he commands, but there's an undercurrent of doubt, the unspoken fear that perhaps the journey is futile. I can feel it in the air, thick like the smoke curling from the fires of despair. The ground beneath their feet shifts, pulsating with memories of classical grandeur. I remember the stories, the tales of Odysseus, of Aeneas, of lost souls navigating realms of shadows and sorrow, all woven intricately into Dante's journey. The classical references are alive, breathing with a fire that ignites something deep inside me. They speak of timeless struggles, of love and betrayal, of redemption and damnation. Each reference is a ghost rising from the ashes, a haunting reminder that history is never truly dead. It clings to us like the fog on a winter's morning, blurring the lines between past and present. Look! Dante exclaims, pointing to a distant figure, shrouded in darkness, embodying the very essence of despair. It's Francesca, her beauty tarnished by tragedy, a victim of love's cruelest fate. Her story unfolds like a macabre tapestry, threaded with passion and betrayal, a tale that transcends time. The air is thick with her sorrow, a palpable weight that envelops us, forcing us to confront the reality of our own choices, our own moments of weakness. I remember the first time I heard her story, how her words wrapped around my heart like a vice, squeezing until I could hardly breathe. Virgil's gaze shifts to me, a flicker of understanding passing between us. You carry her pain, he whispers, a somber acknowledgement that cuts deeper than any blade. I can feel the shame pooling in the pit of my stomach, the guilt that clings like a second skin. I remember the countless nights spent reading, losing myself in the narratives of the fallen, of those who wandered through the labyrinth of their own making. The irony is suffocating. Here I stand, trapped in a cycle of my own design, haunted by the very stories that once offered solace. The fire crackles in the distance, its glow casting eerie shadows that dance along the walls, mocking us with their chaos. Dante's hand clenches the manuscript tighter, knuckles white, as if the act of writing could somehow rewrite his fate, could pull him from this abyss. We cannot escape what we are, he murmurs, more to himself than to Virgil. The words hang heavy in the air, a truth that resonates with the weight of 1,000 lifetimes. Suddenly, the shadows shift, and a chorus of voices rises from the depths, a cacophony of lamentation that rends the silence asunder. I feel it in my bones, the despair of the damned, the weight of their choices crashing down like a tidal wave. Each voice carries a story, echoing through the chambers of history, a reminder that the past is never truly buried. I remember how their pain felt like a living thing, curling around my heart, demanding to be acknowledged. Virgil turns, his eyes burning with intensity. We must confront them, he declares, and I can see the tremor in Dante's hands, the fear that threatens to consume him. The very air crackles with tension, a storm brewing on the horizon, ready to unleash its fury. The classical references flood my mind, images of battles lost and won, of heroes and monsters entwined in a dance as old as time. This is where they converge, the past and the present, the lives we lead and the choices we make, all swirling together in a cosmic ballet of pain. As we step forward into the fray, the ground shifts beneath us, a reminder that nothing is static, that history is a living entity, forever morphing, forever haunting. I can feel the ghosts of the past swirling around us, their whispers like a distant lullaby, beckoning us to listen. The tension is unbearable, each heartbeat echoing like a drum in the silence. Dante's voice rises above the clamor, raw and anguished, a cry that cuts through the chaos. Why must we suffer? Why must we bear the weight of their sins? The question hangs in the air, charged with desperation. I remember asking the same question, feeling the tremors of doubt and fear ripple through my own soul. The shadows seem to lean closer, their breath cold against my skin, as if waiting for an answer that may never come. But there is no time for answers, no time for solace. The confrontation looms, a storm gathering force, and as the shadows swirl around us, I can feel the world tightening, the walls closing in. It's a moment suspended in time, a fragile breath caught between the past and the present. And in that moment, history becomes more than just a collection of stories. It becomes a living, breathing entity, a reminder that we are all connected, entwined in a tapestry woven from pain, love, and the relentless pursuit of redemption. I remember the stories that defined us, the choices that bound us, the echoes of souls long gone that linger on the edges of our consciousness. As the confrontation draws near, the weight of classical references presses down on us, a reminder that the past is never truly behind. Its shadows stretch into our present, twisting and turning like the paths we walk. The city of our soul stands before us, a labyrinth of light and darkness, waiting for us to decide which way to turn. The air crackles with anticipation, and I know this moment will haunt me long after the echoes fade. The cycle continues, a relentless loop that binds us to the stories we tell, to the lives we lead, forever entwined in a dance of shadows and light. The air crackled with a tension that could snap bones. Shadows flickered on the damp stone walls, whispering secrets of the damned. An echo of laughter, harsh and hollow, drifted through the darkness. I stood at the precipice between worlds, eyes wide, heart pounding, feeling the weight of history and the pulse of despair in the marrow of my bones. Here lay the grotesque tableau of humanity's worst sins, masquerading as a carnival of horrors. "Look," a voice rasped, jagged like broken glass. It was Virgil, his spectral form looming next to me, eyes glinting with an ancient sadness that felt like watching the last flicker of a dying flame. His presence was both a comfort and a curse, the guide, sure, but one tethered to a past that haunted both of us, weaving through the tapestry of choices we had made. "Look at them," he urged, gesturing toward the pit before us, where souls writhed in agony, their voices a symphony of despair. They thought power could shield them from truth, but here they are, stripped bare of their illusions, forever entangled in the consequences of their greed. I felt the gravity of his words sink deep into my chest, suffocating yet liberating. Each lament was a reminder of the precariousness of life, a harrowing comedy where the punchline was always too late to save anyone. I could see the faces in the shadows, familiar and yet grotesque, hollow-eyed politicians and tyrants, once draped in silk, now writhing in regret. Their whispers clung to me like a shroud, wrapping around my thoughts. I remember the woman who stood at the edge of the crowd, her voice a wail that pierced even the thickest silence, a mother, perhaps, searching for her child among the rubble of shattered dreams. "You promise me change," she screamed into the abyss, her eyes wild with desperation, "but you only bring us more pain." The echoes of her words were like daggers, each one striking a vulnerable part of my heart. I remembered my own promises, words spoken in the heat of passion, empty like the shells of forgotten dreams. Beside her stood a man, his face twisted with bitterness. "Change," he spat, each word a bead of venom. "This is all we have left, the cycle of lies. They've painted us into corners, and now we dance in their puppet show." I could feel his rage, raw and unfiltered, vibrating through the air. It was a fire that could consume us all, and yet, in its intensity, there was a tragic beauty, a longing for something more, something honest. I felt the tension coil in my stomach, a knot that threatened to strangle me. The pit had become a theater, and the damned were actors in a play that had no end. Their suffering was palpable, a visceral reminder of the political games that had sent them spiraling into this twilight of despair. I could almost hear the clock ticking, each second a reminder of the inevitable decay that awaited us all. "Do you hear that?" Virgil's voice cut through the clamor. His gaze was fixed on the center of the chaos, where a figure emerged, Dante. He stood there, a beacon of flawed humanity, conflict raging in his heart like a tempest. I could see the light flickering in his eyes, battling against the shadows of his choices. "I remember," he muttered, as if trying to remember the man he used to be. "I remember the weight of my decisions, the sacrifices I made for the price of ambition." His voice trembled, raw with vulnerability, as he faced the specters of those he had wronged, friends, lovers, enemies, all intertwined in the web of his past. The air thickened with the weight of his sorrow, and I could feel the pulse of the crowd shift, their collective agony morphing into something palpable, an understanding, a shared grief. The mother's cries intertwined with the man's bitterness, forming a haunting melody that resonated with the very essence of existence. Virgil stepped closer to Dante, a flicker of encouragement in his ghostly eyes. You bear witness to their pain, to the reality we often ignore. This is not merely a punishment, it is a reflection. But Dante, torn between remorse and resolve, shook his head. What good is reflection, he cried, anguish spilling from his lips like blood from a wound. How can I change the past? How can any of us rewrite the narrative? His desperation carved deep lines across his face, as though he were wrestling with the very fabric of fate. Change begins with recognition, Virgil replied, his voice steady, but I could hear the tremor beneath. You must confront your ghosts, wrestle with your demons. Only then can the cycle be broken. A realization washed over me like a wave crashing against jagged rocks. The cycle is eternal, and we are all players in this dark drama. I could feel the weight of history pressing down, the collective sorrow of humanity echoing in my ears, a relentless reminder of our flaws. I remember the warmth of naive dreams, the sharp edge of reality cutting through my illusions. Each heartbeat echoed in the void, resonating with the cries of the damned, and in that moment, I felt everything, the weight of despair, the flicker of hope, the unbearable beauty of existence. Dante fell to his knees, his voice a fragile thread weaving through the cacophony. What is justice? What is mercy? The questions hung in the air like a shroud, suffocating yet oddly liberating. The shadows danced around us, swirling like a storm, and I felt myself being pulled deeper into the abyss. Each second stretched, every heartbeat resonating with the chaos surrounding us. I was ensnared, caught in the web of their suffering, unable to escape the haunting echoes of their cries. I remember the clock ticking, the minutes morphing into an eternity. The darkness loomed like a beast, waiting to devour us whole. But in that moment, I also felt the flicker of possibility, the chance to break free, to rise from the ashes of despair, to reclaim the narrative of our existence. The echoes of their pain intertwined with my own, and I realized that this was not merely a tale of suffering, it was a testament to resilience, a plea for understanding in a world that often turned a blind eye. I stood on the precipice of change, trembling yet steadfast, ready to confront the shadows that loomed ahead. And as the darkness deepened, I felt an undeniable urge to scream, to unleash the weight of our collective agony into the void, a battle cry for all the lost souls, for every mother who had cried out in despair, for every man whose dreams had crumbled like old parchment. The moment hung there, fragile yet powerful, as the dance of pain and hope spiraled around us, unbroken, unyielding, forever echoing into the abyss. A bell tolls, the sound shattering the night, echoing in the hollow of my chest, a warning, a summons. I stand on the edge of a crumbling precipice, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and despair. Below, the river churns, dark and restless, a mirror of my own turmoil. I can hear the cries of the damned, their voices rising like smoke, twisting and turning in the night, beckoning me closer. A flicker of movement catches my eye, a figure, cloaked in shadow, its presence both familiar and terrifying. I know him, this spectre of my past, Virgil, my guide through the realms of torment and redemption. His eyes, two blazing coals in the darkness, pierce through my soul, stripping away the layers of pretense. You cannot hide, he whispers, his voice a low rumble, as if the earth itself trembles beneath its weight. You must confront the shadows. I remember the first time I met him, it was in the labyrinth of my fears, a maze where every turn brought me face to face with my own cowardice. You can't keep running, he had said, his words a serrated edge against my fragile heart. You'll never find peace until you embrace the darkness within. How could he know? How could he see the ghosts that danced just beyond my sight, the chains that bound me to my regrets? And then there's Beatrice, a flame flickering in the black night, the embodiment of a love that transcends life and death. Her laughter reverberates in my mind, a haunting melody that threads through the silence. You must write for me, she had begged, her voice a soft whisper, yet it rang louder than 1,000 screams. Let your words be the light that guides us through this darkness. But what if my words were knives, cutting deeper into the very fabric of existence, revealing the raw wounds that fester beneath the surface? I squeeze my eyes shut, trying to block her out, but her presence is relentless, a ghost that haunts the corridors of my memory. I remember, I murmur to myself, as if saying it could bring her back. I remember the way the sun lit up her hair, the way her smile ignited my soul. But even in my recollections, pain simmers, a reminder of what was lost. The clock strikes again, each chime a heartbeat a reminder of my futility. Time is a cruel mistress, and I am her unwilling servant. I look to Virgil, his form flickering like a candle in the wind, and I realize he is my tether to reality. "Why do you linger?" I ask, the words tumbling from my lips like stones, heavy with the weight of my desperation. "Because you need me," he replies, his gaze unwavering. "You need to learn the language of despair, to write with the ink of your suffering. Only then can you understand the beauty of redemption." His words swirl around me, a tempest of confusion and clarity, and I feel the walls of my heart begin to crack. "But what if my pen is a sword?" I say, grappling with the fear that threatens to consume me. "What if I cut too deep?" "Then you bleed," he answers, the truth of his statement ringing like a bell in the night. "But remember, even in blood, there can be beauty." The shadows loom closer, whispering secrets that prick at my skin. I am lost in a sea of thoughts, memories crashing around me like waves against a rocky shore. I see faces, strangers and lovers, heroes and villains, each one a reflection of my own struggles, my own flaws. I remember, I whisper again, the faces of the fallen, the love that slipped through my fingers like sand. A vivid memory claws its way to the surface, Beatrice, standing in a field of wildflowers, her laughter ringing out like a songbird, untainted by the darkness that encroaches. "You must capture this," she had said, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Make them feel." And I had tried. I had poured my heart into every line, each stanza a desperate plea for connection, a cry for understanding. But the words always felt like shadows, fleeing from the light, leaving me hollow. Now, as the darkness encircles me, I grasp for those lost words, willing them to form into something tangible. I remember the way the world felt alive. I mutter, my voice trembling, how love burned like a star against the void. And yet, the void hangs heavy, a blanket of despair that threatens to suffocate me. I look to Virgil, his expression unyielding yet filled with empathy. "You are not defined by your darkness," he says, each word a lifeline. "You are the light that vows to rise from the ashes." I close my eyes, feeling the pulse of the universe thrumming through my veins, the inescapable truth that I am both creator and creation. My pen trembles in my hand, ready to spill forth the emotions that have lain dormant for so long. "But what if I can't find the words?" I plead, desperation clawing at my throat. "Then you will write through the silence," he replies, his voice steady, for even in silence, there is poetry. The world around me shifts, the shadows ebbing like a tide, revealing the faint outline of a path. "You must walk it," he urges, a gentle nudge toward the unknown. "Let your heart guide you." And as I step forward, heart pounding, pulse racing, I feel the weight of generations behind me, the timeless echoes of love and sorrow, joy and grief. I remember what it means to be human, flawed and beautiful, and I realize this is my moment, the moment when language becomes a lifeline, when style transforms into a symphony of emotions. "Write with me," I whisper to the darkness, knowing that every word I pen is a step toward the light, a promise that even in despair, there exists a flicker of hope waiting to ignite. The shadows may linger, but they will not consume me. I will breathe life into my fears, and through them, I will find my voice. The air is thick with the stench of despair, a miasma that clings to the walls of an ancient gallery, as if the very stones weep for the souls trapped within the canvas. I stand there, frozen, heart hammering, caught between the whispers of the damned and the echoing laughter of the living. A grotesque tapestry unfurls before my eyes, threads of crimson and ash weaving tales of human folly and divine retribution. Art. The haunting reflection of Dante's hell. Every brushstroke a scream, every shadow a heartbeat. I remember a woman there, her name slipping through my fingers like smoke. Maria. Her eyes, once bright with the dreams of youth, now darkened by an unbearable grief. She stands before a painting, a nightmarish depiction of the Inferno, where the damned writhe in eternal agony, their faces twisted in torment, mouths open in silent screams. "What if," she whispers, voice cracking like thin ice, "this is what awaits us?" Her hands tremble as they reach toward the canvas, seeking solace or perhaps understanding. I had laughed once, a nervous chuckle, caught in the absurdity of it all. They bathed once a year. So, yeah, romance was earthy. The irony tumbled from my lips, but now it feels like a distant memory, a fading echo in this hallowed space. I shift, caught between the past and the present, my own insecurities rising like specters from the depths. I am no scholar, just a mortal enamored with history, wrestling with my demons. Across the gallery stands Giovanni, a painter of great repute, grappling with his own demons, both on and off the canvas. He stares at his own portrayal of the Inferno, a swirling vortex of chaos, his brush trembling in his hand. He recalls the night he painted it, the wine flowing like blood, the laughter of friends echoing like a distant choir. "What do you see?" I had asked him, my curiosity a gentle prod. "A reflection of my fears," he replied, the words heavy with unspoken truths. "What if this is my hell?" And there it is, the tension between us, a rope wound tight. Each stroke of his brush becomes a confessional, revealing not only his artistic prowess but his deepest insecurities, his guilt, the weight of expectations that crush him like the very stones of Dante's Inferno. I watch, breathless, as he layers color upon color, his masterpiece a living testament to suffering. Maria's voice breaks through the haze, a sharp cry that pierces the silence. "Giovanni," she wails, her voice trembling like a fragile leaf caught in a storm. "You have to save him. Save us all." Her anguish hangs in the air, thick and palpable, wrapping around us like a noose. Giovanni flinches, and I see the flicker of fear in his eyes, a reflection of her desperation. He knows too well the labyrinth of his own making, the shadows that dance behind him, the ghosts of his past. The paintings ripple with life, each frame a portal to a world that pulls at our very essence. I can almost hear the cries of the lost souls, their agony reverberating through time. "Abandon all hope, ye who enter here." The words echo in my mind, a chilling reminder that the agony of the damned is not merely confined to the brush, it seeps into our bones, wrapping us in a shroud of existential dread. I gaze at an image of a soul flayed open, its heart exposed to the searing gaze of judgment. It is a raw, visceral portrayal, a reflection of our own vulnerabilities laid bare. I can't help but think of my own fears, the weight of my choices that hang over me like a guillotine. Am I not also a prisoner of my own making? I ponder, sweat beading on my forehead, as if the very atmosphere of this haunted gallery bears witness to my thoughts. Time bends and fractures in this place, the minutes slipping by like grains of sand in an hourglass. I remember when I first encountered Dante's words, their gravity pulling me into a realm where pain and beauty entwined like lovers in a macabre waltz. I recall the hushed whispers of my classmates, eyes wide with terror, as we dissected each circle of hell, each sin a reflection of our own hidden truths. The air crackles with tension as we stand on the precipice of revelation, each of us trapped in our own hell, our own labyrinth. Giovanni paints with an urgency that borders on madness, each stroke a desperate plea, a cry for redemption. "This is not just my hell," he murmurs, eyes wild as they dart between Maria and me. "It's ours. It's all of ours. What are we but the sum of our fears?" Maria nods, tears streaming down her cheeks, the salt mingling with the shadows. "But can we change it? Can we escape?" There is a haunting desperation in her voice, a question that echoes through the centuries, reverberating in the very air we breathe. And somewhere in the distance, the clock ticks, relentless, a metronome of despair. As the shadows close in, the images on the walls grow ever more vivid, the voices of the damned rising in a cacophony, drowning out the laughter, the joy, the absurdity of life. Each heartbeat echoes the mounting dread, a reminder that there is no escape from the labyrinth we have woven. Giovanni's brush flies across the canvas, each stroke a desperate attempt to free himself from the chains of his own creation. I can feel my skin prickling, a visceral connection to the torment depicted in the artwork. I remember my own moments of weakness, of fear, of feeling lost in the dark. "What if," I whisper, "the only way out is through?" The flames of the Inferno flicker in the paintings, casting eerie shadows that dance along the walls, weaving through the air like phantoms. The tension is electric, sparking something primal within us, as if we are on the cusp of a revelation that could either shatter us or set us free. In this gallery of torment and redemption, we are bound by our shared humanity, our flaws laid bare for all to witness. We are all artists in our own right, painting our lives upon the canvas of existence, each choice a brushstroke, each regret a shadow. As the night deepens, I can feel the weight of our collective fear coalescing, creating an intensity that threatens to consume us all. And then, the silence is shattered as a piercing scream erupts from the canvas, a haunting reminder that the struggles of the damned are not so far removed from our own. We stand at the precipice of understanding, teetering on the edge of despair and hope, bound inextricably by our shared fears and desires. In this moment, I realize that the true essence of Dante's hell is not just a thing of the past, but a living, breathing entity that exists within us all, an artistic representation of our darkest fears, our greatest regrets, and the flickering light of hope that refuses to be extinguished. The ground trembles beneath me, the air heavy with the weight of 1,000 unshed tears and unspoken fears. I'm standing at the brink of an abyss, a void so deep it echoes with the cries of the damned. My heart pounds, a relentless drumbeat of dread as I take a shaky breath. The stench of brimstone hangs thick, curling into my nostrils like a serpent. It coils around my thoughts, squeezing until I can barely think, barely breathe. I remember it was the day he vanished. The sun shone bright, mocking our ignorance, while shadows danced behind the ancient stones of the cathedral. Lucas, my best friend, my brother in everything that mattered, had laughed that morning, his voice rich and warm, a balm against the chill that had seeped into my bones. What's life without a little chaos? He had smirked, eyes glinting with mischief. I remember how I brushed off his words, drowning in dreams of our future, of laughter echoing through halls of art and literature. But chaos has a way of twisting the mundane into nightmares. It wasn't long before Lucas disappeared, swallowed by a darkness that felt all too familiar. I can still hear the whispers of the streets, the murmurs of the townsfolk, how they spoke of hell as if it were a place you could slip into without a trace. The devil, they said, lurked in the shadows, always hungry for souls. I remember the night I searched for him, frantic, heart racing, desperate. The world around me felt like a distorted mirror, reflecting every fear I'd ever harbored. Then there was Marisol, her laughter a haunting melody that seemed to echo off the cobblestones. She was the embodiment of light, yet she danced on the edge of despair. Each time she smiled, I could see the shadows lurking beneath her skin, memories of pain stitched tightly into her heart. "It's just a dream," she whispered one night, her voice trembling. "It's just a dream." But I knew, oh, how I knew, that dreams can morph into nightmares in the blink of an eye. Together, we wandered through our city, a labyrinth of flickering street lamps and towering shadows. The air felt electric, charged with a sense of impending doom, as if the city itself held its breath, waiting for the inevitable fall. I remember the cracked pavement beneath our feet, the sound of our footsteps, a rhythm that echoed the beat of our hearts, both frantic and alive. "Do you think he's in hell?" Marisol asked one night, her eyes reflecting the starlit sky. It was a question that gnawed at my insides, a question that reverberated like a death knell. The thought of Lucas, lost in a realm of suffering, sent shivers down my spine. But what if he wasn't lost? What if he had found something deeper, something darker? I could almost feel the weight of Dante's verses pressing into my soul, words that had become a haunting refrain, a reminder of the torment that lay beyond the veil of our understanding. The Inferno was no longer just a literary construct, it had morphed into a living entity, an omnipresent shadow, stretching fingers into the very fabric of our lives. I recall Dante's vivid imagery, the way he painted horrors so real that they seeped into the bones of every reader, each circle of hell a mirror reflecting our own failings. The gluttonous, the avaricious, the violent, they were not mere figures of fiction but echoes of real humanity, reminders of what lurked beneath the surface of our polished lives. Each night, I found myself standing at the precipice of my own making, grappling with questions that threatened to drown me. Could love be a sin? Could friendship lead to damnation? I remembered Lucas's laughter, the way it had once filled every crevice of my being. But now, it was a ghost, flitting just out of reach, a distant memory that tore at the seams of my mind. The shadows grew longer, whispering secrets I dared not comprehend, and the city took on a sinister life of its own. I found myself wandering the streets alone, the echoes of Marisol's laughter trailing behind me like a haunting refrain. She had spoken of dreams, of drifting through realms where hope mingled with despair. And I could feel it then, the pull of something greater than us, something that beckoned me to the edge of madness. Are we not writing our own Inferno? I whispered to no one, the words slipping from my lips like smoke. Each step felt like descending deeper into a chasm of despair, each corner I turned revealing a reflection of my own fears, my own regrets. I could feel the weight of the universe pressing down on me, the clock ticking, a relentless reminder of time slipping away, of dreams fading into darkness. But hope flickered like a dying flame. Marisol's spirit surged in my veins, her laughter echoing in my mind, a defiant melody against the impending silence. I remembered her words, the one she'd recited from Dante's pages, heavy with meaning, "Abandon all hope, ye who enter here." Could we defy this? Could we carve our own path through the madness? As the clock struck midnight, I felt the world shift. The shadows morphed into specters, swirling around me, whispering tales of lost souls. I could see Lucas in the depths of that darkness, a flicker of light amidst the chaos, a spark of hope. And I could feel Marisol's presence, her laughter rising like a hymn to pierce the veil. What if this was our Inferno? What if we were the architects of our own fates? The thought slammed into me like a tidal wave, crashing through the barriers I had built around my heart. Time, dreams, memories, they spun and tangled within me, creating a tapestry of emotions too raw to contain. I remember standing there, at the edge of the abyss, feeling the weight of our choices, the burden of our souls, the clash of light and darkness. It did not end. It could not end. We were trapped in the cycle, a reflection of Dante's own journey, lost, yet yearning for redemption. The world around me blurred, a cacophony of sound and fury, and I understood then, we are all writing our own Inferno, a never-ending loop of despair and hope, an endless dance of shadows and light. As I inhaled the stale air, heavy with the scent of ash and longing, I felt the pull, the inexorable draw of the abyss and the promise of light intertwined. There was no conclusion, no resolution, merely the heartbeat of existence echoing through the silence, a reminder that the story was far from over. The air thickens like smoke as the clock strikes midnight, each chime echoing through the empty streets, a sinister reminder that time is a relentless predator. Shadows move, whispering secrets older than the cracked cobblestones beneath my feet. I stand at the precipice of a darkened alley, heart racing, breath catching in my throat. The wind howls, a tortured wail that could only belong to the damned. Somewhere, deep in this labyrinth, someone cries out, perhaps for help, perhaps for vengeance. The sound gnaws at the edges of my sanity, urging me forward into the darkness where nightmares beckon with gnarled hands. I remember the stories, the way they entwined with my childhood dreams, Dante, lost in his Inferno, navigating the layers of despair with a guide as old as sin. But this isn't ancient Italy, this is a city pulsing with modern agony, where the sins are tangible, and the flames flicker in the eyes of the lost. I remember the faces, their longing, their regret. There's Alex, a friend once bright with ambition, now a ghost of himself, wandering between the edges of despair and denial. I see him in the distance, hunched and hollow, a dark figure against the glow of a neon sign that promises salvation but offers only a fleeting escape. Alex! I call, the word escaping my lips like a cry of hope, but it lands like a stone, heavy and unyielding. He turns, his gaze a void, pulling me into a gravity of sorrow I can't escape. The light reveals the deep-set shadows under his eyes, the desperation etched into his features. "You shouldn't be here," he murmurs, almost to himself, and I feel the sharp sting of truth in his voice. "I had to find you," I reply, though my heart knows this isn't about him anymore. It's about my own descent, the tethered soul spiraling downward. I remember the nights when laughter filled the air, and the world felt like a vast expanse of untamed possibility. But we are not those children anymore. Nostalgia cuts deeper than any blade, and I can almost see the wisps of our lost innocence swirl around us, mingling with the oppressive fog. What happened to us? The question lingers, wrapped in despair and regret like ivy choking a forgotten monument. The city has grown wild, its streets a canvas splattered with the colors of chaos. People shuffle past, their faces pale and drawn, hollow echoes of what they once were. They move like marionettes, strings cut, puppets lost in a dance with darkness. Each one carries their own inferno, their own sins and secrets. It's like we're trapped in a loop, I whisper, the truth curling around my tongue. Alex nods, the slightest movement, and I can see the ghosts of his choices flicker in his eyes. Every night feels the same, doesn't it? He laughs, a hollow sound that reverberates against the brick walls, but there's no joy in it. We're just demons wearing human skins, pretending we haven't already fallen. I remember the laughter, how it used to lift us, how it now only sinks us deeper. And then there's MIA, the girl who wore her heart like armor. I remember her smile, the way it could cut through the darkness like a lighthouse beacon. But she too has vanished into the shadows, a lost soul searching for herself in a world that barely knows her name. I can't help but wonder if we failed her. If we all failed ourselves. Alex's voice pierces through my thoughts. We're not the same people we were, you know. His words are sharp, a blade aimed directly at my heart. I can't deny it. We've become strangers to our own reflections, drowning in a sea of regret and unfulfilled dreams. A siren wails in the distance, a cruel reminder of the world outside this suffocating darkness. I can almost taste the fear in the air, thick as molasses. The city is alive, teeming with the broken and the lost. I see a flash of red, a woman, hair aflame, fists raised to the heavens, screaming for justice, for vengeance. Her voice pierces the damp night, crackling like fire. I will not be forgotten. And in that moment, I feel the weight of her words settle over me, a shroud of grief and desperation. It pulls me back to Alex, to the empty gaze, to the question lingering between us like fog. What do we do? I ask, each word heavy with the unspoken fears that cling to my skin. He shrugs, a gesture both defeated and defiant. Maybe we just keep walking through our own hell until we can't take it anymore. The way he says it sends chills down my spine, a truth so raw it feels like fire licking at my soul. We press on, moving deeper into the night, consumed by a desperate need to escape the shadows that cling to us like a second skin. Every step feels like a heart-wrenching choice, each corner we turn reveals another layer of despair. I remember the stories, how Dante navigated the circles, each one more harrowing than the last. But this isn't fiction, it's a living nightmare wrapped in neon and sorrow. And then, in the depths of our walk, we find her, MIA, standing in the middle of the street, illuminated by the flickering light of a dying street lamp. She looks ethereal, caught between realms, a haunting vision of what could have been. Help me, she whispers, her voice trembling like a fragile leaf caught in a storm. The world spins, and time stretches, pulling taut, snapping back in a dizzying rhythm. I can hardly breathe. The air is thick with memories, unshed tears, all the what-ifs cascading around us like an unending melody of grief. MIA, I breathe, reaching out, but my hand only grazes the air, frail as a wisp of smoke. And just like that, she begins to fade, the shadows reclaiming her, and I feel the grip of despair tighten around my heart. No. Please, don't go. But the darkness swallows her whole, leaving only echoes of her laughter and the weight of our unspoken words. As I turn back to Alex, that familiar emptiness sits between us, a chasm that feels insurmountable. I remember the pain, the bruises of our existence, and the haunting question of who we've become. In this city, our cries for redemption are mere whispers lost in the night, swallowed by the unforgiving silence. As the siren wails again, piercing the veil of night, I realize we are all just fragments of a broken mirror, reflecting a truth we can't bear to face. The shadows stretch and shift around us, an ever-looming reminder of our choices, our sins echoing through the void. We stand together, lost, yet unyielding in our defiance against the darkness. There's no resolution here, only the promise of more pain, more searching, more haunting memories. It's a cycle that spirals endlessly, like a clock ticking toward an inevitable dawn that may never come. And as we take that next step, I know this isn't just the end of a chapter, it's a continuation of our shared horror, seamlessly woven into the fabric of our lives. With every heartbeat, every breath, we plunge deeper into the night, the shadows dancing around us, guiding us toward an unknown fate, an unending interpretation of our own inferno. The clock struck midnight, its chime a haunting echo in the silence of the dimly lit library. Shadows danced on the walls, shifting like restless souls. I stood there, heart pounding, clutching a tattered copy of the Divine Comedy. The musty scent of aged parchment filled my lungs, mixing with the lingering scent of old wood. What would it be like to wander through Dante's Inferno? To confront the demons that lurked within and without? I remember the first time I read his words, a young man in a too small attic room, the moonlight filtering through the stained glass, a prism of forgotten dreams. I was haunted by my own inferno, a hell crafted from unrequited love and haunting regrets. And then there was Maria, her laughter sparkling like the stars I could never reach, her smile cutting through my darkness. But she slipped through my fingers like the ashes of lost hopes, leaving behind only the ghost of what we could have been. Dante, I whispered to myself, the name carrying a weight that wrapped around my throat. You knew suffering. I could almost hear the crackling of parchment, the weight of his pen scratching against the paper as he immortalized a love that tormented him, a love that would echo through centuries. My fingers trembled, tracing the faded lines, craving to connect with this man who became a vessel for all that was raw and terrifying. I was not alone, we were connected, bound by the threads of despair woven into his verses. And then there was Thomas, standing in the doorway, his face a mask of uncertainty. He was my friend, yet our friendship felt like a fragile bridge over turbulent waters. He had sought me out, desperate to share his own secrets, his own demons. I can't do this anymore, he confessed. It's like walking through a dream that refuses to end. His eyes glistened with the reflection of 1,000 unspoken fears. What if I become lost too? What if I never find my way back? I felt the weight of his anguish, the suffocating grip of despair pulling us both into the shadows. You have to face it, Thomas. Embrace that darkness, I urged, my voice trembling with an intensity that echoed in the empty room. Each heartbeat felt like a drum, pounding against the walls, demanding recognition. Dante faced his own nightmares. He walked through hell, we can too. There's beauty in the suffering. As the words fell from my lips, I glanced at the book, imagining Dante's journey through the circles of hell, each ring a testament to humanity's darkest impulses. I could see it, those lost souls, their cries intertwining with the whispers of time, a cacophony of heartbreak and betrayal. Could we, too, bear witness to the beauty in our own tragedies? I remember standing at the edge of a cliff, the wind biting against my skin, the abyss below yawning wide, ready to swallow me whole. It was there that I saw Maria one last time, her silhouette framed against the dying sun. You'll always be my guide, I had told her, daring to dream of a love that defied the inevitable. But now, here, in this haunting silence, I felt her presence again, shimmering like a mirage. Can we really face it? Thomas's voice cut through my reverie, raw and desperate. I turned to him, the weight of my own fears pooling in my gut. What if Dante's words don't save us? What if we just spiral deeper? I wanted to reassure him, to gift him the certainty that I had yet to find for myself. His work isn't just about punishment, Thomas. It's about redemption, about love that transcends suffering. I paused, struggling to collect my swirling thoughts. It's about transformation. The shadows crept closer, the room thickening with the unspoken truths that loomed like specters at the edges of our consciousness. I could feel the weight of history pressing down on us, a relentless tide threatening to drown us in the fears of those who had come before. The ghosts of Dante's readers whispered their secrets, echoing through time, the scholars debating his meaning, the poets inspired by his passion, the lovers aching for connection. Suddenly, the air shifted. Ghostly figures emerged from the corners of the room, the echoes of centuries-long conversation swirling around us. I could hear them, the voices of those who had read Dante, who had grappled with his themes of love and loss. A woman with sorrow etched on her face reached out, her fingertips brushing against the edges of my consciousness, as if she were pleading for understanding. Do you feel it? I asked Thomas, my heart racing as I spoke. The weight of all those souls, the generations that have clung to his words for hope. He nodded, his eyes wide with fear and wonder. But are they really there? Or are we just imagining it? I could see it, the tapestry of humanity woven into the fabric of Dante's work. The love stories, the heartbreaks, the betrayals. It was all laid bare before us, a mirror reflecting our own struggles. The flames of purgatory flickered in the distance, casting a warm glow, inviting us to step closer, yet the shadows of hell loomed behind, reminding us of the price of our choices. Imagine, I whispered, the word slipping past my lips like a vow. What if we are all just echoes of Dante's dreams? What if his journey is ours? The room pulsed with energy, a heartbeat syncing with our own, drawing us into a rhythm that resonated deep within our cores. We were bound by our pain, our love, and our aspirations, a thread connecting us to the past, the present, and the future. In that moment, I felt it, an urgency that coursed through my veins, an overwhelming desire to scream, to shout, to let the world know that we were alive, that we mattered. I grasped Thomas's arm, forcing him to meet my gaze. We are part of this story. And like Dante, we must confront the darkness. We must embrace the chaos. And just as the statement hung in the air, the world shifted again, pulling us deeper into the web of our intertwined fates. The shadows of the past loomed larger, and I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was watching, waiting for our next move. The terror and beauty of our existence merged into one heavy breath. Let's not forget, I murmured, feeling the weight of history pushing against our chests. The story doesn't end here. It continues with us. And so we stood, two lost souls in a room filled with ghosts, on the brink of a revelation that could change everything. The echoes of Dante's words, a siren call, beckoned us towards an unknown future, where love and loss, despair and hope intertwined, waiting for us to step forward. The night hung heavy, a shroud of shadows pulsating with a life of its own, a heartbeat mingling with the scent of despair. Somewhere, a clock chimed, a hollow echo that shattered the silence like glass. Each toll clawed through the thick air, each chime marked by the weight of loss and longing. I stood there, on the precipice of fear, heart pounding, a storm brewing in the recesses of my mind. Please, I whispered into the cold void, the words a desperate prayer. Don't take him. The darkness was thick and suffocating, and I felt its icy fingers wrap around my throat, a reminder of my past. Luca, my brother, my anchor, was sprawled on the ground, his eyes vacant, reflecting the remnants of hell that had clawed its way into our lives. I could still hear the laughter that had once danced around our family table, the way he fought to pull me back from the brink of my own obsessions. Now, all that remained was the echo of a life half forgotten, a twisted reflection of what could have been. Why did you go? I could taste the salt of my tears, their bitter flavor mixing with the stale air around us. The world was full of echoes, memories flickering like shadows. They whispered secrets of betrayal and fear, of love that had curdled into agony. I remember the night he fell into the abyss. It was a night like this, dark, oppressive. The streets glimmered with a false promise, and I had been too caught up in my own thoughts to notice his struggles. I remember him standing at the edge, the moonlight casting a silver sheen over his sorrow, and I had laughed. Oh, how I mocked his seriousness. It's just a story, Luca. Just a book. But books have a way of carving deep into the soul, don't they? Dante's Inferno had woven a net around him, pulling him into its depths, and now here I stood, lost in the aftermath of his fascination. Hell. The concept twisted and morphed, a grotesque carnival of despair that Dante had penned so long ago, yet it still clutched at our hearts, a ghost that refused to be laid to rest. Do you hear that? I said, my voice barely a whisper, reaching toward the chill that hung in the air like a warning. The shadows seemed to pulse and sway, whispering tales of the damned. Each flicker of light illuminated fragments of memories, the way he had laughed, the way he had fought to save me from myself. But now, all I had were echoes, and they screamed louder than any chorus of the damned. Every soul has a punishment, I muttered to myself, echoing the lines that had once thrilled him. Every sin, a consequence. I could see the shadows dancing in the corners of my mind, a spectral audience to my grief, as if they reveled in my torment. I felt their gaze, the weight of their judgment pressing down on me. I was complicit in his descent, a silent partner in his unraveling. Across the street, the clock tower struck again, and the vibrations reverberated through my bones. I could see the distant flicker of street lamps, like distant stars in a cosmos that had forgotten us both. Time was slipping through my fingers, and yet the night felt eternal, a haunting reminder of the choices that had led us here. Then there was Sophia, her silhouette emerging from the shadows, a ghost that lingered in the periphery of my consciousness. She was a flame, wild, unpredictable, an embodiment of chaos wrapped in a halo of darkness. I could see the way her eyes glimmered with secrets, each glance a dagger of unspoken pain. She had played a role in our tragic play, a muse to his madness, and yet, she too was lost, wandering the same twisted path. "Luca," she breathed, her voice a husky whisper, filled with longing. I could see the way her heart ached, mirroring my own grief, a reflection of anguish and desire. "We can't let him go. We need to save him." Her desperation echoed my own, a shared pain binding us like a fragile thread in a storm. We were both drowning in our regrets, two souls caught in the undertow of Dante's legacy. Save him from what? I countered, bitterness clawing at my throat. He's already gone, Sophia. Hell has him. It always has. But even as I spoke, I felt the stirrings of hope, a flicker that danced in the shadows. Perhaps there was more to this journey than just despair. Perhaps we could unearth the twisted truths that had ensnared him, confront the demons that had feasted on our lives. I could feel the weight of history pressing down on me, a tide of voices whispering through time. Hell had seeped into our very fabric, twisting our thoughts, wrapping itself around our hearts until nothing felt pure. But in that moment, with Sophia's fiery presence igniting something deep within me, I felt a spark, a rebellious defiance against the destiny that loomed over us. Together, I breathed, the word hanging in the air like an incantation. We fight for him. We confront this darkness. And even as the shadows closed in, a storm of memory swirling around us, I felt the cracks forming, a fragile light breaking through the oppressive gloom. The echoes of our past would no longer bind us, instead, they would fuel our fire, igniting a path toward something greater. As the clock's final chime echoed into silence, the night stretched infinitely before us, filled with the promise of confrontation. Our hearts raced, and we, two lost souls, began to tread a path lined with the remnants of Dante's words. Hell was not just a destination, it was a battle, the battle we were finally ready to fight. And so, with every heartbeat tethered to our resolve, we stepped forward into the darkness, ready to confront the legacies of pain and redemption that awaited, our souls entwined in the struggle against the abyss. The air crackled with tension, and the night deepened, holding its breath in anticipation of what was to come.